All right, so let's go ahead and get started and get into this. We're going to be talking about how to find deals that turn profit today, right now. So you're not waiting for it to be fixed up or anything like that. You're going to actually start doing deals right away. So let's get into that and talk about it. What we will be discussing today, let's go over that. We're going to talk about the one and only thing you should care about as a real estate investor. You don't have to look at a bunch of stuff. There's really only one thing that you need to worry about or be concerned about as a real estate investor. We're going to talk about that. Next, we're going to talk about how to find properties that have what you want, that have exactly what you want. So you're not sitting around guessing or looking for properties. How many of you all have done driving for dollars, or you've done cold calling and you're looking for abandoned houses where the owner doesn't want it and stuff like that? And that kind of stuff has been on your plate and that's what you've been looking for. I'm going to show you how never to do that again. I don't suggest that. And instead, you can get the right people calling you. So how would you like it if you didn't do anything and they just called you and said, hey, I want to talk to you about buying my house? And then we're going to talk about why you don't want to wholesale and what to do instead. Do we have any wholesalers on this call tonight? Is anybody a wholesaler? I'm not going to bash wholesalers. I understand wholesaling is where a lot of people start off, and you may start off as a wholesaler thinking that this is the best way. But hopefully tonight I'm going to show you a better way, a better option for you to get into real estate and what you can do. Okay? Can you guys hear me okay and see the screen okay? Just give me a thumbs up in the chat so I know that you all can hear me and see me okay. All right, so that's what we're going to be discussing tonight, how to find the properties, what to do instead of wholesaling, things like that. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, so first of all, who are we? Who am I? And what is this all about? My name is Art, and this is my wife, Aisha. We have been real estate investors for literally over 25 years. We've been doing the same strategy for about 10 years, and we've been very successful with it. We started with very little. We started with very little when we began. We started when we were in our 20s. We were like 22, I want to say, when we got married. And when we started at like 20, 21 and 22. We made a lot of mistakes. We did not know what we were doing. We went through a couple of courses. We messed those all up. And we kind of just did trial and error for a long time. And so the good thing is we made a lot of mistakes. So hopefully by learning through us, and that's why we do these videos, hopefully by learning something through us, you can avoid some of these mistakes and you can start off in a better place. Okay. We created Quick Turn, which is our process from wholetailing. How many of you all have ever heard of wholetailing? If you haven't, that's okay. But we started off from wholetailing and we generated freedom without being landlords. Now, when we started off, we were landlords. We bought about 36 properties in 3 years, and this was in our early 20s. We were rushing, we were fighting and going for everything we could. And we realized after getting those 36 properties that it was not what we wanted to do. It was not that profitable. It's not something that we actually liked. So we got out of that and we sold all of those properties, which was actually a blessing because we realized in that time that we sold those properties that selling properties isn't bad and we like the money. So that's kind of how we got into the business that we're in now. And we kind of trial and errored and flipped around a lot, but it worked out. Okay. Our mission is to help you do the same thing that we do, only faster and with less mistakes. So hopefully we can show you some skills and some things that will help you make more money and do better in real estate. And they're very relevant to now. I found that real estate works in cycles. So as long as you know the cycle you're in, you can make really good money in any cycle. You just have to understand what you're in. So we'll talk about that a little bit. All right. So first, what is the most important thing when investing? What should you be focused on when you are investing in real estate? If you're going to start, should you be focused on how many doors you have? Should you be focused on how many tenants you deal with? How many contractors you can keep busy? We only have to do one job well to make money in real estate. I don't care what anybody tells you. If you do this one job well, you will make really good money in real estate. And that job is to find properties that have high equity. Find sellers that own property with high equity. High equity is money where they don't owe a lot on the property. So the house is worth $100,000. They may owe zero on it. They may owe $10,000 or $20,000, but the majority of the money they have is equity. Okay, if you can learn to identify properties with equity, you will make really good money and you will be able to do a lot of deals and you'll be happier in life if you can do this. Okay, so what does equity rich really mean? Equity rich is just a property that more than half of that property, I like to say more than half of that property is available as equity. So again, if it's a $100,000 house, at least $50,000 is paid off and they own $50,000. Now, why does that matter to you? The reason that matters to you is because normally we are taught in real estate there are two ways to make money in real estate. There's either sweat equity, where you're buying a house and fixing it up and then getting it nicer than it was, and that you put in your sweat and that increases the value, and that's how you make money. Or you're going to make money by wholesaling, maybe trading it off to another person, that kind of thing. Or you're going to basically sit on it and let it increase in value as you rent it out over time. So what we do, which is a little bit differently, is we don't look for equity. We don't look to build equity or go after finding, to sweat equity. We actually look for a simple way to buy property under market value. And here's the thing. You're not hoping that some seller sells it to you at a discount. You're not hoping that the seller is a bigger fool than the next person. You're actually going to use a mathematical calculation to find these properties and identify them. And then once you let them know that you are looking the right way, they will contact you. So no more cold calling, no more bandit signs, no more Facebook ads, running $6 million worth of Facebook ads. You can do this in a very simple way and find under market value properties. And here's the thing. Just because they're market value doesn't mean that's what you're paying for them. We'll get into that in a second. We're going to also talk about a 10-minute profit scan to confirm your spread. Now, your spread is how much you are going to make on the deal. That is what you should be concerned about first and foremost. I'm more concerned about how much I'm going to make on the deal than what condition the house is in, the neighborhood the house is in. Anything else, I want to know that I'm going to turn a profit, because the last thing I want to do is get into this deal and get a lesson that I did not make money on. And that happens a lot in real estate. You can get a lot of lessons where you don't make money, and hopefully I can help you avoid that. Okay. Now, the next thing is no wholesaling. You will own this property. Now, I'm not saying you're going to own it very long, but you will own this property going through this process. Now, the reason I like owning the property as opposed to wholesale, do we have any wholesalers on this call? If you're a wholesaler, just say me or something like that in the chat and let me know. Nothing wrong with wholesalers, but I will tell you this about wholesaling. It is very shaky when you do wholesaling, because it's very easy, because you're just putting a contract together. Sellers are very easy to try to get out of your contract. Investors can sometimes try to get around you and your contract. Your deal can fall apart while you're trying to find a buyer. You got to literally tell your competition, which is other buyers, about your deal, and hopefully they don't kind of squeeze you out of the deal by trying to go behind your back. When we own the property, all of that goes away. When we own the property, none of that bothers us. None of that happens. Okay. So that's the difference between what we do in wholesaling and why it makes a lot of difference. So let's talk about why equity first matters. Why do we want to focus on equity above everything else? Let's be clear. Profit is made at the purchase of real estate. It is not made when you sell the property. You realize profit when you sell the property. You make the profit when you buy the property. If you put together a good deal, there's a very strong chance you're going to make profit. If you put together a crappy deal, there's a very strong chance you're not going to make money unless you do something drastic or the market just happens to change in your favor. But I would rather be more secure in knowing I'm going to turn my profit. Equity cushions your risk. The more equity in a deal, the more risk you are taking off of your plate, because you can be wrong when you have a lot of equity. Does that make sense? You can be wrong a lot if you have a lot of equity. If I'm buying a house that's $250,000 and I'm getting it for like 112, 115, 120, I've got a huge amount of space that I can make a mistake on. Let's say I was wrong and it was only worth 220. Let's say I was wrong and it needs some work or something like that that I have to account for. I still got, let's say, $70, $80, $90,000 that I can move around or that I can play with in equity. And this is without me doing any work. Equity cushions your risk. It's literally your caretaker. It's taking care of you. And it increases your exit options. Sometimes if you need to get out of a property and you just want to get out, I don't want to deal with this, then you can turn and give up some of your equity. And you don't have to give up your money that you've invested, but you can give up some equity and still be okay. So equity is your friend in this whole thing. Faster decisions can be made when numbers are clear. When you understand your numbers, it's much easier to make decisions because you can look at the numbers. Have you ever been doing a deal and the numbers are so tight that you're like, no, this can't be right. There's got to be another way. And you spend 3 or 4 days trying to figure out the other way of doing it, where you don't have to do that if the numbers are very clear. If you know you've got an $80,000 or $90,000 or even $60,000 profit, then if you know you got to shave $10,000 off to get it done, you can do that. And you can just say, hey, it's chalk it up to the game. I'll learn and do better next time. Real estate is it can be very kind of, moving. It's a moving target. So the better you set yourself up, the easier it is for you to turn your profits and do really good numbers. Every part of the process is easier when you know your true numbers. Now, that goes into financing, that goes into closing the deal, that goes into when you put the deal up for sale and how you can sell it. As long as your numbers are easier to see and you can understand them, it makes everything quicker. And when I say clear, because I want to be clear about that, is when you're looking at fuzzy numbers. I'll make something like, or if I rent it out, I'll do something like. When people aren't clear on their numbers, there's a lot of room for error. And that's where people get screwed and they mess up and they end up owing money, or worse, it becomes a liability. Okay, so how do we find these equity deals, these high equity deals? Let's talk about that. And I'm going to get into this a little bit deep. If I'm going too fast with this, let me know and I will try to slow down, or I'll try to explain it better so that you guys, can see everything that I'm talking about. First of all, the best deals are sellers who are not looking to sell yet. And let me be clear about this statement. It does not mean that they are not selling or they're not interested in selling. They have not taken action to actually sell the property yet. It's kind of been like a thought in their head. They thought maybe if something happens, and then you end up showing up and say, hey, I'm interested in buying it. They say, well, you know what? I was thinking about selling it. Let me give this person a call. Now, saying that, a lot of people think that they should be looking for stuff when the seller is not, like if it's not listed on the MLS and all that. That is not really the focus. The focus is on they have what we want, and then we just let them know that we are buying, not their situation. I don't want you to focus on their situation because that'll throw you off, and that's where a lot of people mess up. Focus on the real numbers, not the situation. And what I mean by that is people will say, when you look for foreclosures, or when you look for property that has tax liens, or when you look for property that has city code violations, that's focusing on the situation. Have you ever talked to one of those sellers that had one of those problems like foreclosure or tax liens? They're trying to save their house. They're trying to solve the issue. They're not trying to sell a lot of times. And yes, you might catch one or two that say, okay, I can't solve it, so I'll go ahead and sell. But why would you want to do that? Wouldn't you rather, instead of reaching out blindly trying to find these people, let the people that do want to sell and they haven't said anything call you? Just let them call you. It'll save you time. You can go live your life and do what you need to do. Before you market, you have to choose the best places. We're going to talk about that in the next slide, about choosing the best places to market and where you should be putting your time and energy. Okay? Let anyone who fits your criteria know you are buying. They will call you. Don't try to screen them out saying that they don't fit what I want exactly. Anybody that fits the minimum criteria you have, let them know you are buying, because there are deals there. Let's break this down in a few steps because I want you to understand. Are you guys following along? Does this make sense so far as far as finding these deals? So I'm going to show you our 3-step process to finding high equity deals. This is the 3 steps that we go through, and I'm going to kind of break it down for you. Number 1 is find areas before we even talk to sellers or anything like that. Find areas where people want to buy. Now you might say, all right, why do I need to find areas where people want to buy? I want to look for where people are buying so I can sell quickly. So my property sells quickly, because at the end of the day, I'm going to turn around and sell this property. So I might as well start in an area that people want to buy in. Now, what does that do for you? That means that you're going to get out of those cheap areas where it's a war-torn area where it's hard to rent a place out and everything else. Because yes, the properties are cheap there, so it may seem like a deal, especially when they're right on the curb. You ever seen a house where the houses on this side of the street are in a really bad area, but the right across the street is the start of the nice area? So they say, well, the houses over here appraised for this, so this one is very close, so I probably can get that for, get close to that number. You don't want your mind to have to figure that stuff out. You want to focus on letting the numbers push stuff that doesn't make sense for you out. Think about it like your paycheck. When you get your paycheck, the people that save the best are the people that have the money come out of their check before they even see it. That's the same way you want to think about this. You want to not even see the deals that don't make sense for you. You want to screen them out with numbers, if that makes sense, already up front. Okay? Next, you want to look for the most common types of houses that people buy. in our mind, we think I want to look for 4 and 5 bedroom houses and all these big houses and all this stuff. I want to look for the most common properties because the most common properties, so 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, whatever is common in that area, I want to get those properties because there's a bigger buyer pool of people buying those properties. Okay. So I haven't even talked about what we're looking for. I'm just talking about what we're looking to sell to. Okay. Step two is find areas within those areas that have properties that are below median for the area. Now, below median, let me explain that. Below median is value that is below the halfway mark of everything selling on that market. So let's say you've got some houses on the low end selling for 100,000 in that area, some houses on the high end selling for 300,000, and then you got houses in the middle and the exact middle number is 225. I want to look for properties that are valued at below 225 in that area. Now you might say, well, why? Why does that make a difference? Because let's think about this. When I am selling the property, which is where most of my energy goes, when I am selling the property, if I get a house, let's say that's worth 220, and I turn around and I buy it for, let's say, 160, when somebody sees that property when I'm selling it, especially an investor, they're not going to say, oh, this is worth 220. They're going to be looking at the after repair value and they're going to say, well, there's stuff in this area that's sold for 400 or 350,000. So they're going to think my deal is a super deal for them because they're getting it at 220, whatever I'm selling it for, and they're thinking that it's a great deal. Meanwhile, selling it at what it's worth today. So it's not a risky deal to me. I'm not hoping that it's worth more later. It's worth what it's worth today. I made my money on the negotiation. Okay. These houses aren't falling apart. They are just below value for the area. So these might be older houses or houses that weren't remodeled. A lot of times they're in move-in condition. They're comfortable houses. They're not, the ceiling is not falling in on this kind of stuff. These are good properties. They're just below the market value as is because there's maybe some stuff that's been fixed up in the area. This is a key factor in being successful with finding under market value because you're getting it before you even see it. You're getting them under market with you're starting off under market and then you're negotiating from there. If that makes sense, it lets you get better deals. These houses won't be on any list. They're not on foreclosure lists. They're not on tax lien lists. These houses a lot of times are owned free and clear, or they have very low mortgages, or the owners are very stable. But that's great because that means there's less competition advertising and trying to get these houses on board. Does that make sense? So now you're limiting your competition and you're looking in areas where people want to buy. Step three, identify owners in the area with a lot of equity. Once you find the area that makes sense, find the owners with a lot of equity. Owners with equity are everywhere. Did you know over 40% of Americans own their house free and clear? That means there's a huge swath of people that have houses free and clear. And when I'm negotiating with them, I don't have to get the house and take all the equity. I just need to get some of it. And a lot of times they are willing to give you some of the equity because the appreciation has gone up more than they expected. And they're happy to get this number. That's kind of what they had in their head. They don't realize that it's worth more. Or even if they do realize it, they're okay with not getting all of that because they want to get it done quickly and without a lot of headache. These are excellent opportunities. These owners have issues, but rarely are ever approached. And when I say issues, I'll give you an example. We've got a seller that we're dealing with. The seller is an 81-year-old man. He bought a house for his son and his family, and he bought the house free and clear, so he owns it free and clear, or he bought the house cash, so he owns it free and clear. His son died. And his son died, so his son's wife, his daughter-in-law, and her kids, they're all moving away. They're moving out of state. And so he has this house, and he has no need for it. Now, this isn't a house that would have shown up on any list. He wouldn't have shown up on the dead owners list. He wouldn't have shown up on foreclosure. He wouldn't have shown up with city code violations. His situation is very real and very common, but people don't approach him. When we talked to him, he said nobody had approached him and he wanted to sell. He hadn't listed it or anything else. Okay. Do all of this before you try and ever talk to a seller. We've done a whole breakdown of what we're looking for before we've ever tried to talk to a seller. Okay. The talking to the seller is the secondary side. So these are the 3 green lights to a high profit deal. Okay. Is this making sense to you guys? Are you still following along? Let me know in the chat because I want to make sure I'm not losing you guys. The 3 green lights to a high profit deal. What are we looking at? Number one, it has to have equity. I don't care if it's the most beautiful house on the nicest neighborhood and it's dirt cheap. If the house is worth $50,000 and they owe $49,000 on it, I don't want to deal with it. I need equity because equity is where I make my profit. So that's the first thing. We need to see that after the closing cost, holding cost, or whatever, we've got equity. Number two is the condition. We want the right things wrong. I'm not looking for the houses where the roof is falling in and the floor is caved in and there's a monster in the basement and all that kind of stuff. I want problems like carpet, paint. Now, that doesn't mean I'm doing that stuff. That does not mean I'm doing that stuff. But when I'm selling it, whether it's a regular homeowner or an investor, they'll look at that and say, oh, I can do that. That's not going to be that bad. And they'll think they're getting over on me. I like people to feel like it's an unfair advantage on me because then they pay me what I want, or better yet, they get into a bidding war and I get an even higher number. Okay, so condition is another part. Third is motivation. Why are they selling? They have to have some kind of motivation, but it's the least of my concerns. If they've got equity and the condition is right, they don't even have to have a great motivating reason. They don't have to be under distress. 99% of my buyers are not under distress when they sell to us or when they sell to our students. They're not under distress. They just want to sell and they have their own personal reasons, which to them are legitimate, valuable reasons. But I want to know that they have a reason. So that's what we do ask. All three of these will ensure you have a profit before you buy. How would you like to know you're going to make $40, $50, $60,000 before you buy? The day you buy, you are capturing $60,000 or better in money compared to later on, you're hoping that you get money. This is going to ensure that, these three. So let's do a quick market scan. So let's say we get a deal. Somebody calls us. They have a house. How do we know that this is a deal we should be even pursuing? Number one, we can pull 3 to 5 comparables. These are, comps of the same bedroom, same bath, and same style house. So we want to make sure that we've got something to look at in that area that's similar to this property and see that what we see those selling for, that's what we see our property being valued at. So if there's a big difference, then we want to know why. Maybe those properties were remodeled, and so they're selling for much higher. That's fine. We want to look for something that's in the same condition if we can find it that's sold and see what it's sold for. Next, you're going to adjust for condition and confirm the days on market. Confirming the days on market is vital. When you are looking at properties in this area, you need to know the average days on market in that area, because what'll happen is you'll be happy that you're doing a deal, but you'll forget that the average days on market in this market is 99 days, for example. That means you're going to hold this property for 3 months or better before you sell it, and that's average. And a lot of people freak out and they start lowering their prices and freaking out and dropping the market price just because it hasn't sold in 30 days. Look at the average days on market with other properties. It'll help you get an idea of what's happening. And look at the time of year. We're going into December. That doesn't mean stuff doesn't sell. We're selling a property right now. We've got it under contract, and we got it under contract, I want to say December 2nd. So it doesn't mean they won't sell in December and all that, but you got to understand that people are not going to trudge through the snow if you live someplace where it's snowing, and they're going to look at houses at the same pace that if it's the summertime. Doesn't mean you can't sell it. You just need to understand that with when you're going to put it on the market. Cross-check with the second source to avoid bias. Don't trust you. And I say this because I don't trust me. What I mean by that is we have a tendency when we're working on the deal to be extra rose-colored glasses. We like to think the best scenario of anything we're working on. Have you ever done that when you're looking at a deal and you're like, well, if everything goes right, I'll get it for this and I'll do this. You want to get a second opinion. Now, we've got a way that we do this, but we don't trust our opinion when we're trying to buy a property. We want somebody else to be like the negative side of it and give us, like, in a worst case scenario, you'll make this. And if I'm okay with that worst case scenario, then we do the deal. If I'm not okay with it, then it may cause me to pause and say, hey, I don't know if we should do this. Okay? This is enough to make an offer that makes sense for you. Notice I did not say anything about going to see the property. I did not say anything about meeting with the seller to go negotiate. You can do our entire process, this entire process, from your desk. You don't have to go and visit 16 houses, especially in the wintertime. You can be just as active at your desk and doing deals as you can out in the streets. In fact, you can be more active because I can handle more deals at the same time. Okay? So let me kind of break down. I've been talking about our process, quick turn. Let me kind of break it down in plain English what our process is so you understand it. Okay? The first part is buying right, buying in the right areas, meaning places where people want to move to and live. And I'm not talking about just rental areas, but regular people areas, where people want to live. Structure the deal smartly. If you put together a good deal, the financing will be easy. If you've got a crappy deal, your financing is going to be tough. They're going to want higher down payments. They're going to want you to take on more risk. They're going to set you up for all the risks, or as much risk as possible is going to fall on you. If you do the deal right and structure it correctly, your financing will be a breeze. I've have lenders right now that we use, our students use, that do 100% financing. They don't require you to come out of any cash for down payments if the deal is right. And literally, it's not a hard money lender. The interest rates are not 13 and 14%. They're below 10%, and they're good financing that you can use, but the deal has to be structured right. We structure it. Hey, Dennis, good to see you. We structure it so that everything makes sense from the lender side, because the lender is our partner in this. And finally, exit clean. Sell the property fast without fix up. Now, for some of you guys, this might be a challenge because you want to fix it up. You saw the HGTV show and they fixed up houses and you want to do that. Do that after you make some money. That's the simplest answer. Do that after you make some money. Focus on making the money first, and then you can go into fixing up houses if that's what you really want to do. Next, you own the property and you control the outcome. It's more stable than wholesale. I used to do wholesale all the time, and it was very frustrating when my seller would try to either usurp me and go behind me to do the deal with the buyer without me, or my buyer would try to go behind me and do it with the seller. But when I control the deal, nobody goes behind me. Nobody can, because the buck stops with me and stops with my team. You don't fix it up. You don't deal with tenants, and you get cash out fast. That is what we focus on. Fixing up property is not the most profitable thing you can do with your time. Dealing with tenants is not the most profitable thing you can do with your time. The most profitable thing you can do is finding high equity deals and negotiating with those sellers. Everything else is secondary. If you can do that, you don't have to have any other skills, and you can make very good money. Okay. Quick turn is excellent for building cash and scaling your business. Now, the way we do quick turn, and I've talked about this in some of the other videos, we do quick turn of buying and selling single family houses. I don't believe single family houses are an investment grade asset. The reason I don't look at them as an investment grade asset, they're made for people to live in, and they're single family. I would much rather take my cash and put it into commercial deals and make money on that. One, the numbers are much bigger. If I'm going to be making money and taking on risk, I might as well make more money. So I take the money and put it into commercial. The other benefit is when you put it into commercial, then you can avoid a lot. I don't want to say avoid, you can defer a lot of the taxes if you set it up right when you go into commercial. So I can literally take the money I need to live off of the deals. Then once I get past that, I can take the rest, put it into commercial, not have to pay taxes on that right now, build it up in commercial. And then when I sell that commercial, I can take that money and reinvest it into an even larger commercial deal and keep the money rolling and growing and get cash flow. Okay. That is what we do with quick turn. Part two is, how do we exit fast? Because this always comes up, so I figured I'd answer it. Number one, after purchase, we immediately put on market to sell to anyone. How many of you guys are wholesalers, or you keep a buyer's list of people that want to buy your properties? If that's you, just say me. And here's my response to that. Why would you ever want to limit who can buy your property? Think about that. Why would, if there's 10,000 people in my area, how many of those people do I want looking at my property to try and buy it? Why would I have a list of 30 buyers and only those 30 buyers get to hear about my property? I want everybody to hear about my property, because the more people that hear about it, the better chance I have of putting together a good profit for me, and maybe even getting into a bidding war and selling it even faster and making more money. Okay. So we sell to everybody. Two, sell the property at today's value. You negotiate your profit. You don't have to say, well, in the future, it'll be worth this. Let them figure all that out. Everybody does their numbers differently. It's not going to benefit you to try to do the numbers for them, because they're not going to agree with your numbers, and they're going to check your numbers anyway, because they're not going to depend on them. So instead, just tell them, this is what I'm selling it for. This is what it's worth today. Boom. When you do whatever, then it's worth whatever you thought it was going to be worth. I'm not trying to figure that out. You figure that out and just give me my money. Okay. We also use tools like landtrustx.com to quickly sell the property at market value. For those of you that aren't aware, Landtrustx.com is a website you can go to. You can put your property on the website and it changes that property into shares like a company, like stock. And you can sell those shares. The benefit is I can sell the entire house like shares, and I get paid market value, and it's faster and it's cheaper than going through a traditional sale. So this is another tool that you can use to quickly sell property and get rid of it without, having to go through the traditional process. This allows you to build cash quickly without long holding costs. So this is something you can do without having huge holding costs, and you're gonna have to hold on to it for 6 months and do rehab and everything else. I like to say we buy it on Friday and we're putting it on the market to sell on Monday. And we use stuff like Land Trust X to do that so we can get rid of it quickly. Okay. Now, one more thing I want to bring up before we get into questions is avoiding these time wasters. These are things that typically will waste your time. They seem like what you should be doing, but they can waste your time. And if you came on late to the call, don't worry about it. We will put the replay of this call out tomorrow. You will have a replay for the full video and you'll get it in your email in the morning. As long as you got on this call, you'll get the replay. So you can still stay on, but you'll be able to get the full video tomorrow. One thing to avoid: full rehabs, big structural mechanical issues. If you buy a house and everything on the house is great, but the furnace is destroyed and you got to spend $7,000 or $10,000 for a furnace, how much value do you add to that property for putting in that furnace? Nothing, because nobody cares. Everybody expects a house to have a furnace or a central air unit or whatever it is. Big mechanical structural issues are not going to help you. And I try to avoid full rehabs. Not that I'm going to do a rehab anyway, but I don't want them, because then that allows the buyer to negotiate, this is going to be all of this. And it just opens up a whole Pandora's box. So we avoid these because these are time wasters. Another one we avoid is overpriced wish sellers. This has been a really big thing the last few years. You will literally get calls from people that say, hey, my house is worth $200,000. Okay, well, what do you want to sell it for? $350,000. So it's worth 200 and you want to sell it for 350? Yep. And I've learned, don't even try to negotiate with these people. Don't try to convince them. Here's what you do. Let them go. And if somebody else is silly enough to pay them 350, God bless them. Otherwise, let them go, and then you can follow up with them later. And when they don't sell, then they'll talk to you. I just had a guy that literally did this to us, and he came with some ridiculous number. We followed up with him for a year and a half. We have a process. We teach this process. We followed up with him for a year and a half. We bought that property for $40,000 less than we offered him a year and a half ago. So he could have literally sold it, got $40,000 more. We got it for $40,000 less. And the property is still in good shape in a good area. Okay. So I don't deal with overpriced wish sellers. I don't waste time with talking to them. Third, hot zip codes with bidding wars. Have you ever gone to your realtor and said, I want to buy an investment property? And they say, well, let me give you the hot zip codes. Let me show you where everybody's buying. And they get you into these areas where the numbers are so ridiculous that they're fighting to get a property. The house went on the market yesterday. That's got 22 offers. I'm not trying to be in the middle of that. There's too much money on the table in other areas. I don't have to get into those bidding wars, and I don't suggest you do it. And it feels like, and then you're more than likely to pay more than you should for the property anyway. You can't get a deal on it because it's 20 something offers on it. Cheap house areas where no one wants to live. I call them rental war zones. The areas where I'll put it this way. One time I had a rental property. It was a 4-unit building, and I bought it, and it was cheap. And my thought was, I bought this place cheap. The neighborhood is only okay. It's not really great. It's kind of rough, but at least I got it cheap, and I got it so cheap that I can rent it out for cheap, and I'll make really good money. I was showing the apartment. This was 20 years ago. I was showing the apartment to a tenant or a potential tenant, and literally as we were walking out of the building, a guy was chasing another guy down the street, shooting at him. We ducked down in the doorway. And she literally walked out and said, okay, yeah, let's do an application. I'm ready to. And when she saw that and I saw it, she said, yeah, we're going to keep looking. I said, I don't blame you. And I got rid of the building. You don't want to get into war zones. They're attractive in the sense that you get them for cheap. But at the end of the day, they can be much more headaches than you need to. And you don't have to use war zones to make money. There are people that make money in war zones. They are okay dealing with all of that stuff. You don't have to do it, and you can be very successful. And even if you're keeping it for a short time, I don't want war zone properties. Okay. So those are the ones you want to learn, want to avoid, the kind of stuff you want to avoid. Now, want to learn how to find these sellers. We talked about high equity sellers. If you want to learn, we can show you how to find 5 high equity sellers in the next 14 days. Now, that is a big, bold promise. Let me explain how we're going to do that, what we do to help you find 5 sellers in the next 14 days. We're going to show you how to choose the best areas around you, not by guessing, not by being hopeful. You don't have to go all over the country. You can literally do everything you need to do in a 50-mile radius of where you live. And I don't care where you live, you can do this same thing. We're going to show you 2 ways to market without breaking the bank. So you don't have to spend every dollar you've ever made to market to find these properties. And you'll be able to do it one of these 2 ways. Okay, we're going to learn what to say to get sellers to tell you their real motivation. Why are they talking to you? Why did they call you? Why are they reaching out? We're going to show you what to say to those sellers to get them to get, and we're going to do it in a way where sellers know the questions that investors ask. We ask them in a way where it completely catches them off guard. We've even got a question that we can ask sellers to get them to do owner financing, and they never see it coming. Okay, so we'll show you that kind of stuff. Now, this is a $99 quick turn sprint. That's what this is. You're going to use this to talk to 5 or more high equity sellers in the next 14 days. Okay, this is what we teach you. You're going to get our scripts of what to say. You're going to get the list of who to talk to, how to find these people, how to do the pre-marketing that I talked about, all the stuff you do before you before you even start looking for sellers. You're going to get the mail process, and you're going to get a tracker to track your results. Now, before you say, oh, I don't know, it includes daily check-ins and accountability steps so you don't stall, because I don't want you to get into this and then say, I can't do this. This is too much for me or whatever, and you can't really follow it and do all of that stuff. Most importantly, if you follow all the steps, if you follow everything that we're talking about, you can earn your $99 back. So if you follow all the steps, go through everything, and you get the results or don't get the results, you can earn your $99 back. The biggest thing is that you take action. And the reason we did this is 2 reasons. One, we want you to take action. I'm more concerned about you taking action. I want to work with people that take action. I do not want to work with people that say, oh, it's great, I got into this, and then they never do anything. We are willing to give you the $99 back if you follow the steps and work through it, because we're confident that it works. And then once you do these steps, once you go with us and work with us further, you'll see our full process and you'll see what's valuable, because honestly, we have a reason for doing this. We want you to become successful in this, make some money in single family houses so that you can go with us to work in commercial. We do commercial deals, larger deals, and we buy them as a group. And we're working to build an army of people that buy these commercial deals with us. But in order to do that, you got to build up some cash. This will allow you to build up some cash and kind of get going. Okay. So you're going to talk to 5 high equity sellers in the next 14 days. We're going to give you everything you need to do that so that you can follow along and do that whole process. Now, to get started, if you're interested in this, just comment equity in the chat and I will get you the sign up link. I'll share that with you. If you comment equity in the chat down below, and if you enroll today, you will get all the details and everything. You can literally start today. It will give you the day 0 setup. It'll tell you what to do today, right now, to get started, and you'll start this process. It is not hard. It is not something that most people can't do. It's not any kind of tricks. It's a simple process, but it's for someone that's willing and ready to take action. Okay? It's a no-risk way to learn, practice, and make real progress. If you've been sitting on the sidelines and thinking that you want to get into this, but you're not sure, this is about the safest way to get in and kind of see what it is about and get into the process, and you're not risking anything. Okay? Let's get you talking to sellers and winning your first deal in 14 days. Okay? So that is my whole thing. If you want it, like I said, comment equity down below and I will put the link in the chat. All right. So that is my presentation. What I usually do at this time is I will answer some questions and kind of see if you guys have anything to go over or something you're not sure of. If you have questions, raise your hand or put in a comment. Hold on. Chris just asked how I'm in the 14-day sprint. I completed the 10.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, is this
Shit,
Chris?
hell, I don't know it. How you doing?
Let me mute this. I can. Let me mute somebody. All right. So what Chris asked, email the ones that work. Is there anything else at this point? Yes. So Chris, no, there's nothing else you need to do. I know they do have your information, so they should be setting up your mail. You'll get an email probably tomorrow saying that everything is set up for you and you're good to go. You did everything that you're supposed to. Make sure you do your post. You're supposed to do post. You were supposed to do your post and everything. I haven't seen them. You might have done them and I just didn't see them. But yeah, go ahead and do your post and everything else. But Chris, you're doing an excellent job and I see you moving along. So you're doing great. All right. So any questions on this process or what's involved? I'll tell you this. If you're worried about, a lot of people ask, hey, when looking for properties. Oh, Angela, okay, hold on one second. Angela, let me get you the link. Hold on one second. All right, Angela, I just sent you the link. Mike, when looking for properties to target, are we looking for only high equity or other factors like high equity and foreclosure? No. Good question. No, we are not. Mike asked, when looking for properties to target, are we looking for only high equity or other factors like high equity and foreclosure and absentee? So we are not looking for foreclosures. Foreclosures, when you are in foreclosure, you have a different mindset. That is not what we're looking for. We're looking for people that legitimately want to sell. So we'll go over the full details, but no, we are not looking for foreclosure. I don't care about absentee. People that live in the house, people that don't live in the house, they still want to sell. The number one factor is high equity. The foreclosure, I don't look for foreclosures or let me clear that up. I don't look for anything that is a stress for someone to sell. So foreclosures, tax liens, city code violations, any of that negative stuff, I don't really deal with. I don't think you need to. I don't think you, in all honesty, you can do this. And there are more than enough people that own a house. Let me give you some examples. A seller that inherited a house from their mother or their parents, and they live out of state and they want to sell the house, but they don't feel like going back to the state to deal with it. That's a situation where it's not going to show up on any of those lists, but those people want to sell their house and they don't want to deal with it and they're willing to cut a deal. A seller that bought a rehab and then they ran out of money. They started the rehab, they ran out of money, and now the property is just costing them money. We do those all the time, and they will sell because people think they're going to have a decent contractor. The contractor runs off with money. The contractor does a crappy job on the rehab, and we buy those properties. People that are relocating, they got a new job that transferred them to, Texas, and they're from Florida. They want to sell, and they don't want to have two houses, one in Florida, one in Chicago, or one in Texas, or wherever they're at. So there are all kinds of situations where people have situations that are not going to show up under distress. We have to stop thinking that distress is the best way. It is legitimately. And here's the thing. Everybody's looking for distress. Everybody in your market is looking for distress. If you ever go into foreclosure, I'm not suggesting you go into foreclosure, but if you're ever in foreclosure, you will get 16,000 letters saying, we want to buy your house. Why would I want to compete with 16,000 letters? When you own a house free and clear, and you just decide that the guy that we're talking to, like I said, that his son died and he just wants to sell the house. How many letters do you think he gets? How many calls do you think he gets? He gets literally none. He gets, David said 17,000, right? Or what are you saying, David? They get 17,000. Yeah, they get seven. When you're in foreclosure, you get 20,000 letters all the time. Yes. And why would I want to compete with that? Instead, I want to be where nobody is at, or very few people at. Compare that to free and clear. Let's say 3 people or 4 people are sending to free and clear. And your thought might be, well, it's free and clear. They probably don't want to sell. That's what everybody thinks. That's what everybody thinks. And so they don't do it. The money is there. You're just not taking advantage. I have made my career of finding those houses where there was no stress. The seller is happy. Sellers, when we close, I've had sellers give me hugs afterwards and say, thank you for me not having to deal with this. Thank you for just making this easy. It does not have to be stress does not just come from foreclosure. Foreclosure and absentee, all that's a buzzword that's meant to get you excited. It's not the best way, in my opinion. It's not the best. There are much better ways, okay? For sale by owners. No, I don't like for sale by owners. If they have the criteria and they are for sale by owner, they might get some of my stuff, but I don't force them to. I don't think it's something they have to do. I'm going to put the link in the chat just in case anybody wants to sign up for the $99 sprint. Like I said, it is $99. If you follow the steps, you get your money. You can earn your money back if you follow all the steps and complete it, whether you get the result or not. But it's meant to get you started and see that you're going to take action. So that's the link if you want to get onto the sprint. So no, the for sale by owners, that's not a primary reason that I'm looking for. because just because they're selling it by owner doesn't mean that if they have what I want, if they've got equity, then yeah, I might talk to them, but that's not my main reason. So I hope that makes sense. Now, you might say, well, how do I get enough of these deals? Here's the thing. When you learn to market to the right properties in the right areas, you will sell them faster. That's the first thing. You will be able to negotiate better profit on the deal. That's the other thing. My average profit and my average profit is about 35,000 or better on a deal. Now you might say that's not a lot of money, 35,000, but here's the thing. That 35,000 takes me usually about 4 phone calls, and I never leave my house to do that deal. So I can do 7 of those deals in a month, and I cannot miss a bead of sweat off my brow because I can do them easily, and they're very fast, and I don't have to go over there fixing them up. I don't have to visit the house. Most of the properties that we get and our students get, they never go see the house. They never physically step foot in the house. They never physically seen the house, and they're still able to do deals and turn profit. And when you do that, you can turn quantity over quality. Now, that doesn't mean we don't get occasionally a 50,000, a 80,000, $100,000 deal. We get those. I just had a student a couple of months ago do $175,000 profit deal. She did 175,000. The student that's doing one of my other students that's doing a deal right now, she did $134,000 on her first deal. She's now working on another deal. She's probably going to do somewhere around 108 to 120, something in there on her next deal. These deals they're all there. They're all available for you to do. It's just a matter if you know where to look and you're willing to be diligent with it. The other thing is being persistent. Can you be persistent with this? Can you do this in a way where, look, I'm going to do this, I'm going to follow the process, and I'm going to stick with it? A lot of people struggle with this whole shiny object syndrome. They hear the next thing, and the next thing sounds really easy, and they're thinking, maybe I should do the next thing. You can do the next thing, but everything is going to have its challenges. It's like learning something. Did you get multiplication the first time you did it? If you're like regular people, no, you didn't. You had to learn it and practice it and mess up and keep going at it and get it until you did. But once you got it, you can do it like that because you got it down set. That's what you have to do with this process. This process doesn't require you to get dirty. I'm not going to have you running to Home Depot every weekend. I'm not going to have you running behind and your car looks like a whole Home Depot inside the car. You can do this process and it's not going to be that kind of work. Your work will require you to do 2 things. Three things. 1, set up your marketing. 2, answer the phone. When they call you, answer the phone. Don't let it go to voicemail. Answer the phone. And then 3, talk to the seller. And you don't have to be hard and mean and talk to them. You just have to talk to them. Most of my students are women, and they don't consider themselves very aggressive when they're talking to sellers. You don't have to be very aggressive. My wife does a lot of the talking to sellers. And she doesn't have to be very aggressive. You just have to ask the right questions that actually matter. I'm not going to ask you questions about, your neighborhood. I don't need to ask you questions about your neighborhood. I need to ask questions about the property, your value on that property, and the situation when it's time. You ask them in the right order, they will open up to you like a book. You ever started talking to somebody and they're telling you something, and then after 20 minutes, they're telling you about their kids and the dog and everything? The guy that's selling the house, the 80-something-year-old guy, he told me about his retirement. He's talking about his kid that died. I know how his son died. He's talking about the mother of his kid, his son's mother, his daughter-in-law. He's talking about the kid. He's telling me everything. And while he's doing that, he's telling me about the house and why he's really motivated. It's not hard. It's just a matter of, are you going to do it? Now, if you are, and this is, to me, and I'll say this is a job replacer. If you're somebody that's concerned about your job, or if you're going to stay on your job, how many of these deals do you need to turn a profit? How many of these deals? One of my students, Kyra, did her first deal. She turned a $50,000 profit on her first deal. Now, I'm not saying that's replacing her whole income, but that was one deal. It took her a couple of months to do it. She's doing more deals as we speak now. Yolanda, one of my students, her first deal, she did $134,000 on her first deal. She replaced her annual income on one deal. Imagine doing, now I'm not saying you should do one deal and then replace your income and then stop working for the rest of the year, but you can do that, and then you've got the breathing room to grow your business and keep doing it. And it all starts with this $99 sprint, because that's the first steps to get started. But if you can't make that kind of commitment, then you're probably not going to follow through. And it's not like this is tough, but it's going to require you to do a little bit of work. You got to do something to get a different result than what you've gotten. Does that make sense? Any questions? That's my spiel. Any questions for me before I move on? Any questions about the sprint? Any questions about how we find these deals? Any questions about any of this stuff? Okay. Any questions for me? If not, what's the next step? And Mike asked, what's the next step after the sprint? So at the end of the sprint, the best thing to do is get on a call with us. You will talk to me or one of my team. We will talk to you about working with us to do this full process, to go through the full process, negotiation, getting the contracts, financing the deal, closing a deal, getting your first check. And then hopefully from there, we can talk to you about even going further and eventually going into commercial with us. We'll do that and we'll kind of walk you through that stuff. And you can do all of this stuff. We have great options to get you started where it's not going to be, you're dropping $100,000 with us before we tell you anything. That's why we do the $99 sprint with the ability to get your money, earn your money back, because we want to show you that, hey, we're legitimate. What we're telling you to do is legitimate. And as long as you follow it, you will have success, if that makes sense. Okay. So that's the process. And we'll kind of get you rolling from there and we'll grow from there. And if it makes sense, we'll take you on to working with us in commercial and doing those kind of deals. Okay. All right. So I hope that answers the question, Mike. Any other questions for me that I need to go over or discuss? Did all this information make sense for you? Okay, good. Good. Did all this information make sense for you? Is this the only cost of the program? So that good question, David. This is the cost to start talking to the sellers. If this is the only required cost, there's two options for you. Let me be clear. There's the door example and the desk example. If you do the desk process in this sprint, there's two ways you can do it: the door knocking and the desk. If you do the desk version where you're not going to leave your desk, then there is a small fee for marketing, which is just paying for your marketing. It's not going to us other than to pay for the marketing you're going to put out. Once you do this, you're going to start talking to sellers. If you want our help beyond that, once because a lot of people, their biggest concern is, I want to try to find deals. If you need help beyond that, then we'll talk to you about working with us, in our group, or we can work with you one-on-one, depending on what you want to do. It depends on where your goals are and where you want to go. We'll talk to you about that. You don't have to do any of that stuff if you don't want to, but we're there if you want that additional support, and we'll walk you through actually doing this whole process. So that's what I would suggest. Lajana Carter, did you say I do? You have a question? If you got a question, Lajana, then either unmute yourself or you can ask it in the chat. Either one. Let me know. That was your okay. That was your question. Okay, is that the only cost? So this is the first cost. Is for the 14-day sprint. There is no must pay cost after that. I want additional help, or Art, I got this seller and I'm ready to not even negotiate. I'm ready to finance it and everything else. If you want that help from us, then yeah, we can get you set up. We'll talk to our team and we'll show you the next steps with that. But you don't have to have that. If you're comfortable with it, we'll show you the process. It's not hard, and you'll go through it and do your first deals. And then once you start making some money, and here's the thing, some of you are going to say, well, what about credit? What about I don't have a lot of money to put on a down payment. Don't worry about that. Worry about the deal. I've literally not had money in my bank account at times, and I was still able to do a deal because I know how to put together the right deal. If you know how to put together the right deal, you will be able to get the financing. I don't care what your credit is at. I got students right now that have credits in the 500s. They shouldn't be able to do anything. And they're doing deals right now all day, every day. And they're doing them. Now, what I will suggest is after you do your first deal and you've made some money, use some of that money and get your credit in order, because when your credit is in order, you can fly. You can do that many more deals that much faster. But you don't need that to get started. It's not going to stop you. The only thing stopping you is either you not taking the commitment, or you saying, hey, I don't think I can do this, or you just don't want to do it. But the credit and your money that you have up front is not going to stop you. And what's the risk? Are you saying that literally going through this $99 to see if this works, to try it out, to follow the steps, and then if it doesn't work and you follow the steps and you get your money back, you wasted your time finding out and learning this process, versus if it does work, you're better off. You're better. You have a skill set that you can use to start earning some more money and earning significant money without taking on a ton of risk. Okay. All right, guys. So that's it for the.
Or I do have. Okay.
Who is this?
So in this LaJohn again,
Okay.
in the
Hey, what's
first
up?
14 days, if you get say if you have the fish on the hook, right?
Yep.
After the 14 days, then what? If we already was successful in that first 14 days, but I'm sure we're not gonna be able to do the whole process in the first 14 days. So
So, so you'll get with when you do the sprint, you'll get everything to get through the contract and everything else. So we'll give you all of that stuff to get started. If you want additional help, at the end of the 14 days, we sit down and have a call with you, and we'll talk to you about where you're at, what help you need, what it looks like if we help you versus what it looks like if you. We'll give you some advice. If you want to go it alone, that's fine. We'll tell you this is what you need to do. Either way, we'll help you. And you can do, even if you go to that next level, we've got financing options to work with us on a bigger, and it's not, it's not 10, 15, $20,000 to work with us. It's very affordable, and we've got financing options. Some of those options allow you to pay nothing up front, and you can actually get started, do your deal, and then pay it off when you finish your deal. So I kind of give everybody as much opportunity to be successful with this as possible. But the caveat with that is that you got to do it. I don't care how comfortable you are watching videos. If you don't do the stuff, you're not going to get results. But I will tell you that, and you're going to feel, some people are going to feel silly. This doesn't work. I don't know if this works. I felt silly when I started too. I felt like I don't know if this is really worth it. And I did my first deal. Our first deal we made $20,000. It took us about 60 days to make $20,000. And we didn't came out of no money out of pocket. I did not put a dollar into it. In fact, the only thing I did do with this house was I went over to the house and I met the inspector when we were buying it. No, when we were selling it, I'm sorry. When we were selling the property, I met the inspector and he just verified that everything was okay. The house was not falling apart. It was a very nice house. We sold that property and we made $20,000 on the tip, right? It wasn't $20,001. It was exactly $20,000 that we made on this property. And that was all profit. And I felt silly all the way up until I realized I was getting a $20,000 check. And that was when I didn't know what I was doing exactly. And we did 20,000. The next deal, we've done deals as large as I've done a 27 property portfolio. And we bought that portfolio for under 900,000. It was like 800 and something $1,000 that we bought it. When we remember, I told you this whole thing was making your money on the profit on the way in. Those same 27 properties, when we bought them, the day we bought them for under 900,000. They were worth $3.1 million the day we bought them. We sold 8 of them to the tenants that were already in the houses, and we sold the rest of them to everybody. And we made over $1 million. We made easily over $1 million. We made close to $2 million, and it took us 4 months to do that. Now, with that one, we did have some money, but we used money that we had made from doing other single family deals, but it pushed our business to another level. And there are deals out there like that. This guy was literally an older guy. He had cancer. His wife did not want him to spend the rest of his life, the last few years of his life, dealing with rental property. He sold his entire rental property portfolio, and he just wanted to get it and get cash quickly. And he went to Paris. He ended up to his wife. Him and his wife went to Paris when just to go to Paris. I don't think they lived in Paris, but they went to go to Paris. We put the deal together, and like I said, we did over $1 million in profit on that, and it took us 4 months. This is not, and here's the thing: I did not have the money to buy. Let me be clear, because I don't want anybody. You had $800,000. I did not have $800,000 to buy this portfolio. But remember what I told you: if the deal is good, the financing will not be a problem. And the deal was good, and the financing was not a problem at all. We were able to put the financing together. It took us about a month to put the finance together. It took us 3 months to sell the properties, and we walked away with over $1 million profit. Okay. And I don't say that to brag, because I'm not bragging. What do you mean it's not letting you click on it? It should be letting you click on what is it? What's not letting you click on what? I can tell you, Lejana. So it's not a process. It's not something you can't do, but what I will say is that it's possible, but you just got to take the action and actually do it. Oh, down at the bottom, you got to agree to the terms down at the bottom, and then it should let you click on everything. Edna said card number. I'm not sure. It might be that it's telling you at the bottom to click on the agreement before you can put in the card number information. So I'll check on that. But so yeah, it's a real process. It works. It's a real deal. It's not something that is scary or is it something you can't do. You just have to take the action and actually get to it. All right, guys. So I'm going to end it here. I think I've answered everything you guys have had. If you are having, I have a 27 property in South Carolina, now straight to own a 22 single families, 5 lots, and cannot find a buyer. Owner willing to take seller financing. Wow. Well, then you should definitely. Now I don't know the numbers on that. You know, if you want to talk about it, I can't see. If you want to talk about it, we can. I don't partner with people, but if you want, we can do a one-on-one. I can talk to you about, they're mostly vacant. Okay, I can talk to you about how to put this together. There are definitely fine. I don't know your situation. If you want to talk about it one-on-one, you can get the Sprint. That'll give you access to us. And then you can talk to us about it and we can talk to you about how to put that deal together. I do deals like that all the time, and I can tell you, you can do those deals provided the numbers are good. I don't know your numbers, so it sounds like you could have something, but I would have to talk to you more directly. Okay. If you want to do the desk version, you'll see after you sign up with the $99 Sprint, you can add the desk version on. It'll come on the next page, and that's a good way to get started as well. And we'll get you guys going and see you do some deals. If you came in late, we will be putting this out as a replay tomorrow, so you will get the replay and you can sign up and watch the full thing tomorrow. All right, guys, I wish you the best. I will talk to you later. And as always, happy hunting. See you guys later. Thanks for being on the call. Bye-bye. I think I got everything set up. Make sure. All right, good. We'll be getting started in 1 second. Just let me know you're here and that everything is working. Say hello in the chat. Let me know what part of the country you're in, so we can get going. People are coming in still. Let me get that set up. Where's that? There we go. All right, we're going to get started in about another 1 minute. I'm just going to give people a chance to get in here, and then we're going to get going. Dennis from Texas. All right, Dennis. I've seen you. Dennis, good to see you. Nicole from Oakland, California. All right, very nice. Oakland, California. Your market is crazy right now because you are in California. Oakland is actually pretty good. So I'm familiar with the markets, a lot of the markets, because I deal with a lot of people in different markets. So we'll be getting started in 1 second. So have any of you tried to finance real estate deals recently? Felicia from Maryland. Good to see you, Felicia. Have any of you all tried to finance real estate deals recently, or how did that go for you? Have you had any success with it? Let's see. Update. This should be running. Okay, let's see. I think I should see it now. Next streaming. All right, so we're gonna go ahead. Okay, no, you haven't. All right, good. Well, that's fine. I'm gonna show you how you can do that pretty quickly and get deals going. And we can kind of get into that and show you how that whole process works. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this. In this training, we're going to be talking about how to stop letting money hold you back. If you feel money is holding you back, this is going to be groundbreaking for you, because it's going to let you see that money is not the issue when you're trying to buy real estate. It is actually not that big of an issue. All right, let's see. Let's get into this. It's not that big of an issue. I don't know why I can't get my Instagram to go live. All right, we'll get it. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this. Go ahead and get started. Tonight we're going to be talking about financing. So how to stop letting money hold you back from real estate and what that looks like. So first thing we do is we're going to start all the way at the beginning, and I mean that to say, I want to make sure we're all on the same page when we start talking about real estate. We use what's called the quick turn process. Now, there are a lot of ways to make money in real estate. And I know there are a lot of people that get on these calls, and you've seen people on calls and they tell you how they do all these different things. They do group homes, they do this, that, and the other, all these different ways to make money in real estate. And I'm not saying that those don't work. There are a lot of ways to make money in real estate. What I am telling you is that with all of those ways to make money, you need to pick one way to actually make money. You can try to do it a bunch of different ways. You can try to get into a bunch of different stuff. But the problem is a lot of people get started in 16 different ways, and then they never actually do anything because they never started on one specific process. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a process no matter where you start at. And the sooner you pick one and go at that one, the better off you are, because you can get started, you can actually see it working, and you learn the problems and the headaches and everything that go along with any specific way you go. So the process is one of the ways that will help you with financing and how to get your financing together, choosing the right process. The thing about Quick Turn is it is a fast and simple and easy way to get started. We are not holding properties. We are not renting properties out. We are not rehabbing properties. We are buying them and then turning around and quickly selling them. So that's one of the things that's different from us. And what that does is that protects you from a couple of things. It protects you from the market changing and numbers like turning around and crashing, and then you don't know what you can do. And then it also protects you from getting into a deal and putting $20,000 into the rehab, and then you can't get out of the deal, and it becomes a whole headache and a whole problem. You won't have those issues with what we're going to talk about and what we're doing. Okay, so that's one of the biggest things that'll be make it easier for you to choose. The next thing is tonight we're going to talk about how to fund deals without your own money. Now, I'm not going to say you can do deals without your own money all the time. Sometimes you will need to spend a little bit of your money. The most important deal that you do in real estate is going to be, hey, Santos, good to see you. The most important deal that you can do in real estate is the deal that you start off on, the first one you do. When you do the first deal, that's going to be the biggest one because that's the scariest one. You don't know if it's going to work. You don't know if you can get your money together. You don't know how you're going to finance it. It's not as hard as you think if you follow the process we're going to lay out tonight. Tonight, we're going to discuss how to get those deals, how to finance them, and how to easily know that you can finance everything so you don't have a big whole issue of how do I get money for deals. We're going to talk about doing it with one of four processes. So specifically on financing deals, we're going to be talking about only 4 ways to finance almost every deal. You don't need 20 ways. You don't need to be creative and do all of these subject to and all this other stuff. That works if you don't have the right deals. I'm going to show you how to get profitable deals and then turn around and sell those deals quickly. And you can do it with one financing source out of these 4. So it makes it very easy. It's hard to mess up and it's not going to be that much trouble. Okay. Now, most investors think when they get into real estate, their first thing is that money is going to come first. They think that I got to have the money. I got to know exactly how I'm going to finance this deal, how I'm going to do it. And that is what's going to get me to my deal and what's going to make me successful, getting to the money first. Money is not your biggest issue. The biggest myth is I need money before I can invest. That is just not completely true. You need some money. Money helps. It doesn't hurt, but it is not going to be the biggest factor to your success. What actually matters is your knowledge and how you structure your deals. In a few minutes, I'm going to talk to you about lenders and what they actually really want when they're doing a deal with you, because it is not that you have a lot of money. Lenders don't care if you have a lot of money. Lenders don't care that much if you have great credit. I'm not going to say they don't care at all. It's just the right lenders. A lot of people are going through traditional routes when they look for financing, and that's what's slowing you down. You just have to find the right lenders. Real estate is built on leverage, not savings. Nobody in real estate says, how much have you saved up before we'll talk to you about doing a deal? Maybe on a traditional deal, but not when you're doing investing. So we're going to talk about that. You only need to know how funding works. Hey, Ronald, good to see you. You only need to know how funding works. Once you know how funding works and why lenders fund deals, you'll be able to see that this isn't that hard. Funding is one of the easiest parts of solving. The bigger challenge that when people get into working with us and when we show them how to build a business, the bigger challenge is getting them to overcome different things they thought in their mind, like how much they're going to spend, how much they're going to spend on marketing, how long does marketing take? What is marketing going? It's just a bunch of different things. Funding and financing is not the biggest issue. Okay. Tonight's goal, we want to remove the fear around financing. Now, just by a show of hands, or you can say me, how many of you all are thinking that funding is what's stopping you from going into real estate? How many of you all want to get into real estate, but think that the reason you can't is because your credit isn't where it needs to be? You don't have money for a down payment. You're not sure what you're going to do. Is that what's holding you back? Because if so, then you are at the right place and this is going to help you. Okay. So let's talk about the simple strategy that doesn't require you to be rich. Okay, good. Very good. So this is not, you're going to learn a very important lesson tonight that's hopefully going to help you and push you farther and get you farther along in your process. And I think that most people will be very happy with this. Okay. So, first thing is, here's the process. You buy it, you own it, and then you sell it fast. Now, that goes against conventional wisdom because I'm sure a lot of you have heard of wholesale. And with wholesale, you're thinking that, hey, I got to buy it, I got to keep it for, or put it on the contract, and then I'm going to turn around and sell it. I don't actually own it. Or you're thinking of rehabbing where you buy it and then you turn around and do some work on it. You'd say, okay, I'm going to quickly sell it that way. This is you buy it, you sell it, and then you sell it fast. It's kind of a hybrid between wholesale and retail investing, but it works really well. Next is no rehabs, no tenants, or long holds. Now, I'm not telling you you don't have to do this. I'm telling you you should not do this. You should not be doing a rehab on your property. You don't need to. If you buy it right, you don't need to rehab at all. And I'm going to talk to you about that. You don't have to deal with tenants. The only tenants that we typically deal with are tenants when we're trying to get rid of a property and we've inherited a tenant. So somebody that the old owner had a tenant already in the house and we want to get rid of that tenant or we want to sell it to that tenant. That's the only time we deal with tenants. We're not screening tenants. We're not trying to see who has the best security deposit, who has 3 times the income. That's not our job. And finally, no long holds. We don't have any part of our strategy that requires us to hold the property for very long. It just does not make sense and it's not necessary. And there's too many X factors. You've seen what's going on in the economy today. We don't know where housing is going to be in 5 years. So I don't want to hold the property and then hopefully it's worth more in 5 years. So no long holds. We're going to know that our numbers are solid today and sell it today. Now, the next thing is you're going to use financing the right way. When you use financing the right way, lenders will bend over backwards to give you money. And I mean that in all sincerity. They will bend over backwards. The problem is most people don't have a good deal and they wonder why lenders don't want to loan them money. And the simple answer is because your deal isn't that good and you're asking them to take a huge risk when there's no reason for them to take this huge risk because of the fact it doesn't benefit them. You want to make it so that it benefits both you and the lender, if that makes sense. Okay. That's the biggest thing. Then we want to get in fast. We want to get out and we want to learn about fast learning equals fast profit. This process is not hard. It doesn't take a rocket science to do it. It just takes you actually taking action and doing it. Okay. We use this to bridge into commercial real estate. So once you start making some money in single family real estate, you can go into commercial real estate. Commercial real estate is your long-term money. I honestly don't feel that single family real estate is the best way to generate short-term or to generate long-term wealth. Single family real estate is not a long-term investment to me. It is if you're going to live in the house. That's fine. Because you're getting the benefit of living there. If you're buying it to rehab it or do any of that stuff, this is definitely not the best way to get long-term wealth. There are much better ways, and they usually are around commercial real estate. We're not going to talk about that directly today, but that's how we're going. We're going from single family and then using that money in commercial, and there's a bunch of benefits with that. So let's talk about how speed and leverage are greater than savings, okay? Greater than the money. You don't need 20% down. Now, how many of you all thought that you needed 20% down to buy property, to get into a deal? You needed 20%. That is not the case, okay? You don't need full bank approval. When you know how to set your deals up, you will either not use a bank or you will use a bank and they don't care about you. They care about the deal. And this is not hard money lenders. I'm going to talk to you about something different. The funding follows good deals. If you have a good deal, I guarantee you, you will be able to get financing for your good deal. The problem comes when you have a bad deal and you are trying to make it make sense for your lender. And we're going to talk about how that looks in just a second. People fund deals, not dreams. This is important for some of you all because as you learn some of the stuff I'm going to talk about in a few minutes, you're going to tell people your dreams. And it's okay for you to dream. It is not okay for you to tell people your dreams and expect them to give you money because of your dreams. People don't fund dreams. They fund deals. Show them an actual deal. And the only way for you to do that is for you to start and get a deal under your belt and then get funding. Okay. Quick turn structure is designed for beginners. What we do is not designed where you have to be a seasoned, validated investor. If you are, that's great. In fact, you're actually at a slight disadvantage if you're a seasoned investor. And the reason I say that is because a lot of times you're going to have to let go of some stuff that you were probably kind of holding on to that you figured was important or this is the way you should do it. The sooner you can let that go, the sooner you can be better off when you follow this process. Okay. Now, the traditional versus non-traditional financing, which should beginners use? Now, I'm sure you all know about traditional financing, using a bank, going to a mortgage broker. Non-traditional, you might have heard of creative financing. Which one is best for a beginner? Well, the answer is actually surprising. Traditional banks are typically slow and strict and very credit heavy. That's what they usually are. They're kind of credit heavy. They want you to jump through a lot of hoops. I'm sure you've seen this where you deal with the bank and they want you to give all your paperwork. They need your blood type. They need to know everything about you before they will actually do a deal with you. So that's what you're looking at with traditional banks. But some people like going through traditional banks because that's what they know. Private lenders. Now, I don't know how many of you are familiar with private lenders. Private lenders are fast and flexible, and there's a way to get an unlimited. There are way more private lenders out in the world than there are banks. There are much more private lenders, and there's one source of private lending that is guaranteed. It is very low risk, and there's a very strong chance that they're going to say yes and work with you. So private lenders are fast and flexible. And here's the beautiful thing about private lenders. You set the terms, and they don't care about any of your credit or any of that stuff. Okay. Commercial lenders. These are lenders that focus on deal-based approvals. They want to see that you actually have a deal and that deal is beneficial to them. In other words, if you do this deal and it works right, then they will make a profit and they will want to do business with you. If you do this deal and it goes wrong, their downside is limited and it's less risky for this. Okay. Hey, Jamie from Fresno, good to see you. So it'll be less risky for you if that's the case with a commercial lender because they want to make sure that they're covered and they want to make sure even if you don't know what you're doing, they're still covered. And we're going to talk about that. Seller financing, no banks at all. You don't use any banks. And seller financing is one of the biggest banking processes in the world. You just have to know how to approach the seller right. And it's a very simple way to do it, but there's a secret thing you cannot say to sellers. And then what, in my opinion, most beginners should avoid banks. What does that look like? That kind of deal and how to identify when you see it. I will get to that in 1 second. I'll answer that at the end of the question. I'll take questions at the end of this. So I'll answer that question. Good question, by the way. Most beginners should avoid banks early. And I say that if you are lacking credit or you don't have down payment money, then you might want to avoid banks. But here's the thing. As soon as you do your first deal, you will qualify for some commercial lenders, and you probably can go from there with commercial lenders. Commercial lenders are different. We use them very heavily, and it's a very strong way to use it, as well as seller financing, private lenders, and even some traditional banks. Okay, traditional financing, when it works and when it doesn't. The truth about banks. Banks require credit and income. Now, if you don't know, the reason they require this credit and income is because they don't know if you know what you're doing. People come to banks all the time with an idea. Here's what I want to do. I want to find this house, or I want to buy this house. I'm going to fix it up. I'm going to spend $20,000 on it, and then it's going to be worth this. The bank doesn't know if that's the case. The bank doesn't know if you know how to fix up a house. The bank doesn't know if you know how to hire contractors. The bank doesn't know if you're going to get the money and run off and go to Acapulco. That's just the truth of the matter. They don't know you. So they're going to require your credit, which means you're usually responsible, and your income to show if something goes wrong, then you can cover it with your income. That's what makes it difficult. And if you're investing, this becomes extra hard because they want to see an income in addition to what you actually do with your regular deals. I mean, with your regular income, your regular money. So you're paying your mortgage, you're paying your bills. What are you doing above and beyond that? Jamie asked, consistent deal flow is what I'm looking for. What does that look like? I'm going to talk about that in 1 second. Just give me to the end, Jamie, and I can talk to you about consistency. Slow approvals. That's the other thing with banks. They offer slow approvals. It usually takes 30 to 45 days to do a closing with the bank because they have to go through title, appraisal, getting all of your stuff and checking all of that stuff. It's just a process. This works only after experience. Banks, one of the ways they protect themselves is by saying that you have some experience. Have you done this before? What if you have no experience? It's like when you try to go get a job and they tell you, you got a college degree, but you don't have any experience. And you say, well, I didn't get any experience because I was busy getting a college degree. So it's kind of a, chicken or the egg, which came first kind of situation. That's one of the things that happens with banks. These are good for long-term holds. Banks more than likely are good for commercial. That's what nobody talks about. Banks are really good for commercial deals, not so much quick turn. It's not necessary to go through a traditional bank with doing quick turn deals. Why you rarely start here is because most of the time you will not qualify. Even if you got good credit and you got good income, you need to have, in addition to both of those, you need to have a lot of savings. And that's going to be the other part that holds it up. So let's talk about a couple of non-traditional options you're in your toolbox that you can use. Commercial lenders. Commercial lenders are one of the best because here's the way commercial lenders work. They approve you once and then you're good for the year. They usually can say, okay, we'll look at your credit. We don't care about your income because we don't expect your income to pay this bill. So they usually want to see that you have half decent credit. It doesn't have to be great. And then they will say, okay, we can do a deal with you. And it depends on the deal, not you so much. They don't even look at you after they give you the pre-approval or the first look. Once they do that, they don't even look at you anymore doing deals. Private lenders are great because private lenders don't look at anything, but you have to do the legwork with private lenders. You have to set the deal up. You have to show them why it's profitable. You have to show them why it's going to be fast and they can make a good return. And you have to do everything in your power to get them their money back. And when you do, they will open up the floodgates. They will give you money. They will tell their friends who will give you money. Did you realize that people that usually have money hang out with other people that have money? They will give you money to put into other deals. And I'm not talking about when you go to a website and it says we're private lenders. I'm sure that's fine, and sure some people do that. I'm talking about individuals that were not loaning money before you came along. You tell them the terms and set it up, and then they give you the money based on those terms. Seller financing, another great way. It works exceptionally well. We use seller financing all the time. At this moment, we can usually pull about up to $2 million in private money that we can literally go to sellers and say, hey, we want to finance a deal. Partnership deals. This is another great way. Partnership deals, all of these require you to have a deal first. That is the big issue that most people don't see. They don't have a deal. They're trying to go and get lenders and tell them they're going to promise them the world when you don't know what you're going to get. So you got to start with these things, knowing these things, and then go into your deals. Okay? Funding that follows the deal, not your bank account. That is what we're looking for. Funding that follows the deal. The deal is what matters here. That's why your numbers, your credit, your income, all of that stuff is really not even secondary. It's really just off to the side if you know the right ways to set this up. So let's talk about buying properties without using your own cash. Now, before I get into this, I want to just say clearly, buying properties without your own cash is not the goal. It is just something you can use in the beginning. Once you start making some money, use some of your cash. It doesn't matter. If you believe your own hype, if you believe what you're telling these investors and saying, hey, I want to do this, I'm going to take your money and make this, put some of your money into the game, not for the investors, for yourself to do the deal faster, to get it done and get it out of the way. Because if you do it the right way, you're getting in, getting out of these deals, you're using quick turn, you're not going to be sitting in the deal very long. Usually we're sitting in the deal. If I'm sitting in the deal 90 days, that's a lot. I'm usually not sitting in a deal that long. Usually I'm sitting in the deal 20 days, 30 days, maybe 45 or 50 days. That's about it. Okay. Even in this climate, even in a slowing down climate, doesn't matter. Structure is greater than savings. Nobody cares about your savings because your savings can run out. Your deal structure is what matters. You got to learn to structure the deal properly. Terms matter more than price. Terms matter to the seller. Terms matter to the bank. Terms matter to everybody more than the price. The price is not as important. You can get a good price too, but the terms are going to matter much more. The biggest thing that's important to get you deal success is solving the seller's problem. Sellers have problems, and I'm going to talk to you briefly when we get into the questions. I'll talk to you briefly about the type of sellers we look for and the type of problems they have. Solving the seller's problem is what will make you money if you find the right properties. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Money flows to solutions. If you are providing a solution and getting a good number, money will flow to you. I have a student right now that had a deal. She did not know how she was going to close the deal. She didn't have the money. She was able to reach out in our network, and one of the other students came to her because the deal made sense, and they did the deal together, and they split $175,000 profit. And that's because they were able to work together, and the deal made sense. This strategy works even with low credit. Your credit is not the main factor. Now, what I will say is once you do a deal or two and you get some money, your credit is going to it's going to be the thing that makes a difference. You got to use your credit. You got to get your credit established once you get past, I don't have any money. You know, everybody looks at, I don't have any money, and then they make some money and then they take it and spend it. Spend it on getting your credit in order so you can do more deals. Okay. An easy way quick turn can structure deals. Seller waits for their cash. That's one of the ways that we can structure deals. Sellers can wait for their cash. A lot of sellers, the way we find deals, they don't always want their cash right now, or they don't need their cash, I should say, right now. You can just ask them to wait for their cash. Using this exact process, you can get 0% financing. We get 0% financing on deals all the time, and we've gotten our students to get 0% financing. We get short-term financing with no payment. So no payment on the loan or while we have it or anything like that. They never check credit. Sellers never check credit. Now, you got to be a person of integrity. Just because they don't check credit doesn't mean, oh, I can screw this person, or oh, I don't have to pay them back, or oh, I can just do whatever. You want to do what you're supposed to do because one, you should have integrity. And then two, at the same time, you want to have where people, when they deal with you, they have a good taste in their mouth after they dealt with you. Reputation is far more important than making a few dollars. Your reputation matters a lot more. The other thing with this is no down payment is typically required. When you negotiate with the seller, a lot of times you don't need down payment. So that's 0% financing, no payment, no credit check, and no down payment just by negotiating and talking with the seller. Commercial lender, the fastest path for beginners. Ask lenders, why do lenders even require down payments? And I talked about this because they don't trust you. And it's not that they don't trust you, they don't trust what you're telling them. You got to pitch this in a way that makes sense for them. I'll give you an example of this because this is how this plays in. Lenders don't like you to give them the risk. So let's say I go to a lender and a house is $100,000 right now. And I say, hey, lender, this house fixed up is worth $200,000. I need $20,000 to fix it up. So loan me $120,000 and then I'm going to buy it and fix it up and then I'll sell it and make $200,000. That is risky for the lender because you're asking them to give you $120,000 right now on a property that's worth $100,000. Now I know some of you are going to say, well, they're not going to give you the $20,000. You got to fix it up and then they'll pay you back. They still have to earmark that money and hold it for you so that when you do the work, they got to give it to you. And they're at 100% on the house. So the house is worth 100,000. You're asking them to loan you 100,000. That's risky for them. Okay. You can de-risk your deals by making better deals. Let me give you an example of what this looks like. De-risking your deals means that instead of me buying that $100,000 house for $100,000 and then turning around and selling it for $200,000, I'm going to buy it at $60,000 and it's worth $60,000 today, and then I'm going to turn around and sell it for $100,000 or $105,000. I don't have to wait. Let's look at how that looks to a lender. You buy a house that's worth $100,000 right now as it stands. You're only asking me for $60,000. Even if you have no idea what you're doing, when you get this $60,000 from me, I have a house it's secured by a house that's worth $100,000. It's lower risk to me as a lender. And then you're not fixing it up. You're just turning around and selling it. So yes, that's easy. Do I understand that you can just turn around and sell it? Yes, that's easy risk for me, for a lender. I would want a loan on that deal because I'm taking less risk compared to being at full value. And what if you tear the house up while you started the rehab and ran out of money, which is very common? Okay. Build relationships and they will give you the world. Yes, everything revolves around the deal. The deal is what makes your financing easier. It's what makes you more money. It's what makes you able to do the next deal. People don't focus on the deal enough. A lot of people are just happy to get some real estate and say, hey, I own a piece of real estate or I bought a rental property. That's like the most unimportant thing. That's the relationships are what matter. Okay. Works perfectly for quick turn acquisitions. Lenders love quick turn because they understand that we're buying it and getting out of it quickly, and then we're going to get their money back to them and then do it again on the next deal. Okay. Private lenders, I want to touch on this again. These are not lenders, but relationships. These are relationships. These are people. They are not lenders by trade. You're not going to talk to them like a lender. They're expecting you to be the expert and you to go to them and say, hey, this is what I'm offering. This is how much you'll make. This is how long it will take. This is where your money's going to be secure. So it's not just floating out in space. This is what matters. This will let them loan. This is what will allow them to loan you money and feel comfortable. They will not do it otherwise. There are many more private lenders than banks. There are literally millions of private lenders, and you just don't know it. You more than likely know a private lender. Now, they may not be willing to loan you money, and you might say to yourself, well, they're not going to loan me money. They're a tightwad. Show them how they can make money. Show them the benefit to them. Then they will talk. Then they look at you differently. They look at you as somebody that can make them money, not somebody who's asking them for something. And that's how you approach it. You can't go to them until you have a deal. I don't care if you are the best salesman. If I told you, oh, I'm going to find this deal and it's going to be amazing, and you're going to be able to do all this stuff with all the money you make, they don't care. Show them numbers, solid numbers on a real deal that you are working on. Then you can talk to them, not before. You get to set the terms. We have a very clear process. It's not complicated. You set the terms, you put it in writing, give it to them. They will go forward and you can close a deal. And this can happen in days. It's very fast. Okay. No credit or cash is needed with private lenders. Now, I'm not talking about a private lender website that says we are private lenders. I'm talking about relationships and how to find those relationships. And they're not hard. And I guarantee you, everybody has them. Okay. The real secret nobody tells beginners. So if you're a beginner, listen up. Money chases good deals. Okay? There is an abundance of money out here for good deals. You have to get good. You have to get the skill set of finding good deals. Lenders care about equity, not you. No lender cares about your credit. No lender cares about your income. They only care because they're scared you're not going to do what you're supposed to do. They don't care about equity. I mean, they don't care about you. They care about the equity. Clean homes in good areas get funded fast. The deals that I'm talking about, these are not properties that are falling apart and hard to get to. And oh my goodness, this looks horrible. These are clean deals in good areas that make sense. Okay. You bring the opportunity, not the dollars. The dollars will follow from there. Okay. Your job is to find high equity sellers. What is a high equity seller? It is somebody who has a lot of equity in their property today, and then you're going to negotiate for some of that equity. Okay, if that makes sense. I'll give you an example of a deal. Now, my assistant put this together. I'm not sure that they put everything the way they should, but it should have a picture of a property here. Let's see. This property that I'm going to talk about, we got a lead from marketing. We market regularly. We got a lead from marketing. Somebody called in, said they were interested in selling the house. This gentleman was actually an 80-year-old gentleman. He bought a property for his kids and, well, his son. His son died. And his son's family was living in the property, but because the son died, they decided to relocate and they were moving out of the property. So the gentleman was ready to sell. He said he did not want to keep the house. He did not want to rent it out. He was not interested in it. So this is the situation. We went to this seller and we said, we can buy this house. We bought this property at about 55 cents on the dollar. So about 55. So let's say it was $100,000. We bought it for, let's say, 55,000. I'm not going to go into exact numbers. But we bought this property from this person and we got them to accept terms, meaning that we did not pay them right away. So we didn't come up with any down payment. We didn't come up with any interest payments. We didn't have any payments, and it was at 0% interest. The gentleman just wanted to get rid of the house and not have the responsibility. So he was very fine with accepting terms. Okay. The financing structure was that we kept the property for a short period of time. Once we were ready to sell it and once it sold, then we would pay him off and he would get his money. But we owned the property from day one and we structured it that way. We did do some cleanup. We did do some minor cleanup, just cleaning the house out. We did not fix it up or do any contractors or anything like that. When it was time to exit, we exited. It took us about 27 days to exit this property. And that when I say exit, that means getting it under contract and then turning around and selling the terms. We did not sell it in 27 days, but it took us about 27 days to find a buyer and actually buy the property. So that's how the exit worked. We got rid of the property quickly. We don't keep a buyer's list. We don't have a list of cash buyers. I sell to anybody and everybody that makes sense. Okay. That's the secret. The profit and the timeline breakdown. We made about, on this particular deal, he didn't put the property picture in. I'll make sure he puts it in. Profit, we did about $60,000 on this deal. It was a little bit less, $57,000. Timeline, total deal was about 65 days. That was from when we bought the property to when we sold it. It was about 90 days if you count when we went through buying the property. So this is a $57,000 payday in 90 days. And that was just one deal. And we didn't put any time or effort into fixing it up. That allowed us to do more than one deal at a time. And we were able to use the same funding structure that we use all the time, one of the ones we talked about earlier, to do this deal. Now, I'm going to briefly talk about how long does it take to get to that level of getting deals like that. Get to the level of getting deals. There's no timeline as far as getting deals. They're going to come to you as you market, and you're going to, it depends on what you can negotiate with the seller. So that's the question. That's the answer to that. Now, let's really briefly, let me talk about how the bridge to commercial real estate, why funding your deals, your first deal matters. Okay. Builds confidence. You don't know if what you don't know how to do these deals. And one of the things that's going to be your biggest holdback or constraint is feeling like this is stupid, this doesn't work, I don't know why I did this, that kind of thing. Your first deal will build confidence in you that this works and you can do it, that you can do this on a consistent basis. That first deal is key to that. It also builds a track record. Once you can show lenders, banks, private lenders, commercial lenders that you can make money off of these doing these types of deals, it builds a track record for them to say, okay, they've done it before. There's a good strong chance they'll do it again. Okay. The next is it builds capital. It allows you to build capital. So if you're saying I don't have credit, I don't have money to buy deals, once you do a deal, it will build capital for you, and that capital will allow you to go into a deal and hopefully get your credit in order after you do that deal. Hopefully put a little bit of money down if you need to, if that's the case on your next deal. But it gives you the capital you need to grow your business. Even if that goes into marketing and things like that, it builds skills to negotiate larger deals. Once you get comfortable negotiating deals with homeowners and sellers, it will allow you to negotiate even larger deals or multiple deals. One of our largest deals we did recently was 27 properties with the seller. We negotiated all 27 properties as one deal, and we bought 27 houses from one person. With the skill set of doing that is no different than buying one house, but the confidence level to say you have to speak to them in a way that, hey, this is what I'm going to do, this is what's going to happen, and follow through. And that gives you that confidence by doing deals. Our process that we look at is getting from quick turn to commercial in a 12-month roadmap. And I've done this with a lot of students where they started, they had no experience buying houses. They bought a house, sold a house, or they're doing more than one, and they start looking for commercial opportunities because they learned the process, and then they can work with us in commercial. And that's something that's possible in a 12-month process. Does it happen every time in 12 months? Not every time. But the whole thing is that if you are farther along in 12 months than you were when you started, and you're on your way to getting to commercial, then you're better off. Okay. All right. So why most beginners fail, not because of money, but because of leads. And this kind of leads into what somebody was asking, I think. I don't remember who it was. Jamie, I think, was asking about consistent leads and things like that. Consistent leads and consistency are one of the biggest headaches with real estate. You can't get funded without a deal. There's no point in you getting funded without a deal. So you have to have a process to get funded, to get deals. Now, you can't get a deal without talking to sellers. So you have to get sellers reaching out to you and talking to you. Okay, that's one of the biggest things. You need high equity sellers. For what our process is, we specifically target high equity sellers. Now, you might be thinking that you've bought lists before. You bought lists of people in foreclosures. You bought lists of people that were city code violations or taxes or something like that. And you do that because you're looking for a motivated seller. The truth of the matter is, motivation is a feeling. People feel motivated today and they don't feel motivated tomorrow. You should not look for motivation. You should actually look for equity. Equity is what we trade in to buy houses without fixing them up and sell them. Look for high equity, and then the people that have motivation will call you. Now, a big part of this is leads. Leads are your lifeblood. If you're not getting leads, then it's going to feel like you're spinning your wheels. All I can tell you about leads is this, and this is the most truest statement that I've had since I've been doing real estate deals. Leads are important, and the way to get leads is to market. You have to market to high equity sellers, and they will call you. It can be very frustrating when leads aren't coming to you like you want them to, but I'm telling you this, that leads will come if you market correctly and you put it into the right areas and you're looking for the right type of opportunity. Leads will give you that consistency. We use direct mail, Mike. We use direct mail. We also have a process to do door knocking that we use, and I'm going to talk about that in just a second. Those are the two ways, because usually one of those two will bring you the most consistency with deals. Sometimes it takes a little bit. No, we do not do cold calling. I am completely against cold calling. It's hard. I don't like it, and it doesn't really work well, in my opinion. Cold calling can work, but it's a needle in a haystack kind of thing. I would much rather people just call me. Okay, that's easier, and it just makes sense. All right, without leads, no funding options matter. It doesn't matter if you can get $20 million if you can't get leads to buy property. Okay, so the fix for this. our $99 high equity seller sprint. So this is going to begin the process of teaching you how to go after leads. This is a process that we do. It's a $99 high equity seller sprint. The goal is to find and negotiate with 5+ high equity sellers in 14, it should say 14 days, not 10 days. In 14 days, we guide you step by step with this, okay? Daily messaging, scripts, call templates. We show you what to say when they call, how to kind of talk to them, and everything else. We're going to show you the exact how to start the exact conversations, and we're going to use one of those two processes, either direct mail or we're going to use door knocking. Some people have done door knocking, some people have done direct mail and had pretty good results. And those are the two ways that we trust most importantly. Now, I know what you're thinking. Door knocking is kind of scary. It is very effective. Okay, that's what I'll tell you. Door knocking is extremely effective. If I had to choose between the two, I would always choose direct mail. Biggest thing is you get accountability, you get targets and check-ins. So it's going to give you accountability. We're going to expect you to do this stuff. You know, we're going to expect you to follow up. You're going to get targets of where you should be at in this process, what that looks like, and you're going to get check-ins. So we're going to show you what to do, where you at, what's slowing you down so you can be successful. The goal with this is to land 5 or more real conversations with motivated sellers that have equity. I don't want to talk to a motivated seller that has no equity. That's like talking to why would I want to, if somebody has a house worth $100,000, they owe $99,000. Why would I want to talk to them? There's not a deal to be made there. If they owe nothing or very little money and they're interested in selling, I want to talk to them. And before you say there aren't any sellers like that, I guarantee you there's a whole marketplace of sellers that own a property free and clear, and they want to sell it. They just don't know. They don't want to go the traditional route, and they're looking. So this is the process. So who the sprint is for, beginners who want their first deal funded fast. If you're struggling to find deals, if you're unsure how to talk to sellers, if you're nervous to negotiate and you don't feel comfortable negotiating, if you're unsure if they're doing it right, if you're doing what this is required right, then this is for you. Anyone who wants a predictable starting point, this is a good place to start, and it will get you success. Santos, this isn't for you because you got this process, so you already know. What you get with the $99 process, this $99 process, you're going to get daily actions that you can take each day. You're going to get daily scripts that you can use when you're talking to sellers. Okay. You're going to get templates and examples of what it looks like to deal with these sellers. And this is not typical. Just wait for somebody to call you from a foreclosure. We don't deal with foreclosures. We don't deal with tax liens, any of that stuff. You're gonna do a couple of live role plays. We're gonna show you how to do live role play in this, okay? And then finally, you're gonna get support from Art and Aisha. That's me and my wife. We're gonna show you kind of how to do this and go through this thing. And this is all in a $99 program. And the goal is to get you 5 conversations in 14 days. So basically in 2 weeks, that is the goal. And most importantly, is that we're gonna do this, and it's got a earn your money back guarantee. So I'm going to talk about that in a second. The goal of this is to stop you from overthinking. It's to talk to real sellers and get comfortable talking to people. You can't do a deal until you talk to a person. You're going to learn what to say. You're going to build muscle memory of how to do this. No, it is not $99 a month. It is a one-time $99 investment. And you're going to create real opportunities to fund your first quick turn deal. You're going to do this this is a starting point. This is not meant to make you millions of dollars or anything like that at $99. It is to get you started with real estate, talking to sellers and being comfortable talking directly with sellers and how to find those sellers. We're going to show you a process that's going to get you in a conversation very quickly. Okay. And the best thing about this is that if you do this process, so Jamie asked, who is this for again? It's for anybody that could use this experience. If you're not comfortable talking with sellers, if you don't know how to find high equity sellers, this is going to start you on that process. Okay. It's kind of an intro of working with us. Now, I agree. I understand it's $99. So it's like, I don't know if I want to take that gamble. We put a guarantee with this. It is called the Earn Your Money Back Guarantee. If you start this process and you don't find success, but you do everything that is involved in the process, you will be able to earn your money back or earn a credit toward working with us full time, either one. So there is little to no risk to you. If it does not work and you do all the steps, you have to complete everything, then we will see you. We will follow the steps. In 14 days, you do everything that we're telling you to do. If it doesn't work or if you don't get the results, then you can earn your money back and get your money back or get a credit toward our larger programs and working with us more of an ongoing basis. Okay. That is what we're offering. Now, this is a process. The goal is to do I need an LLC? You do need an LLC to do business. You don't need one to start. That's what I'll say. You don't need one to start. If you are, let's say you're talking to a seller and you come to an agreement to buy a house, then before you buy that house, you need to buy it in your LLC's name. You don't need to buy it in your own name. I would not suggest that. But that is the goal to get you started in this process, and then we'll kind of walk you through the rest of it. You don't need an LLC to get started. You would need an LLC to buy property because one, is going to protect you. You don't want to put yourself out where you get sued or anything like that. And two, it's going to help you with getting the lenders. A lot of lenders don't like to learn. A lot of the lenders that we talk about don't like to loan to individuals. They like to loan to investors or companies. So that's another part that matters. But this is something that you can very easily do. Okay, so having said that, I'm going to turn this off right now, and then I am going to open this up for questions. So if you are interested in this program, if this is something that you are interested in learning about, seeing if it makes sense for you, then comment just what software is needed for purchase. There is no software needed for this. There's no software that you need initially to get started. We do use a CRM if you work with us, but that's later on. You don't need that right now. If you want this, just say, is it best to get LLC and use the credit under? No, you don't need to do that. That I know everybody talks about business credit. Yolanda asked, is it best to get an LLC and use the credit under the LLC? You don't need to do that. You don't need to get business credit set up and go through all of this stuff. I'm sure there's somebody that does business credit and they get $500,000 and they can just borrow that money. Here's the thing with me. I'm a realist. I am not, I want people to be successful because ultimately I want them to invest with us in commercial real estate. If you go out and borrow $500,000 in commercial credit, you are still on the hook for commercial credit. You still got to pay it back. You're more likely going to hurt yourself borrowing money that you don't know what to do with yet. You need to learn a process to make money first, and then you can go out and borrow money when you need it for your business, not just to have money. I understand the allure of having money. It's in a moment. You get money for a second and you're happy, but then you got to pay it back for the next 20 years. That's not the goal. Learn to make money first, and you don't need a lot of money. Yes, you gradually build. You don't need a ton of money to start. You need to get started and then learn what to do so you can be successful. If this is something that's interesting to you, I'm going to put the link to the funnel here. You can check it out. And that is to start on the $99. Like I said, it's $99 to get started. How much is the full program? What if it doesn't work? So if I understand your question, the $99 sprint, if you follow the steps and it doesn't work, then you can earn your money back. You can get your money back from that and it didn't work. I will tell you this, most people, or you can get a credit toward working with us full time. Our process works. Majority of people that get into our program and follow what we're doing have success. I cannot give you a timeline as far as saying you're gonna have success in 2 weeks or something like that. This is real estate. Real estate is not a 1 week, 2 week kind of thing. It takes time. You got to buy the house. You got to sell the house. It takes time. But how hands-on are you guys? So we are very hands-on with our team. This $99 sprint is a do-it-yourself. We're going to give you all the training. We're going to give you the videos. You have to do the steps. The reason I say that, and that's important, because this is kind of a gateway to working with us. If you can't do these steps in this $99 program, you probably should not work with us. And that's what I'm going to be honest with everybody about, because no matter how much hands-on somebody is, if you're not willing to do the work, I've got people that have been in my program and they'll say, Art, I haven't gotten to this part yet because life has gotten in the way. I get it. Life gets in the way. That's just life. I understand that. I have no problem with that. But your excuse doesn't put you any closer to your goal. If you're not willing to do what it takes to get there, then you're not willing to get there. It might not be the right time for you. So we do work with you when you work in our program. The $99 sprint is more of a do-it-yourself because it's going to give you everything you need to get started. And it's kind of a litmus test for us to see that you are actually doing this stuff and actually able to follow through and do what we're telling you to do. It's not hard. It's not difficult. What if you did all Santos? If you did all the steps, then you should be having some success. I know if you've got something, I can talk to you about it. If you got questions on something, I'll talk to you about it in a second. But these steps normally work fine. They normally work fine. And if you're not having success with them, the best thing I can tell you, Santos, is that you haven't done enough of it, or we can look at your process to see what's missing. Because when you pick a market, when you go into that market and invest, when you market to those people, you will get calls. You will get calls and you will find success with it. The problem is a lot of people never even get to that point. They start and they're like, oh, I don't know if this works. And they go off because they see another shiny object. And I get that, but that's not the way you're successful. Success takes persistence. You have to work at something and keep going at it. When I did my first marketing campaign, I didn't get, I think I got 1 or 2 calls when I did my first marketing campaign. And I pushed through and did my second marketing campaign. And my second marketing campaign, I ended up doing 3 or 4 deals. If I had given up on that first one, I never would have made it. Persistence is what matters. Persistence is what matters. I can give you the full process, and if you don't follow it, then you're not going to see success. And it's ridiculous to say, well, how come I didn't see success? I did half of what you said, or I did most of what you said. I did some of what you said. You don't want that. I would rather you not waste your time getting into a program that you're not going to follow through. But if you're going to follow through, if you're serious, then how can an FHA buyer buy a property that's being quick term because of the 90? So there are some ways to get around the FHA, but I'm not suggesting get around FHA. And you don't have to get around FHA. You can work without FHA buyers. FHA, for those of you that don't know, are government-backed loans, and they have very strict requirements. Depending on how you're setting the deal up, you can get around FHA, or you can find buyers that are not FHA. And there are a lot of buyers that don't do FHA. There are a lot that do. And we have a process for that. So not everybody that we sell to is an FHA buyer. That's the easiest answer I can give you, Mike. So that's the process. This is the process. You start with us. Start at the $99 sprint. Here's the link again to check it out. You can read it. Now, there are 2 ways to do this sprint. One is door knocking. The other is direct mail. If you do the direct mail add-on, it's going to change the process a little bit. If it's for people that don't feel comfortable door knocking, or they don't feel they can do door knocking. So the answer is none. How many deals could one make before the LLC is needed? You need an LLC to close and buy the first deal. You need to start with an LLC from day one. You can start the process and get a deal under contract, but you don't need to close that deal in your name. If you close that deal in your own name, you are going to put yourself at high risk for a lot of stuff. I don't suggest it. Is that an issue because you keep asking about the LLC? Is that an issue for you doing the LLC, or is that something that you don't want to get an LLC, or is that, I don't know. I'm not really sure, but that's usually not an issue. You just have to get an LLC before you close. For my billing address, but no wanted to know. Hold on. Okay, wait. Is the only difference between quick turn and wholesale the paperwork? No, it is completely different. Wholesaling is when you're buying a property, you put it under contract, and then you sell the contract. What we are doing, quick turning, we are buying the property. So we own the property. Nicole LLC, or whatever it will be called, just giving you an example, would own that property and then sell that property. And wholesaling, you're selling typically to cash buyers because you can only sell to cash buyers. We sell to anybody and everybody. We don't have a list of this is who we can only sell to. We sell to everybody. It's small differences, but it makes a huge difference in what you are doing. Okay. So let me go back. I'm trying to enroll, but it's asking me for billing address, but it only allows for my phone number, and also the drop down for payment information does not drop down. I can send screenshot if needed. Send me that, Chris. I'll give you my email or an email to send it to, and then we'll get you set up. I'll get you set up quickly, so that won't be a problem. Send me a screenshot or whatever you need from there. Sometimes when can we get on a call? I don't have access to the program. You don't have access to the program. How do you not have access to the program, Santos? Let me see what is going on with you, Santos. And then we can see Nicole, should we establish a relationship with private harmony lenders prior to starting? No, You won't be able to, because the bride property, if it will take too long. No, it does not take long. No, you do not establish a relationship first. Nobody wants to hear from you if you don't have a deal. I talked about that earlier. Just another thing to note is that for all of you all that are in this call, if you got on the call late, I will put the replay of this call up tomorrow. You'll get an email with the replay of this call, because that will help, that'll help you see all of the process. Let me go back because there were a couple of questions. FHA buyer, we talked about that. How many deals before the LLC? No. Is the only difference between quick turn and wholesale the paperwork? No. No, you don't establish with hard money. I just want to make sure I'm answering everybody's question. So that's the biggest thing to look at with this. What to do with, how to make these deals work. It is not wholesaling. It is completely different from wholesaling. It's much easier than wholesaling, and it's much more stable. I was a wholesaler for several years. I did wholesaling. I made some money. I probably made about $40,000 or $50,000 wholesaling. And it was easy and fast. The market was hot at the time. I've been doing quick turn for over 10 years, and I can tell you that quick turn, my profits are greater per property, and I have a lot more control. Okay, Santos, I'll send me an email and then I'll take a look. If you haven't already, send me an email and I'll take a look. Mike, what type of percentage will the lenders take per deal? They don't take a percentage. They take an interest rate. So just like a regular lender, and they're not hard money. So their interest rates are very competitive. So they don't take a big chunk of the deal. They sometimes will take points. That won't matter as much because we've got a lot of space in our deals, and we actually calculate that out when we're doing the offers and making the deals, put the deals together so that their funding costs are included in our deal. So that's not a big thing. The other thing, you guys, if you're interested, you can check out is Land Trust X. I'm going to send the link to that really quick. Land Trust X is a platform that allows you to sell pieces of a property. That's another way we're starting to sell our properties through Land Trust X. You can take a look at that. You can sign up to Land Trust X for free, but learn about it and see. There's a thing called investor partners or property partners you can check out, and you can learn about it there, and you can sign up. It's free, and you can learn the process with that. But this is the best way to get started, the lowest risk. It's not going to take an arm and a leg to get started, and you can see some results, okay? Jack, how long does it really take to get deals as you described? So, Jamie, here's the answer, very simply. There is no BS at all. There is no way of knowing how long it's going to take an individual. I can't give you a date and say, hey, you're going to have a deal in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. What's going to be the process is to get set up, get your marketing out, and then see marketing results come in. When I first started, it took me a couple of months to get my first deal. But the way we do this, it's an ongoing process and it's a funnel. So you're going to get more than one deal kind of coming to you as you get deals going. I've had some students that the first time they did marketing, they got their first deal and did great. I've had other students that put out marketing and they didn't get deals for a couple of months and it took time. Let me ask you this. If you were to put out, let's say, a couple of bucks and for marketing, that we can close fast. So the marketing is the advertising. Let me answer Jamie's question really quick, Nicole, and I'll come back to yours. The best thing I can tell you with the marketing, Jamie, and everything that you to get a deal, yes, you want to get a deal. Yes, you want it to happen fast. If you have a chance to make 10x what you invest to get a deal, do you care if it doesn't happen right away in the first 2 weeks? If I told you you could make 10 times what you invest doing deals, but you don't have an idea of how long it would take, would that stop you? Because that's business. That's business. When I start a car dealership, I don't know how long it's going to take me to sell a car, but I know if I set everything up the right way, I'm going to sell cars. Same way with real estate. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get to a deal, but I know if I set everything up the right way and I'm ready, then I will get deals. And it only takes one deal to recover everything you've invested. That's usually the case. I haven't seen a student yet that has made less on their first deal than what they put out to get started, if that makes sense. And that's the best answer I can give you, Jamie. That's a straightforward answer because I would appreciate a straightforward answer. Hope that works. Nicole, is the advertising basically letting the seller know that we can close fast? No, it is more to it than that. It is about finding the right people to advertise to. You can throw advertising money to everybody and waste tons of money. But if you can find the right people in the right circumstance to throw money to, not the circumstance, but just they have what you want, you will make more money without spending a ton of money on marketing. And when I say a ton of money, I can spend $30,000 to $50,000 a month on marketing. Now that's not coming from my pocket. That's coming from profit that I've made on deals, but I know I'm going to get a really nice return because I'm using the same process that works if I'm spending $1,000 as it works on $50,000. The only difference is I'll get more deals, more flow. Okay. All right, guys. So we are at the hour. So we're gonna cut it off here. I hope I've answered your questions. I'm gonna put this link up one more time. If you are interested in starting the 99-day sprint, is where I would suggest you start, and you can kind of see that process work. Get started. If you upgrade to once you sign up for the $99 sprint, there's an upgrade to the direct mail process, and that upgrade will allow you to get the steps for direct mail, and it's a little bit more, but it's still very effective. So that's your choice. Both of them work. You just have to choose which one. Okay, Santos, no problem. I'll take a look at it. Mondays are my busy day, so I can't really look at stuff. But I will take a look at your email, and we'll see what's going on, and I'll get you set up or whatever I need to do to work with you. So we'll get you together. All right, so I hope that is the best for everyone. I hope everybody's gotten something from this. I hope you've learned something. I will put the replay to this tomorrow. You'll get it in an email, and I hope to see you guys in the sprint. I hope to see you guys working with us. And as always, I wish you the best. Happy hunting. Have a great night, everyone. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. All right, let's go ahead and get into it so we can get started. So how regular people are turning single family deals into commercial wealth in 12 months, and how Dennis has got some experience wholesaling, and how you can too. So I'm going to talk to you about this, and I'm going to talk about it from my experience of being a 27-year real estate investor, what we have done, how we transition to commercial, and what that looks like when you transition to commercial, and how you can do the same thing. All right. So let's talk about first why most investors get stuck. What actually causes them to have issue or make this what's the difficult part about making this transition? Most investors never grow beyond single family real estate. That's probably the majority of investors across the country. A lot of people get into single family real estate because it seems easy and quick and you understand single family real estate, but a lot of people struggle once they actually get going and seeing what it looks like to make money. And a big part of that is because of limited capital and high risk. So single family real estate, for those of you that don't know, a lot of the strategies that you can do that includes wholesaling and fix and flip and even renting, they have a lot of high risk. Hey, Raymond, good to see you. So they got a lot of high risk, and it can equal slow growth because of limited capital. So we're hopefully going to break that for you. A lot of investors rely on flipping or renting for years, or a lot of people combine the two and they will buy a house, fix it up, flip it into a rental, pull the money out in a refinance. That's called the Burr method, for those of you that don't know. And they'll get into that whole thing, and then it becomes like a whole process in itself of buying and renting out property. Do we have any landlords in here? Anybody that's a landlord or anybody that's tried to become a landlord? And how's your experience been as a landlord? I know I was a landlord for years until I got out of it, and thank goodness I did. Another thing is bank loans. Bank loans limit flexibility. Yes, and it is stressful, Nicole. Yes, so very good. Bank loans limit flexibility and speed. They stop you from doing a lot of the stuff that you want to do and make it very difficult because you're always jumping through the hoops of a landlord of a bank. Did that and had to file bankruptcy back in 2001. Yeah, I know the feeling because that is a lot of people's story. The system that we depend on to make money in real estate, it keeps you busy. It makes you feel like you are doing something because you're constantly running to Home Depot or Menards or Lowe's or any of the other places, but it's not making you wealthy. It is not actually making you a lot of money. In fact, if you were take the hours that you're doing this and add them together and divide how much you're making, you're probably getting paid pretty low money, low wages. Okay, so hopefully with this call today and what we discuss and what we're going to show you, we can help you break that. Now, let's talk about the trap of traditional real estate. Why do most people get stuck in this trap? Flipping is just another job disguised as investing. People don't realize that. They think that when they're actually buying property and doing all of this stuff, that they're making moves and making investments. It's really just another job. It requires a lot of your time. Okay. And rentals come with tenants and toilets and a lot of turnover. If you've ever had rentals, I'm sure you're aware of how it goes with tenants and how they deal with how you have to deal with all their problems and listening to their stories. I had a tenant one time tell me that she could not pay her rent because it was her 12-year-old's birthday party and she said she would have to pay it later. And she did that because she literally knew that there was nothing we could do about it. Because what are you going to do? Threaten to kick her out? And then by the time you get into court, she'll have paid it and all that kind of stuff. But they do that kind of stuff. It's just the job of listening to people's stories. And if you work a job, the last thing you want to do is come home and then listen to your other job where you don't get paid as much. So that can be kind of frustrating. So another thing is you're trading time for small returns. You're getting very small returns with traditional real estate, and you can beat that very easily. Commercial is much easier and easier to beat those small returns, and it's less work. Another thing is it's hard to scale or exit quickly. How many houses, let's say you want $10,000 as your monthly income. How many houses is that going to take? It's going to take at least 5 or more to do $10,000. And that's probably being generous. Usually you're not going to make that much money, and it takes a lot. And the more houses you have, the more work it becomes, and it slows you down while you're trying to actually scale out. And the last thing is the bank always wins first. The bank is the one that's always going to get paid. Whether you pay them, whether they have to foreclose and take the house, whatever happens, they are going to get paid first. So they always win. I'm going to show you how to beat that tonight. So pay attention. What is your real goal? Have you ever sat down and thought about it when you're getting into real estate? What do you actually want to get out of real estate? You want to build wealth, not just income. Wealth is all good. Wealth is fine, but it is not where you're actually trying to. Income is all good. It's great to make a check, but you actually want to build wealth, and you think you're doing it with appreciation. I'm going to talk to you about that. Focus on equity control, not property count. People get stuck in how many doors do you have? Nobody cares. The only person impressed by your doors is you. If you control equity, you make a lot more money. I'm going to show you what I mean by that. Make your single family deals fund your growth. That is the goal. So let me give you my quick philosophy. I don't believe single family real estate is actually an investable asset, a long-term investment asset. It is a short-term asset, and if you use it the right way, it makes money hand over fist. Most people use it the wrong way. I'm going to talk about that in a second. The benefit of single family is you can turn that equity into leverage and use it to upgrade to commercial ownership. And this is a great tool that most people do not use, and I'm going to talk about. You can shift from working deals to working an actual strategy that will fund you for the rest of your life and then your kids' lives, if that makes sense. And when you learn commercial, you can fund it tax without paying taxes on it. You can defer that tax money. I'm not saying you won't ever pay taxes, at least hopefully not in your life, but somebody eventually will have to pay taxes, but you can work around that for a big part of it, okay? What the top 1% of investors know. Now, I used to work at a bank, and I used to deal with a lot of people's financials because we were doing loans, and we did single family and commercial. And let me tell you a lot of things that I've learned. Wealthy investors recycle equity fast. They get money out of a property, they immediately put it back into a property, and they keep the money working for them. Your money does no good sitting in your bank account. They leverage ownership and not labor. They are not trying to go work on properties and fix houses up. That is not their goal. And it doesn't matter if they have a contractor. I know you know a guy who knows a guy that can do great work. That is not the way to build wealth in a fast-paced area. The next thing is their control is more valuable than cash. If you don't control the situation, the more you control, the more money you are actually going to make. And that especially works in commercial, which I'll talk about in a second. The more you control, the more cash you're going to make. Cash is almost like a residual of having control on a property. They never get stuck in small deals. If you are going to be working deals anyway, you might as well be doing it in large scale commercial deals. Does that make sense? You might as well, if you're going to put your time and effort into deals, why not do it in a way where you're going to make really nice numbers? Okay. Quick turn applies those same principles. So our process of quick turning works the exact same way of not focusing on small deals and actually putting your money to work pretty quickly. So let me talk to you. This is me and my wife, Aisha. This is before I lost a little bit of weight, so forgive me on this picture. This is our turning point. We were trapped flipping one deal after another. We tried wholesaling, we tried renting properties, we tried doing fix and flip, and we discovered leverage beats labor every time. I got sick of running a Home Depot. It was one time that I was in Home Depot and the guy said we're closing, and I had 2 carts full of stuff that I was taking back to a house, and the guy offered to help me. And I remember walking to the front of the store about to spend the last money on my credit card, and I said, you know what, this is not what I want to do. And that's what was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. What happened from that was we started doing quick turn, and quick turn was born from the idea of you don't have to fix up houses. You don't have to put a ton of money into houses. Why would you do that stuff if you could actually work it a little bit smarter? And we made some tweaks to what we were actually doing, and it changed our lives forever. It's not about more deals. It's about doing deals smarter. Most people don't look at that because they're only looking at how they can fix them up or rent them out. There's a third way: buy them and then immediately sell them. And it's not wholesaling, actually buying the deal. We built freedom through ownership, not hustle. We now have 2 commercial properties that we're holding right now. Those commercial properties pay all of our monthly bills and then some. We also do single family houses, and we use that single family money to pay for anything like trips or anything like that we want to do. And it's very comfortable. A lot of times we're putting money to work, and we're trying not to hold money because of taxes. And we're going to show you what that looks like. So let's talk about how you can do this in 12 months to get to commercial real estate, if that's your goal, to get to commercial and get to larger deals. Phase 1, if you're starting from a very low point, you have not done a lot of deals, you don't have a lot of cash, use quick turn and our process of finding the right deals and immediately selling them to fund your business model with single family deals. It's building a funding foundation. I call it building a war chest of cash that you're going to then use to go into other things like commercial real estate. Phase 2 is to build your equity bank with repeatable profits. Once you know how to do it on one house, just repeat the process over and over again. In fact, you can end up doing more than one house at the same time, and you're going to build an equity bank. This is cash that you have that you can put to work in your business, and it's not like it's just there for you. It's profit that you've made, but you're putting it to work. And if you do it right, you'll be able to do it tax-free. Phase 3 is to leverage that equity into commercial ownership. Owning commercial is actually not that hard, because here's the beautiful thing about commercial real estate. They don't expect you to pay it back. And what do I mean by that? They don't expect you to pay it personally. They don't think that you have the money sitting in the bank every month. They know that the building or the property itself is what has to actually make the money and pay for it. So they're a lot less focused on you and a lot more focused on the actual asset that you're buying. And then each phase compounds your financial control. And there's nothing stopping you from doing each of these phases at the same time. You can actually be buying and selling single family homes while you're buying commercial property and building wealth, if that makes sense. Are you all following me okay? Is this making sense to you, this process? Because this is what it looks like. But you have to do it in a way that makes enough money. Okay, good. So, good question. Santos asked, what type of commercial property are you referring to? So there's no one answer for this, but I will tell you my philosophy with commercial real estate. Okay, this is going to sound weird. Don't hold it against me. I don't like people. And I don't mean that I don't like people. I don't like dealing with people when it comes to my investments. So my whole thing is to try to put together investments that limit people as much as possible. So what does that look like? 1, I do not like to buy into apartment buildings. Apartment buildings are great. People need places to live, but I think there are other things that you can do much better. 1, mobile home parks are great if you put them together the right way. Why do I like mobile home parks? 1, the government considers mobile home parks affordable housing. So they give you all kinds of help to run your mobile home park because of affordable housing. The other thing is that mobile home parks have very limited financing. The reason that they have very limited financing is because a lot of banks don't like to loan on mobile homes. Are not considered housing. They're considered vehicles. Did you know that? So they don't actually come with the deed. They come with the title. So the banks don't like to loan money on those the same way they would housing, even though they're housing. What I like to do is own the land and the utilities, and you just pay me for that. You bring your own mobile home, or better yet, I'll sell you a mobile home and put you in that house. You can pay me like a mortgage. You can pay and you can own that place or bring your own, You just pay me for the use of the land and the utilities. Make a lot more money, and it's easy to sell when you don't own the mobile homes. The other thing we do is strip malls. Strip malls are great because they are individual owned by businesses. The business, a lot of times, you can check their financials and you can get somebody that will be there for 15, 20 years and pay every month like clockwork. So strip malls are really good, and it's limited people. I don't have to have 122 tenants. I only got to have 12 or 13 or 10 or 5 tenants, and I can still make really good money. The last thing we deal with is self-storage units. Self-storage units are great because people don't live there. Their stuff lives there, and it's easy to kick people's stuff out. So when they don't pay, I can kick their stuff out much faster than I can kick them out of the place they live. The government puts all kinds of stuff in place to stop you from quickly kicking somebody out of a place they live, but not so much for their stuff. Now, I don't mean that, I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm not saying I like kicking people out. I actually don't like kicking people out, but I want to put it where my money does not have to be dependent on being nice to somebody else and hoping that they pay me while I got to be nice to them, if that makes sense. So I hope that answers your question. I'll come back to that in a little bit because we'll talk a little bit further about that. So when you do this right, each phase builds into another, the next phase. Okay. 12 months to transition from houses to assets. Okay. This is what you can do. What makes Quick Turn different? Now, and before I get into this, I know some of you are going to say, but Art, I can't finance commercial. I can't finance single family. I'm going to show you how. Okay. And it's not as hard as you think. What makes Quick Turn different? You can actually own the property. You are not assigning contracts. So if you're a wholesaler and you're used to wholesaling stuff and that's how you make your money, you can do this without assigning contracts and you actually own the property. The benefit of that is that I don't have to jump through hoops and try to hide the seller from the buyer and all that. I own the property. You're not going behind me because I'm the guy at the back. There's nobody to go behind. Okay. We focus on leverage, not low-paying labor. The money is not in you being able to run to Home Depot. Does that make sense? That's not where the money is at. That's not where you want to focus on. We focus on leverage, negotiating with the seller to get the right deal. No contractors or tenants needed. You don't have to deal with tenants. You don't have to deal with contractors. You don't have to deal with any of that stuff, and you can still make great money. And it doesn't require you to do anything special or weird. It's just in the way that you find and buy properties. Okay? No contractors or tenants. It's got a fast turnaround and faster capital growth. This is just the single family stuff. We haven't even gotten to the commercial side of it yet. This is just what you can do with quick turn and single family property. Okay? Fast turnaround equals faster capital growth. The most difficult thing is getting the first property because you feel like all this stuff of, is this going to work? Once you start getting them going, I'm telling you, it flows and it works really well. It's a system. It is not a side hustle. It's very much follow this, do this detail, follow this, and you will have success. Okay. It is not a side hustle where it kind of works, kind of doesn't work. Let's talk about the old path of investing versus the quick turn path and why it makes sense to get you to commercial real estate. The old path, you save for a down payment. How many of us remember doing that? You grind through rehab and rent cycles. So you're rehabbing it, then you rent it out. Then they tear it up. Then you got to rehab it again. Then you rent it out again. Then they tear it up. It's a cycle. You wait 10 to 15 years for next level because you got to build up the appreciation. You just bought this house and leveraged it to the hilt. You don't have the money to go out and start doing other deals because you got to wait for this place to appreciate. That's the old path. That's what my parents did. Okay. Here's the quick turn path. Here's what we do now. Control the deal through negotiation. Negotiation is the key of what will make you successful with this. Flip equity rich properties fast. Buy them and get rid of them. They already have equity in them. You're negotiating for some of the equity. You don't have to do sweat equity because the equity is already there. You negotiate for it. Okay. Then that will allow you to build commercial capital in 12 months. Do this. Follow it to the letter, get started, and you will be able to build commercial capital in 12 months. Okay? That's the new path. Now, I'm going to talk about some real student results. One, Yolanda. Yolanda made $134,000 with Quick Turn. She followed our process. Her first deal out the gate, she made $134,000. She is working on her next set of deals right now as we speak. Okay? That's Yolanda. If you haven't seen her story, ask me about it at the end of this. I'll give you a link to check out her story. You can see her interview and talk and listen to what she said. She never picked up a hammer and she never dealt with tenants. Okay, never had to deal with any of that. Her equity paid for her next deal, not her savings. She was able to do this without putting a bunch of money up and without dealing with savings, taking all her savings. Others are now replicating her success. Okay, and we've got other students that are doing the same thing. This is proof that the model works in real life. Okay, this is proof that it actually works. Now, let me talk about the 3-minute deal flow formula, what that looks like. Number one is to identify equity rich properties, figure out where they are at, and only talk to them. You don't want to talk to everybody else because that's costing you money. Two is fund these deals. Use a small but quality financing source. It doesn't have to be all this stuff with all these creative financing techniques and getting the seller to bend over backwards. You don't have to do all of that and you can be successful. You can flip these fast, sell the equity, not just the houses. You can actually take the money out of it. And I'll talk to you about that. Each cycle builds leverage for your next move. This is helping you grow from day one. When we started, the first deal I did, we did $20,000 profit. I took that $20,000. I was able to take some of the money, put it into more marketing, and we did another set of properties. I think on the next one, I did something like $60,000 or $70,000, and we grew from there. But it allowed me to have the money. And these weren't years apart. These were weeks and months apart. Okay, so the money was still there. Repeat this process and you'll get consistent wealth growth, which you can then turn around and put into commercial, which you actually need to put into commercial, because if you don't, you will have a huge tax bill. But if you put it right into commercial, you can avoid the taxes. You can at least defer them into the commercial deals. We will be teaching about commercial. So if this whole commercial interests you, let me give you the breakdown of this. For 2 years, I have been doing these Monday calls and talking to you guys about quick turn and buying property. That was never the goal in the end of what we set up and why we chose to do this. We actually set up to do this because we want to build an army of commercial real estate investors. Commercial real estate beats single family real estate every single time. It's better in every single area. It's better in how you manage the property. It's easier to manage. The cash flow is much better if you put it together right. It's easier for you to sell the property and find buyers and get really nice checks. And when I say really nice checks, I mean 6- and 7-figure checks very easily. It's just easier. How to transition into commercial is a simple process. It is not possible. It is easy to transition into commercial because of the fact that you're not going to have to, it's not as tough as you think. It's not a bunch of, you know how the lenders ask you 16 million questions? It doesn't work that way for commercial. Commercial is completely different, okay? How to use single family to supercharge commercial investing. This is what we've kind of talked about. This will give you the money that you actually need to go into commercial real estate by learning how to use single family to invest in commercial. What you end up with is 2 businesses, a single family business and a commercial business. So we are going to be doing a step-by-step quick turn walkthrough that takes you through commercial investing. And what we're doing, this is what we wanted to announce. We will be helping 100 people do this and invest. Now, before you say, Art, that's not what I want to do because I probably don't have the money for an investment, I'm going to show the people that we choose, I'm going to show 100 people how to do this with 0 down up front out of pocket. Okay, because I have a very simple reason I'll talk about in just a second. You can start doing this with 0 down. So if you're saying I don't want to be pitched, all that, I get it. And this is how you can start doing this with 0 down. I'm going to be showing live examples of deals that moved to commercial and how we actually did this. Okay, this is all going to be on a call that we are doing this Thursday. It's a special call, and we're going to be picking 100 people from this call to transition from single family investing. Even if you've never done single family investing, even if you've never done a deal before and you don't know if you can qualify for a deal with financing, we're going to show you how to get that first deal done, how to actually make money. And then we're going to show you how to transition that into commercial real estate and building real world success with it. Now, if that interests you, if you think that, hey, you're serious now, there's a very simple reason before I get into this of why we are doing this. We are doing this specifically for testimonials. I want to pick 100 people that are going to go through this process and actually follow it. And we're going to use their stories for testimonials. You're going to talk with me individually. We're going to actually work with you to help you do this. And like I said, it's going to be at 0 down up front. I'm going to show you how you can do it with 0 down up front, if that interests you. Now, for those of you that are like, look, I want to do it. You've seen some of our other videos. You've seen how we've made money in property and how we've helped other people make money. we're going to have an early bird access. This is, you're going to get, if you sign up early for this webinar and you actually get in and get chosen, you're going to get our commercial wealth starter kit. You're going to get immediate access to that. It's going to start you on this path of how to get started and make money in single family so that you can build up cash for commercial. It's going to include our funding partner list and deal templates. We're going to show you how to fund your deals, how to set up for partners if you need to take on partners, and how to structure your deals. We're going to show you all of that. And you're going to get a quick turn equity calculator that helps you evaluate deals very quickly. So it's how you actually figure out what to offer a deal. It's no nonsense. It's something you can do in about 5 minutes. It's going to tell you exactly what pieces you need. And then it's going to tell you this is what you should offer so that your profit is built in. So you're going to get all of these as an early bird registrant when you register early for our webinar and you get on it for the Thursday call. Okay. Santos, I'll take a look at it in just a second. Let me finish with this and I'll take a look at it. Early webinar registrants, and we'll show you how to get in and get started. This is for the early access. This offer ends when all the seats are filled. Okay, so once we fill all the seats, then this offer will end. We are only trying to get 100 people because of the way we have this set up, and we're going to get you going. All right, Dennis, you got a question raised hand, so give me 1 second. I'll answer your question as soon as we finish this. Now, the call to action, I'm going to send you the link. This is the link in the chat for the registration for the webinar. It's a Thursday webinar. This webinar is 100% free. We will be discussing the whole strategy of quick turn to commercial and how that works. You can sign up and register. Once you register for the webinar, if you are interested in getting in early and getting assessed early, you will be able to set up a call and you will talk to one of my team. We'll be able to ask you a couple of questions. Again, we can show you how to do this with zero upfront cost to us. So you're not paying for training upfront. We're going to show you some options for that. The goal is not that you don't have to pay for it. The goal is that you are going to take action. I do not want to spend time with people that are not going to take action because I need the testimonials to show that this works. I've got students that have done it and been very successful. But I have to show it. I need to show people that go all the way through, not just from single family, but actually that actually get to commercial. We've only got 100 seats available and it's limited access to the actual webinar. It's going to be Thursday night. If you're interested, here's the link in the chat and you can click on that and you can join the webinar. It's free to attend, but exclusive to early signups are those bonuses that we talked about that you can get when you sign up early. And you'll also talk to my team. You'll set up a call to talk to my team. Okay. And then, like I said, it's Thursday. I want to make sure you all know. So it's this Thursday of this week. I have never offered this level of support before into anything that we've talked about because everything I've talked about has always been single family. I've never talked about the commercial side. I'm going to take this group of 100 people from buying a single family house, not as a group, but as individuals, and they are going to make money from that house, and then they are going to work it into commercial, and it's going to be set up as a 12-month program that's going to get them from single family to commercial. So this is going to be a very important webinar. This webinar that we're doing Thursday is different from anything we've ever offered before. We've never set up to do a single family to commercial webinar or a single family to commercial training. So this is going to be something we only offer once. And it's going to be very, very interesting. There's a lot of stuff we're going to be talking about on the webinar. We're going to be giving away some stuff on the webinar. So it's definitely something you want to check out. That is the link to it. And that is my call as far as what we are talking about for tonight. Now, having said that, I'm here to answer questions. So I want to talk about questions or anything that anybody has. Dennis, you raised your hand, so I can go ahead and answer your question. Unmute yourself if you want to talk, or you can put it in the chat.
Yes. All right. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, Dennis. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you and yours doing?
Doing well. Can't complain. What's going on?
That's good. That's good. I was wondering if I could get set up for a call to discuss a thing with one of you guys or yourself or one of your team members.
What is it? Is it like a deal or something like that you're working on?
Well, actually, yeah. And as part of that, and there's a few other components that goes along with it.
So if you want to set up a call, the best thing I would suggest is this. If you go through this link that I just put in the chat there, if you sign up for the webinar, there's another link if you want to get early access, and then that'll let you set up a call with one of my team. You can talk to them. That's if you want to register through the team. If you're not interested in the webinar, The next thing I would suggest is you can private message me and give me your email, and then I can try to set up something with one of my team members from there. And we can
Okay, so do I need to put my email address into the chat or what?
put it in a private message, so you can message just me privately in the chat and just say you want to send me a message, and then it'll let you send me a message, and you can send me, you can send an email. Or
Okay,
I'll give you, better yet, I'll give you, Raymond says not allowing me to schedule. So let me check and see. You should allow you to register. That's the first thing. Once you register for the webinar, which is just going to ask your name and everything, then on the second one, then if you want to do the early bird, it'll be on the second page. So you can see it that way. Okay, Raymond?
Okay. All right.
So yeah, so Dennis, send me a private message, or better yet, I'll give you my email. You got a pen? You can write it down. I'll give it to you now.
I don't right now at this moment.
Okay, so I'll put an email. Dennis, I got you. So are you in the, Dennis, I'll send you a private message. How about that? We'll do it that way. And I can,
All right, that's fine.
yeah, I'll send you a private message, and then that way you can send me.
Yeah, well, you have all my credentials, I'm pretty sure, my email
Yeah, I
and
was gonna say,
my
just,
my phone
okay.
number.
Okay, I just sent you a message. Just send me and let me know what you want to talk about, and then I'll either get you in touch with the right person, and we'll kind of go from there to make sure we can,
Okay.
we can get you set up.
That sounds good.
Okay, no big deal. All right, any other questions for me about any of the stuff that we're talking about or any of the stuff that we're doing? Does that make sense about transitioning to commercial? Like I said, I will say this: the beautiful thing about commercial real estate, and I've been doing commercial real estate for several years. We've done commercial real estate. The first building I bought, we bought for $50,000. It was right around 9/11. I remember we bought, because when we were at the building, that's when 9/11 happened. So I never forget it. But we've done commercial deals, and commercial deals have always made me more money than single family. The biggest hard thing about commercial is transitioning from single family, because you want to make money in this whole thing, and you make the money in single family, but by the time you actually get the check, you are spending that check and you don't have time to go back and actually learn about commercial. So Santos asked, how do you find your commercial deals? So commercial is a little bit different than single family. We actually reach directly out to property owners. That it's not as easy to, it's not the same as what we do with single family, but we have to get their attention. And the thing about commercial owners, they are never, I don't even want to say distressed. Commercial owners are a lot more complex a lot of times. It can be families that own the whole thing, so you have to talk to multiple people. The biggest thing that I would say about commercial is that you have to build relationships. People sell to people they like, because they literally can hold on to it. So somebody asked, what's my email? I'm going to put this email in, and you all can send an email here if you want to ask me something. Now, if you want to ask me something, I will answer general questions. If you want to ask me deal questions, that's a little bit, but I'll tell you how to get in touch with me to ask deal questions and stuff like that. Biggest thing with commercial is making relationships. Once you meet up with people and make relationships, or talk to them and make relationships, then they will open up their books to you. They'll open up and let you see. The beautiful thing about commercial real estate is when you do commercial, it is not, you know how you value a single family house? Like you look at comps and everything, you do an appraisal. Commercial is different. It is valued very much by how much it makes. So if I buy a piece of commercial property and it makes, let's say, $100,000 a year, and I'm able to figure out a way to get it to $150,000 a year, then that probably almost doubles the value of that commercial piece of real estate immediately, regardless of what people around me are doing or anything else, which is a huge benefit with commercial. And if you buy the right commercial, there are ways you can really easy get the numbers up with commercial real estate. Commercial is so much easier. And what the benefit is, once you start making money with single family, you can take that money, if you put it the right way, and before you have to pay taxes on it, put it into commercial real estate. And it's not always a 1031 exchange. For those of you that are thinking, oh, he's just doing a 1031 exchange. There's better ways than the 1031 exchange. And you can use it in conjunction with the 1031 exchange. It's a lot of stuff you can do with commercial. And it's very, very profitable. We did a commercial deal a few years ago, and we took $100,000 investment and we 5x'd it in 2 years. That's from $100,000 to $500,000 in 2 years. Okay, Dennis, I got you, Dennis. I got you. So we'll talk to you. I sent you did you get my email, Dennis? So you should have got my email address. So just reach out on the email and because once I shut this down, I'll lose the chat that comes up on this. But so here's the thing. I will have a replay for this call tomorrow. But the big thing, if you're interested in what we're doing, we are talking about transitioning to commercial real estate through single family. We're going to have a webinar. We're picking 100 people to work with us with zero down. We're going to show you how you can get into the program with zero down so you can start. So there's literally no excuse. If you're chosen as one of the 100 people, you can get into the program zero down, and we'll help you over a 12-month period go from single family, no matter what your credit is, no matter how much cash you've got in the bank. We'll show you how to go from zero down, from a single family deal to commercial, whether you've never done a deal before. And for those of you that are unsure, some of my best students have never done real estate deals before, and they've been able to churn 5 and 6 figure paydays from doing this process. And then we work together in commercial. Now, you might be saying, Art, why are you sharing all this information? Because I'm using you. I'm using the same way you're using me. I want to build an army of investors that are working together to buy commercial real estate. We can buy large scale commercial. Listen, for those of you that are not aware, commercial real estate is having an absolute meltdown right now. So everybody, remember when interest rates were real low, when COVID hit and everybody got real low interest rates? Everybody went out and bought commercial real estate. And commercial real estate doesn't work the same as single family real estate because you don't get a 30-year mortgage with commercial. You might get a 5-year or a 7-year mortgage or a 10-year mortgage. Those mortgages are now coming due, and people cannot refinance from a 2% mortgage to a 7 or 8% mortgage. It's killing them. So when you can't change the interest rate, the only thing you can do is take a haircut on the property. We are able to find commercial deals that we could steal. And I don't even like saying it like that, but I mean, the deals are so massive. I saw a property about 3 months ago that was going for $800,000 and it sold for $550,000. That's a $300,000 haircut from day one before you step foot in the building, before you did anything. I saw another one that was over $1 million that was going for less than $500,000 now. Going for less than half, that's over $500,000 in equity that you're able to capitalize on. You just got to be able to set the deal up right. What do we need to set the deal up right? I need an army of investors that have some capital to go into commercial with me. And I'm going to build that army by arming you all with how to do single family. And then from there, use that money to go into commercial real estate. We have got to take advantage of this. The people that take advantage of commercial real estate right now will be set for the next 20 years because of what they did now with commercial real estate. The only way I can take as much advantage as possible is to help people build up cash flow with single family stuff. Now, you might not need to build up cash flow. You might be ready to take on commercial now. That's even better. We can talk about what it looks like to work with us to get into commercial right away. But here's the thing. If you need cash flow now, if you need money, if you want to replace a job or you want to put something together where it doesn't require you to do a ton of work, you can do quick term, make money in single family real estate, build up a war chest of cash, and then take some of that cash, tax deferred, and put that money to work in commercial real estate and blow it up. And you do it without paying taxes because you'll be able to defer the taxes. This is one of the beautiful benefits of commercial real estate. And as long as you know the right commercial real estate, let me say it like this. Buying apartment buildings, there's some people that do that and they make great money. I'm not one of those people. I like stuff that I don't have to put my hands on. I can set up cameras and I can set up a automated system, and people can do self-storage, and they can drop it off and pick it up and pay me every month, and I don't have to hear from anybody. In fact, there's a website. I can easily put my properties on that website. They will set it up. Everything is set up. It'll give them the codes and everything after they pay. It's beautiful. Where to find a cheap house not in California where I am? So that's a great question. So when we do this, when we teach this process, we're going to show you. So I'm a big believer. I don't like to make up numbers, or I don't like to guess what's a hot area. I like to actually have the numbers tell me. We've got a very smooth process. We're going to show you how you can actually pick your market, because you're right. California, Florida, some of the areas in Florida, some of the areas in New York, some of these areas do not make sense to buy property in. but I'm going to show you how to use where people are moving to, how to find where people are moving to and where growth is happening for you to get into areas that are undervalued and you can really pick up your properties. My whole thing is numbers. I don't like guessing. I have to actually know my numbers and know how to pick out where I'm going to invest. What I will say is this: there is no shortage of available properties and opportunity. There are just people that are scared. People listen to the news and they're like, oh, real estate's about to take a dip. Listen, in 2008, when real estate took a dip, do you know why it took a dip? It did not take a dip because real estate was not stable. It took a dip because banks were passing out money to anything with a pulse. It did not matter if you could pay it. It did not matter if you even had the ability to act like you can pay it. You literally just said, I want a loan, and they said, okay. That's why real estate crashed. We are not in that same boat now. Real estate is not crashing. Even if it were to crash, what does a crash look like right now? A 5% dip in pricing, a 10% dip? Do you realize in 08, when the market was having an absolute horrible time, do you know the overall drop in value on real estate? It was about 20%. 20% of the value. Do you know what happened to the people that invested in property at the bottom of that when the market was doing its worst and everybody was like, how bad is it going to get? Those people made an absolute killing because the property in 2007 was not, it's worth more now. It's worth multiple times more now. You have to take advantage when everybody else is scared. If you don't take advantage when everybody else is scared, you are going to miss out. You cannot follow the crowd. I have a saying that I use with all my students. When's the last time the crowd was ever right? The crowd is never right. You have to take advantage. If you're interested, sign up for our webinar. I'm going to put the link in here. We're going to talk in this webinar about how to get into commercial real estate from single family. It does not matter if you have a lot of money. It does not matter if you have great credit. If you got that stuff, that's great. It'll just help you move faster. But you can use this and learn how, if you're chosen to be one of the 100 that we work with, you can get into our webinar, you can get into our training, and you can get into the actual 12-month program with $0 down up front. Okay? So you have no excuse. So nobody can say to me, Art, I couldn't do it because of this, that, and the other. I couldn't get into it. You got everything you need right here. Okay? Any questions for me for any other parts of this? How anything with commercial, anything? Santos, I haven't forgot about you. Give me a second. Any other questions for me on commercial real estate, buying single family, financing it, any other stuff? Do you all have real estate experience, or are you brand new to real estate? Oh, we are almost out of time. No questions. Everybody's got. Santos, let me look at your question really quick. I know you sent me a private message. Is it? Okay, no problem. Santos, no problem. I'll get you taken care of tonight. I already got a feedback from the place we need to. So I'll talk to you. I'll send you an email tonight, and I've got a solution for you. Okay. So I'll get it back to you tonight. So no problem. You know what? Let me step back. I'll get it back to you no later than tomorrow morning. It should be tonight, but if I don't get to it tonight, it'll be first thing in the morning. But I got an answer for you, and we'll get it taken care of. So, all right. If there are no other questions, I put the link for the webinar. No problem, Santos. I'll put the link for the webinar in here. Sign up. Like I said, the webinar is 100% free. We're going to show you how you can transition from single family into commercial real estate. We're going to show you what that looks like as far as what kind of financing or finances you need to have. We're going to show you how you can get started in our 12-month program where we're going to take 100 people and invest in some commercial real estate. Here is the link in the chat. And if you got here late and you want to hear about the rest of this program, tomorrow, everybody that's here will get an email with a replay of this call, and we can talk about it on the replay. And we'll get you guys straightened out, and you can join the webinar. Okay? Dennis, I can go to work with my 9 to 5. I've been waiting on the call, please. All right, Dennis, I will talk to you. I will send me an email for tomorrow so I can try to reach out to you tomorrow. I got to take care of Santos, and then I'll reach out to you tomorrow if I can, or I'll set up for one of the other people here. All right, Raymond, I'm glad you loved the call. I hope you signed up. I hope to see you on the webinar. See you guys later. I will talk to you later. And as always, happy hunting. See you guys. All right, so let's get into this, the network that builds and what you need to be looking at as an investor. All right. So again, my name is Art. Let me give you a little bit of background on me. We're going to go ahead and get started. Now, at the end of this, just to let you all know how this goes, what I usually do with this is I'll start off with talking and going over our topic. And then at the end, I will open it up for questions and anything that you have, any questions you want to ask or anything like that. So it'll be pretty straightforward. Okay. People are still coming in. Oh my goodness. So the first thing I'm going to talk about, if I can get to this screen. Continue sharing. Hold on. I apologize. Like I said, this thing is all different when I'm doing it from my laptop, from my regular computer. All right, so let's go back to our screen. People are still coming in, so I'm going to let them in. All right, so I'm going to try to go through this without putting it up on the screen, or at least not putting it up directly. So let me see if I can do that. All right, so now you guys should be able to see my screen. I'll take the slides out so that works. Let's try it that way. All right, so we're going to be talking about the network that builds your net worth and how to use your network, especially when it comes to real estate and what we're doing with quick term. Okay, so I'm going to break that down for you a little bit. And the first thing I'm going to let you know, let's switch to the next slide there. Oh my goodness. So what you will learn tonight, let's talk about that. You're going to learn how to build your quick term power team. Now, the way we do real estate is a little bit different from what most people do. Most people either fix up properties, rehab them, do all that kind of stuff, and then they rent them out. We don't do any of that. We buy properties we buy them quickly, we turn around and immediately sell them. We don't fix them up, we don't put a lot of money into them. We buy them and then turn around and sell them and then take a profit. And our big thing is making a 5 or 6 figure profit from a property in a very short time, because once you get the deal, we have money baked into the deal. So that doesn't really stop us. And then once we have money baked into the deal, it becomes a lot faster for us to do, everything that we need to do. So we're a lot faster with real estate. Now, the trade-off with this is that it will force you to do things a little bit differently. And what I mean by that is that you won't be doing rehabs, you're not going to do remodels, that kind of thing. You're strictly going to be doing deals. So we're going to talk about why going solo equals slower deals and more mistakes, and you miss a lot of opportunities. So when you do solo deals and everything, you're going to miss opportunities that you could have taken advantage of. Okay. And then we're going to talk about, let me get this screen up again. Hold on one second. Share this. Okay. So we're going to talk about how to get the right team and faster deals and how you can do that with less stress. And this is all because of a team that will help you make more money. And it's going to allow you to keep growing and building your business. Okay. So I'm just going to do it this way. So first of all, let me talk about who we are. My name is Art, and this is my wife, Aisha. We have been real estate investors for the past 27 plus years. We've been doing this for a very long time. We've done almost all kinds of real estate. We've done fix and flip. We've done rehabs. We still do commercial. We've done a lot of different stuff. And one of the things that allowed us to do all of this, we started off as landlords. We bought 36 houses in a very short period of time, and we ended up buying these houses, renting them out. And for a few years we were landlords, and it wasn't the worst thing, but it was definitely very difficult. We're in the Chicago market, so the Chicago market is a very tough market for landlording. Landlording in general, in my opinion, is pretty tough, but in the Chicago market, it's even tougher. It's just a hard thing to do. We ended up selling those properties, and we tried rehabbing for a while. We didn't really like that. We didn't like dealing with the contractors. We tried wholesaling for a while, which we didn't like that because we had a lot of deals fall apart, and it was very hard to keep any consistency going, which was really a big thing for us because we had consistent bills. We needed consistent income, if you know what I mean. So after a while, we learned about a thing called wholetailing. Wholetailing ended up being a really good process for us because it allowed us to buy houses and then quickly sell them. The problem we had with wholesaling was just the fact that it wasn't consistent. If you've ever tried to do real estate, especially full time, which you don't have to do it full time, but if you try it, consistency is the key to being successful. If you can't be consistent, it's going to make everything more difficult. We eventually trying to change wholetailing to what we do now, which is called quick turn, which gave us a much more stable income and allowed us to make really good money. And we continue to do that. And now we teach others to do the same thing. Okay. Now, the problem with many of us when it comes to investing and looking at a team and everything else, a lot of investors are under the belief that they should try to do everything alone. And the reason being is a lot of different reasons. People think like, I want to save money. I want to make sure that I can, do all the stuff that I need to do and it gets done. I trust myself. And that can lead to, it makes it much more stable as far as not having to count on other people, but it can make a lot of problems for you and definitely slow you down. One of the biggest issues when you do it by yourself is leads can fall through because there's no system. You're calling people back when you happen to catch a voicemail or something like that. You're missing calls. When you don't have a system, that can really disable your business and slow you down. The other thing is the people you actually deal with. Whether you do what we're about to talk about or not, you have a network of people you work with. And bad contractors, slow lenders, or lenders that promise you the world and don't deliver, those can be a real problem. Even weak agents. We just recently had a agent with one of our students who talked her out of $20,000 of profit that she could have made if she would have stayed with the process, but the agent talked her out of it. So we're going to talk about that, how agents can kill a deal. And if you are an agent in here, I am not, disavowing agents. We use agents every day. They work really well, but you got to find the right agent. And the result of all of this is you get burnout, you waste a lot of time, and most importantly, you don't make progress. And so hopefully following what I'm about to lay out for you, that will make sense. Can everybody see my screen okay and everything and see the stuff? I think I got it figured out now. So it's a little bit wanky with the fact you can see the slides, but can you see my screen? Give me a thumbs up if you can see all my screens and everything, or the screen that I've got going. Okay, so the myth about a winning investor. This is the problem that a lot of people see when they think about how they're going to do real estate. And one of the first problems people will say is, I don't need a team. I don't need a team. I can do it all by myself, which is yes, you can, but it is not the best use of your time. There's a lot of moving parts to building a successful real estate business and putting together numbers that make sense, not just for you, but for you to continue on, for you to support your family with doing real estate. And doing it by yourself is going to slow you down. And that's the best way I can put it. The truth is, the best investors like to leverage relationships. And when I say that, I don't mean going out and hiring a bunch of VAs. How many of you all in here have VAs and you're using VAs to try to find deals? I don't think that's necessary. And I'll talk about that in just a second. But VAs can actually slow you down and they're costly. They can be very cheap labor if they're out of the country, but at the same time, they are costly if you're not making money that supports what they're doing. Okay. The whole thing is solo is slow. And when you do team, you can actually scale and it allows you to scale a lot faster and it becomes a lot easier. You actually make more money in this business the less you do. If you're doing a lot of stuff, you're actually slowing yourself down. You're a bottleneck to your success in your business. And I'm going to hopefully show you how to get out of that tonight with this call. Can everybody see the screen okay? I'm just making sure that let me see, that I'm not skipping you guys, but you all can see the screen okay? All right, what you do and don't need. Let's talk about that. You don't need 20 people on payroll. I'm a big believer in you should not hire people until you absolutely cannot afford to not hire them. You should be running yourself ragged before you bring on people. Okay, thank you, Carolyn. You do just need the right 3 to 5 partners. And I call them partners because they don't actually work for you, but they will help you grow your business and allow you to do a lot more without you taking on all these expenses. See, I'm a big believer that you don't want to build up these expenses unnecessarily. When I build up an expense, it's because I actually needed that person very badly. I don't want you to just go out and hire people for the sake of hiring people or bring people on. Even if they're cheap VAs, it's no point in it. You need to focus your energy and effort and let the team do their best work. Your team has a brain, they can think, and if you get the right team, they will actually make your overall business better without you being involved, without you having to tell them everything, without you having to tell them everything. You shouldn't have to tell your team how to run the business entirely. You can give them some guidelines, tell them this is the result that you want, And that should be enough for you to be successful, if that makes sense. I know. So when some of you that are working jobs and everything, I know, do you do better when your job lets you get the work done and do what needs to be done and get it done in your way, or when they're micromanaging and telling you every little piece? Now, I understand that some jobs have requirements and laws and things like that that they have to follow. But the truth of the matter is, if you put smart people in a room and give them a task and get out of their way, they may do it better than you. I know it's shocking. I know it's almost impossible to believe, but a team that is the right team will make you more money while making themselves more money, and you'll be inclined to pay them more because of the fact that everybody's doing well and making more money. Okay. These are the kind of ways I want you to look at this, because it's going to make a difference when you get to the nitty gritty of this whole thing. So let's meet your team. These are the 3 to 5 key players every quick turn investor needs. Now, I know some of you are going to say, well, I'm buying rental properties or I'm rehabbing houses, and these still apply to you. But the way we do quick turn, we do not deal with contractors for the most part. We don't have to deal with tenants. We don't have to deal with a lot of stuff that goes along with rehabbing properties. We don't have to deal with a lot of stuff that goes along with managing properties. This is the bare knuckles situation that we use to be successful and scale our business. With these people, we can scale our business to a very nice number. We've done 7 figures in the last 2 years. We've done 7 figures each year. And before that, we were doing high to mid high 6 figures. So this team works and it scales without me having to pay tons of money. All right. So the key players are your lender, an agent, contractors. Now you're like, how is it contractors when you just said I don't have to work with contractors? Pay attention and I'll show you. And then I'm going to show you the other team members that you need, but they're not people that you think. Okay. So let's talk about lenders. There are 3 main lenders that we look at. The first is commercial lenders. We have a relationship, and all of our students have a relationship with a commercial lender that will actually help them finance their deals with a commercial line of credit. It's great because you only apply once and then they approve you, and then they only look at the deal. They don't care about you anymore. Well, I don't want to say that. They don't care about your finances or anything like that. They just want to see that you're okay initially, and then they approve you for a year and they don't look at you again till the next year. The other is friendly bankers. We have friendly bankers that we work with that have great terms when they understand the strategy that you're using. So our lenders do 100% financing. They cover there's zero down payment. It's not a 80/20 loan or anything weird like that. It's one loan, 100% financing, and you can use that to buy property and do it consistently and buy them and then get rid of them. And then the final one is private lenders. Now we have a very smooth way that we build private lenders. Now, some of you may be, have any of you all ever heard of private lenders? Because some of you may be familiar with private lenders, but I'm going to tell you our private lenders are literally individuals with money. So usually with my private lenders, I get an extremely low interest rate. My interest rate with my private lenders is usually 5%, and it is no payments, and I get them financed. They give me finance and everything else, and we can close the deal usually in about 3 or 4 days. It's not a company that does private loans. That's different than what I'm talking about. These are people that I have relationships with. A good lender is going to help you make more money. And this is the key thing I want you to get about lenders. They're going to give you confidence when making offers, because making offers is the #1 way for you to build wealth in this business. If you don't make offers, you're going to struggle. If you make offers, it takes care of everything. And then speed. It's going to allow you to have speed so that you can do more than one deal at a time. This is how we operate, and it makes us really good numbers because we are constantly making offers, constantly closing deals and buying properties and selling properties, and it allows us to churn a lot of cash, which allows us to pay for our team and everything else. A quick tip is good deals make financing easier. Now, somebody is on here and they're going to say, well, I got a deal right now, and how come I can't get financing? The truth of the matter is your deal might not be that appealing, to lenders. And you'll say, well, how is my deal not appealing? Because if you have a property, I'll give you an example, that's worth 200,000 once it's fixed up, and you're buying it for 100,000, it's worth 100,000 a day, and it needs $20,000 in fix up. That's not a great deal for the lender because they got to loan you $120,000. They don't know if you're going to get it to $200,000. They don't know if you're going to have a contractor run off on you. They don't know if you're going to run out of money because you mismanage the money. It's risky for them. But when we buy a property that's worth 100,000 today and we get it, let's say for $60,000, then we're asking them only for 60 and we're turning around and selling it at 100. It's less risky for them. It's a really strong deal for them. And lenders make money churning their deals, not getting you to make payments for the next 30 years. Well, servicers do, but we're talking about lenders specifically. So a good deal will make your financing much easier. Your credit or your money are not stopping you from doing deals. You can do deals even if you don't have great credit. You can do deals even if you don't have a lot of money. And you don't have to do these really crazy creative deals. You can do them pretty easily. So you just have to learn the process. And we'll talk about that. The next is agents. Now, are there any agents in here? Because I am not an agent basher. I have agent partners that we work with, and agents are great. I have no issues with agents. Agents do a couple of things for you. Agents can bring market intel and they can help you exit a deal fast, which is what we need. A market intel because the market changes and they can bring in their knowledge and, hey, I've seen this, and tell, hey, look out for this. That helps you. That can definitely help you. Now, a red flag is not all agents are created equal. I remember when I started in real estate, one of the big things for me was seeing when you talk to an agent, you assume that because they're an agent, they know all of this stuff. Same thing with a lawyer. When you talk to a lawyer, you assume they know all law stuff. The truth is, agents are not all created equal, and some agents are not investing agents, and that's okay. Everybody is not your cup of tea. You have to screen them and choose the right agent. The second red flag is agents who know it all and spend time changing your mind. Some agents know investing and they feel they know it better than you. They may have never invested in their lives, but they feel I've seen a bunch of other people do it and this is how they do it. Just because they did it this way does not mean that that's the only way to do it. And sometimes, if they're going to spend their time trying to convince you, that's not a good fit, if that makes sense. Okay. The next is contractors. Now, I don't use contractors for rehabs. I use them for small fixes or cleanouts or something like that. Usually I'll give you an example when I use a contractor. When we buy a house and the city requires an inspection and the city comes back and says, hey, this, and this needs to be fixed. It's some minor stuff that needs to be fixed, that needs to be done quickly. We will use a contractor. I do not keep a contractor where they're constantly running from me. My contractors are more along the lines of a handyman, if that makes sense. They go in and do minor stuff. They are not doing a major gut rehab. They're not ripping out walls and going through plumbing and all this kind of stuff. That's just not happening. So these are smaller type contractors, handyman. And a trustworthy contractor saves time and it keeps deals alive because some of these cities will require you to do some little repairs and they will hold up your wholesale while you're waiting for them to, clear this repair, something like that. Like I said, we're not doing major repairs. We're usually just doing minor stuff that needs to be done. The best thing I can tell you about contractors that you use, because they're not doing major jobs, it's really hard for them to screw up and it's really hard for them. The biggest problem with contractors is them asking for money, playing it like they're a big outfit, and then taking that money and using it for another job or running off with your money, or even not starting your job because you won't give them money because of that exact reason. These handymen in smaller places are much easier to work with. They don't require a lot of money up front. They can usually get the parts. If they can't get the parts, I probably wouldn't use them if they can't get the parts, but for the most part, it's not going to stop you, if that makes sense. Okay. You can test them on a small job first. That's what I always tell people. Now, the next one we're going to talk about is other players. These are people that are not part of your everyday, but they are very important. One is a title company or a closing attorney. They're going to make sure that a lot of paperwork gets done. They're going to make things go fast. And if you get the right attorney, they will bring ideas when you have a challenge. I have a great attorney that we work with. And one of the things that when I interviewed him was, hey, when I'm having a problem, I don't want you to say, man, what are you going to do? I want you to come with solutions to say, hey, we could try this because we're in this together. You don't get paid if I don't get paid. And it makes a world of difference. It has saved countless deals having a good attorney or a title company. I have both. And I've even had a title company that said, hey, we need this, but you don't have it yet, but we trust you. We've done enough deals with you. Just bring it back in the next, couple of hours or tomorrow and we'll be fine. And they've still closed my deals. So these are invaluable people. Now, the next one is internal team members. This is VAs and PAs, so virtual assistants and personal assistants. These are key to helping you grow your business when you get to a point. If you are just starting out, you do not need VAs, you do not need PAs. You need to start out and build up some cash before you get to your internal team. But your internal team will skyrocket your business much faster than you ever could, because they will take care of a lot of the tedious tasks and do it well that you didn't like doing. Okay. Now, the secret sauce with all of these people is reliability. A lot of people think it's about just finding anybody that says they'll work with you. There are a lot of people that will say they will work with you. You have got to find people who show up, who keep their word and move fast, and they come with solutions, not problems. It's okay to have a problem. It happens in every business, but your team should be part of you helping you solve and decipher these problems. Does that make sense? If you get the right people, they're going to make your world easier, not more difficult. I don't mind you bringing me a problem, but bring me a problem while bringing me a solution. And we set that up in our culture of what we do. And that's with everybody, even the people that don't work with us directly, but they're like the realtor, the attorney, things like that. They have the same rules because we work together enough. And so that's important. The whole key to all of this is a vetting process. Like I said in the beginning, you cannot assume that somebody, just because they're an attorney or just because they're an agent, they know all or they're the right fit for you. Okay, that's just not the case. You have to vet them. You have to do a job interview the same way they do a job interview when you're applying for a job. You have to bring the right people in on a job interview, if that makes sense. Okay. Then you kind of see how they work. You start off with them and try them out, and then give them some leeway because people don't know how you operate, but you measure the results and then you scale the relationship and give them more and more responsibility as you go. This is the best way that I've seen, and I've worked with tons of agents, I've worked with tons of attorneys. This is the best process that gives me the consistency that I need. Okay. So you might be saying, how do I find them? The best way is referrals from other investors, or even better, team members. I got my attorney from my title company. I told that there's a process that we use that got them to give us their best attorneys. Then I got my contractor from my realtor. She knew contractors in the area. I got my realtor from a seller, a person that was selling the property. I got my realtor from them. So referrals, because they're the most honest opinion of how these people operate, they will be your number one source. Second source, which is okay, but is secondary, is local RIAs or meetups. RIAs are real estate investment associations. That's all good. But again, your reputation goes from referral more so than just them advertising or saying, hey, I do stuff. You will get much better referrals by asking your team. And if you don't have a team, you do. You just don't know it yet. You've got people that you can, anybody you know in real estate, anybody you know in, and just because somebody refers them doesn't mean they're your fit, but you can start the conversation, you know. And one of the things I ask people, I'll give you this tip. One of the things that I ask when I'm interviewing somebody to bring onto our team is, if you had to bring somebody else on in your same position or in your same industry, name 2 to 3 people that you would say that would be worth doing business with. That forces them to name people that they would think are not as good as them. But they will, that's usually what they do. They'll tell you somebody who's not as good as them. But it forces them to see how they respond. If they say, oh, I wouldn't refer anybody, then that shows you that they've got kind of a selfishness. Because if they know they're better, they're going to refer people to you because they know that they're going to shine on top of those people. So one of those tricks that I use is to ask them to refer 2 or 3 other people that could do the same job, and how they respond lets me know a lot about them. Again, the last thing is trusting and testing, and building a relationship is key. It's like a dating and going into marriage. I do not just marry somebody 20 minutes after meeting them and they say, yes, I'm a girl, so you can marry me. They have to show me that they're worthy of working with us through process. Okay. Are you all following this? Is this making sense so far? I know I'm a little bit discombobulated, but I'm trying to give you all this information. So the next thing I'm talking about is the payoff. What is the payoff of working with these people? What is the benefit? With the right network, you will get faster closings, which allows you to make more money. It will be less stressful, which allows you to make more money and relax. And at the same time, you do more deals. My team has helped me do infinitely more, and they don't even bring me the deals. Our team doesn't bring us the deals, but they help us close more deals. I've had team members that have gone behind. I'll give you an example. One time I had a closing and my realtor and everything was there, the attorney was there, and at the end of the deal, my realtor, oh, sorry, my at the end of the deal, my realtor came back and ended up telling us how we can make an extra $5,000 on the deal, and we did. It was at closing. It was something that she caught. That's a team member that's going to help you do more deals, make more money, and at the end of the day, get predictable checks, which is what we all want. But you've got to get out of the mindset of I got to do it all on my own, because that's not the way to make the most money. Okay. I always talk about the 1% rule. The 1% rule is don't expect to do this overnight. This is not a one time you go out and find people and do it kind of thing. You will take time moving pieces around, finding the right people. The most important thing is to get 1% better every day. Work on what you're doing, build it up, and build one relationship at a time and get a compound effect. Okay. It just happens that way. And that's from building a team. So work on your team and what you're doing every day. Now, the way we do investing, like I said, a lot of people fail because they try to do it all themselves, and we teach how to build it and do it as a team. As a group, we do it as a team. As a group, we work together. All the people that are students with us, we work together to do deals, make stuff work, and most importantly, share our knowledge, because what I'm doing here may not be exactly the same in Texas, but we can share knowledge and it'll help us accomplish goals. One student that was in our group gave another student some advice that allowed them to save $15,000 on a deal because they shared knowledge that they had as a contractor. It's just the way it goes. Quick Turn, our process gives you the roadmap and the shortcuts on how to do this process, how to buy properties without fixing them up, without spending a ton of money on rehab, without hiring contractors, without bringing on a whole team of contractors and all that kind of stuff, just making the money and doing it over and over again quickly to build up a war chest of cash. With our guidance and your networks, deals get much simpler. This is just a part of the math and a part of how the process goes. So, the first thing I want to leave you with is don't leave tonight and do nothing. You got some information about building a team. That's not enough. You can start building your team this week. You can start reaching out and talking to people and letting them know what you want to do. But the most important thing is that you get started. And if you want to see exactly how to put our process of Quick Turn into action, we have a $99 sprint. It's the fast start path into Quick Turn. The goal of the sprint is to get you to a place where you can do a deal. We want to get you talking to sellers and making offers. If you do that, you have infinitely more chance of being successful with this because you start talking to sellers. So this is a 14-day sprint where we show you how to start talking to sellers, how to get them to negotiate with you, and hopefully put together a deal. And we'll show you the rest as we go. Now, if you'd like access to this $99 sprint, and it's a 14-day sprint, the best thing about this sprint is if you follow the steps. We don't want to have you just get into another program and not put it to work. If you follow the steps we lay out in this sprint and do it, even if you don't get the results that we promised, you get your money back. Now, if you go into the sprint and don't follow the steps, then you don't get your money back, but because you didn't follow it. I want people that are going to take action, that are going to work and actually do what we're talking about and see results, because we're going to, one, showcase your results to others. And at the same time, we're going to help you close deals and let you see some profit. And I believe if you see that profit, then it'll push you to do more and keep going. If this is something that interests you, and like I said, it's a money back guarantee. And if you have a choice of either your money back or a credit, you earn your money back by following the steps. So it's not hard. You just have to follow the steps. If you like it, message me in the chat and I'll send you a link to the sprint. You can sign up for it. It's, like I said, it's very simple to follow. It's no risk to you because you make the investment. If you follow the steps and follow through, it's 14 days. You should see some results in 14 days. Then you will actually move forward. Okay. So I'm going to put the link. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the link. Okay. iPhone 2, I see you. So I'm going to send you the link. And then that way you can sign up. Let me know once you've gone through it, but that's the link to sign up. I'll put it in the chat for you. If anybody else wants it, let me know and I will get Stella. I see you. I will send the link to you. You got it. If as you want it, this is, like I said, this is about as low risk as you can get, because as long as you take the steps, you're going to be fine. Now, if you're not serious and if it's like, hey, my job is too busy, I can't do it, I can't do this. All right, you're welcome, Stella. If you can't do this, if it's too much, I understand. But this is a real process. It's really going to work for you. And it's what we do, it's part of the beginning process of what we do to actually see success. All right, who was that? Queen's phone, iPhone. I saw you. I sent you one. Lorene Hurd, I got you. You got one. All right, I'm sending it to you, Carolyn. You're saying you want one, is that right? So I'll send you the link if you're saying that's what you want. All right, good. This is a great program to get started. It's going to make you take action. You're going to start learning our process, and you're going to see it's more to it than just guessing or hoping. Success to me is a math problem. As long as you, yeah, I'm going to open it up. Stella, hold on one second because I'm going to open it up and answer some questions in just a second. Success to me is a math problem. As long as you follow the steps, you will get success from following the steps and doing it. The problem is people want to change it, they want to tweak it, and we've tested a lot of stuff. This is what we know works, and we want to see you be successful. Okay. Now, the last thing, and I'm going to open this up for questions. If you've got questions on what we do as far as quick turn, if you've got questions on the sprint, then by all means, just raise your hand and I will call on you in the chat, or I will call on you and then I'll unmute you, or you can unmute yourself. And then you can ask questions and I'll be happy to answer them. And I can tell you about our background. If you want to know that, I can tell you about what we do, anything. So if you've got questions on any of this stuff. Now, the last thing I'm going to let you guys know. So if I see you raise your hand or you got, say you want to talk, then I'll pull you up. I'll open you up in just a second, Stella. If you came in late for this presentation, then I'm going to put the replay out tomorrow. So you all should be able to see the replay, and you'll get an email tomorrow morning with the replay and you can watch it. And then if you want to sign up for the sprint, that's fine. The sprint is only open. We only open so many spots every week because of the fact that we cannot do too many people. So if you're interested, this is a great move to get started and actually take action where somebody's showing you real steps that will get you started. And there's two ways you can do the sprint. One is called the doorway and one is called the desk way. And they deal with how you're going to market and find deals and everything else. And you can see all of that when you get in the sprint. All right, Stella. So you had a couple of questions. Let me see if I can unmute yourself, Stella, and I can answer your questions. What questions do you have, man? Are you able to unmute yourself, Stella? Or
Can you hear me now?
yep, I can hear you now. How are you?
Okay. Oh, thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you
Nice
so
to meet you.
much.
What
I
questions
just
do you have?
I just very recently moved to Las Vegas,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know a lot of people here.
Okay.
And so I didn't quite catch the amount of people that I need for a team. And so the people that I need for a team, with your suggestion, how many do I need? And would you suggest that they all have to be very experienced in the real estate business?
So good question. The first answer is you do not need a large team starting off. If you're doing the process that we do, which is quick turning, buying and immediately selling property, the biggest people on your team are going to be a lender. And the lenders that we use are nationwide. You don't have to use our lenders, but that's somebody on your team. You're going to need a consistent lender. You're going to need an agent, and that can be in your area. I'm a strong quick turn in what we do. We don't buy all over the country. It's no point and no need to buy all over the country. You can buy in about a 50-mile radius of where you live. So the reason I say that is because if I go outside of your door and I go 50 miles in any one direction, I'm going to see high-end homes, I'm going to see middle-income homes, and I'm going to see low-income homes. It's just anywhere in the country. So an agent, a local agent, should be able to help you. And then you need a title company or an attorney that can help you. It depends on your state. Now, I'm not sure if Nevada is a title company only or an attorney state. It might be a title company only, but you need a good title company, and that's very easy to find.
Mhm.
And then after that, that's all you need really to get started. Now, as you
Okay.
grow, you can get people like a PA, which is a personal assistant, things like that. But I would not do that until I'm legitimately at the point of, you know, I need help. I cannot do this by myself.
Mm.
Keep your costs down as low as possible until you've made some money. And after your first deal or two, you should have decent money. Our typical deals across the board are usually $35,000 or better profit per deal. Some students have done much better than that. I've got a student, Yolanda, who did 134,000 on her first deal out the gate. I've got other students that have done 50, 60,000 on their first deals. But typically doing one or two deals, you'll be fine because you'll make enough money. And then if you want to get people, I still wouldn't hire people right then. I would still kind of grow until it hurts. Once it hurts, then you can start hiring people internally. But till
Okay.
use your team.
Okay, and my background is real estate. My background's also finance. So that again, a lender, I mean, I could do that myself. So that's
Yeah.
not a big problem. And so as far as your mentorship, what exactly are you gonna pretty much like hold our hand and walk us through for how long? Or is this like a community
So
organization or what exactly
So
are
we got a couple of different ways that we help you. The way I explain it to people, we help you wherever you are at. So the sprint is kind of an introduction with us. The goal of the
okay?
sprint is to kind of see what our process is like, at least the beginning of it, see that you're taking action and you're serious about this. And the goal is if you take action, then you can have your money back or you can have it as a credit toward our programs. We've got a community where it's kind of a group community. The goal of the community is to get your first deal done, and we can talk to you about that once you finish with the sprint. And then we've got actual mentorship. The goal of mentorship is to build the actual business of doing this on a consistent basis. A lot of my students that follow through and do what they're supposed to have gotten to six figures in their first year. And but they do that by building it as a business and not trying to do one deal at a time or one like doing a one-off deal. The community, depending on where you're at, the community is to get you to that first deal if you need that kind of help. And it's still working with me and my wife Aisha, but it's a group setting. The actual mentorship is more of a smaller group and more of a one-on-one where we're trying to get you to, build this into a consistent, ongoing business. That
Mhm. And is it premature? May I ask what is your mentorship fee?
So our mentorship fee, we have a couple of different levels. It ranges. The all of them. So here's the way I explain it to people. We have three levels of mentorship. All of
Okay.
them teach the exact same thing. So the knowledge you get in the mentorship is the same across the board. The only difference is the amount of support that you get. So at the lowest level, it's kind of I can do it. I just need the recipe and show me the steps, and I don't need a lot of support. I just need very little support. The middle one is where most people end up, where they get support. They're in a private group and they get a bunch of stuff like that. And then the highest one is where you basically rent our team and we handle a lot of the back end stuff for you. You just have to actually close the deals and actually make the offers, that kind of thing.
Okay.
So we have different levels and it's all based on what makes. I've told people before that, hey, you don't need this one because this is not going to be the best fit for you. But we actually try to match you up to the help you need and to see you be successful. And the
Mhm.
last thing I tell you about this is people ask me all the time, well, Art, if you're doing this and you're making money, why are you selling mentorship or anything else? I started off, I did not want to sell mentorship when I started off. I was completely against it. One of my wife's friends came to us and asked if we would teach her. This is about 2 years ago, and asked if we would teach her how to do what we do in real estate. And I said, absolutely not. Why would I build my own competition? But my wife convinced me to do it. And now, what we do with our students is once they start making money with single family, we invite them to work with us as a group and buy into commercial real estate. So we buy into large
Mm,
commercial as a group. The benefit
good.
is two things. One, if we buy it right and set it up the right way, we can offset the taxes. So the capital gains, which are much higher for short-term investments, we can offset those capital gains by investing in the commercial. The second thing is it's a long-term play. So
Hmm.
you end up with two businesses. You're making money on single families and doing that and making money, and that's building lump sums of cash. But then you're also doing the commercial, which is long-term, which still throws off cash and it allows you to defer the taxes till later. And so it's a kind of a roundabout system, but it makes sense and it helps people and it allows us to grow too. I'm very selfish in the fact that I want to see you guys be successful so that they can
Hmm.
be successful in commercial.
Hmm. Well, if you're not charging and you're just giving it away, then people could just walk away with no intention. I mean, maybe they're bored that day. It's a respect thing. I
It
mean,
is.
if people pay you, then they'll pay attention.
It is, and I did that. I've had a lot of people come to me and say, "Well, let me do a deal first, and then we'll split the deal." The problem
Mm-mm,
with that is that if you won't invest in yourself to do a deal, you're going to putter out before we get to a deal. I'm going to put all this
mm,
time into helping you, and then you're going to say, I have
mhm,
this other thing, and I've had that happen multiple times. And I had a person that we worked with them. They did all their marketing and started doing everything, and calls started coming in. And then out of the blue, she called me and said, "You know what? I think I want to do government contracting." Like I can't, I can't keep you focused on this. Everything is going to look better when you're in the middle of something. You got to keep going with it. So
mhm.
we have a good system, and I do. Everybody that works with us, I'm very involved. I'm talking to people every week. I'm not hard to find. It's not like you can't get in touch with us because we want you to be successful. We want you to go into commercial with us eventually. So it's a good
Mhm,
setup.
mhm. Okay, well, very good. I do, and this. Oh, let me see. I'm trying to think of. Is there a number that we can call and text you after we have paid you the Sprint fee?
So when you get into the sprint, there's an
Mhm.
email to set up for questions and everything. The sprint
Okay.
is kind of a do it yourself where we want you to get started. But if you have a problem or something like that, you'll get
Yeah.
the email. It's in the once you pay, you'll see the next page and it tells you all the steps and gives you everything. But then you'll set up a meeting with us so that at the end of your sprint, we can talk to you about where you're at, what you did, see how well you did, and then we can also talk about what the next step should be. So
Okay.
we'll be in touch
Okay.
with you.
Very good. It's just I do know of some people that really are interested in this type of thing, but they
Mhm.
truly just do not have the money. And
Yeah.
so I'm in a position to where I could actually get them the money because I mentioned that I'm in finance. And so I would like to offer that to them. If you hear of people that really want to do your program, but they just seriously do not have the money, then I could go ahead and help them with that. That's
Okay.
why I said, and then they
Okay.
could go ahead and give you the cash directly.
Okay. Well, we can always talk about that because I before I give people stuff, I always try to make sure that everything works out because I'm protective of the people that we work with because I don't want to harm anybody. But yeah, I'll definitely be willing to talk to you about it.
Okay, well, so then you're going to have a recording of it. So then
Do the recording and
you're
you'll
going
get
to
an
send it
email.
to me and then I just get that to them through.
Yeah, you can give that. You can give the recording to them. You'll see it in the email. You can just forward it to whoever you want to, and that'll make
Okay.
sure they can watch the recording.
Okay. And then how do I sign up for you right away?
So I'm going to give you, I'll send you the link again. I'm going to put it in the chat so everybody can see it. So that's the link.
Okay.
Just put it in the chat.
Okay.
You can go there and you can read about the sprint and everything else. Okay.
Okay. Very good. So I don't need a team right now. I can just sign up on
Yeah.
my own right now.
Yep. You can sign up on your own right now.
Okay, very good. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate you and your wife's
No problem. No
generosity.
problem.
Thank you so
No
much.
problem. All right,
Are
Jack,
you?
you got a question?
Yeah, I apologize for
No,
being
you're okay.
late.
Yeah, you're okay. What's going
I'm
on?
not. No, I'm not because I missed everything.
Well,
That's not the business.
we'll do a replay. There's a replay coming to you. If you're on this, we have your email. So you'll get a replay tomorrow. You can check out, I put the link in the chat. That's for our sprint. The sprint is to get somebody started. Jack, do you have any background in real estate? Do you have any experience yet?
Yeah,
Okay, you've
I've
done.
got right now. I've got. Here's my situation. I'm going to make it real quick for you.
Okay.
I've got a. I was doing business with the partner driven.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, unfortunately, I've had some really nasty setbacks. But I've had family members pass away on me.
Okay.
Okay, and things didn't go right for me, so I had to slow up on everything. A gentleman, a brother that I'm doing business with right now, I do wholesale.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I was doing with partner driven, and I told the brother that with partner driven, it's set up so that I can go ahead and get the contracts. Once I sign the contracts, and they step in and they handle the rest of the deal.
So have you actually closed something with them?
With partner driven,
Yeah.
no, unfortunately, I haven't because of the fact, like I said, I had one deal that I was doing with them, and I got the wrong realtor to handle it for me because the way the property was set up. and
So
he's
let
bless
me
his
tell you
heart.
this. Let me tell you this.
True.
I don't negatively or positively speak about any other programs because I don't know all the programs and the ins and outs. A lot of people do these programs where they say, "Hey, you go find the deals and we'll work it with you." I'm a big believer, and I'm sure for some people that works. I've yet to see somebody that did those programs and they said, "Hey, I'm doing deals with them." I'm a big believer that you learn to do the process yourself. You should, if you need me to make money, you don't have a business. You should be able to learn this process, learn your business, and then make money on your own. Because yes, Jack, just like you said, Jack, life happens. Life gets in the way. And I cannot, and I've seen too many people that life got in the way and then they had to lose or walk away from a deal when, it's just you should have been able to finish up your deal. I'm more of a teach you the process. You can do it. You see the steps. It's not that hard. I share my vendors with you and everything that we use, and you can do the business. There's nothing stopping you. I don't want you to be dependent on me. I don't think that's the best way to do business. Now, the first one and the first process, or especially if you're going to, even with our commercial, I want people to work with us when we do commercial, but I want them to see everything. So if they decide, hey, next one I want to do on my own, I don't want to do it with you, by all means, that's fine. I don't believe I should be a crutch for anybody to help them make money. You should be able to learn this and make money on your own because at the end of the day, you don't need another person that has control over your ability to
Well,
earn.
no. Well, see what it is see, I'm trying to find buyers. I can find the properties. Okay, it's
Mhm.
finding the buyers. And
So
personally, I don't have the money, the resources myself to purchase the property on my own. I've been looking for lenders, but man, trying to find lenders now, it's
where are you at, Jack?
pardon.
What part of the country are you in?
I'm in California.
Okay, are your properties in California or are you looking all over?
No, I'm all over. These properties are in Philly.
Okay. So the way I explain it to people with our process, part of how you find the deal is how you will sell the deal. I don't believe in keeping a buyer's list. I don't believe, yeah, that's Carolyn, that's right. Teach a man to fish is much better than, hey, work under me kind of thing. But you don't need a buyer's list. You don't need to build up a bunch of people that have cash. If you find the right deals, I guarantee you can finance them. The problem is most people think that they found the right deal. Let me give you an example. Most of my properties are move-in condition. Some of them have tenants, some of them don't, but they're usually in move-in condition. They're not dilapidated or falling apart or anything like that. And I'm getting them at 60 cents on the dollar or better. And they're and you might say, well, who's selling a house like that? And they're not in distress, they're not in foreclosure, they're not in tax liens or anything like that. Now, you might say, who's selling you that kind of property? And let me tell you, you know who the best sellers are? People that own their house free and clear. Nobody looks at them. Everybody's focused on the people that have tax liens and foreclosures. Nobody looks at the people that own their house free and clear. Think about the woman who inherits a house from her mother and she lives in California. The house is in Texas. She's not flying to Texas to go check on that house. She wants to be done with it. She doesn't have to get all the money. She just needs to get some of it. There's a million scenarios where it makes sense to get properties that are free and clear. We go after the other side of the market that people are not even looking at. Less competition, more profit, more money, and it's all in how you identify them to even market to them to find them in the first place.
Well, see, now that's where I'm at. Okay, I do turnkeys.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, the properties that I have right now, then the gentleman I'm doing business with, these are one of them is a 4-bedroom, and it's a renter. He's getting $1,800 a month for this place. Okay, and then he has another house that he wanted to put out there for me, and I told him the only way I'm gonna do them is wholesale them. He said, I'll wholesale them to you. I said, these are all turnkeys because I'm not interested in anything else. You know, everybody wants to do the fix and flip. I understand that. Well, that's good if you got the money for it and you have the time. But if you don't have the money or the time for that, you got to do something that makes sense.
Well, I'm a big believer. I've done wholesale before. I'm not a big supporter of wholesale just because I'm kind of like McDonald's. If you ever dealt with McDonald's owns a potato. When you order French fries, they own the potato when it went in the dirt. They own it when it comes across on the truck. They own it when it goes into the fryer and they put it on your plate. I'm a big believer in controlling my deal as much as possible. When you wholesale, you are at the whim of that seller and your buyer. when I buy it, and I know you're saying, well, I don't have access to funds. I'm going to argue with you there because I have helped people that had no access. They had 530 credit scores and they still were able to buy deals, did not have a lot of money. I got the lady Yolanda, the story that I tell Yolanda. Yolanda lost her job while she started working with us. She did a deal and she made 134,000 profit on her first deal. And it was from finding a seller with a seller that owned it free and clear. She bought 3 condos. It's I'm wholesale is nothing wrong with it if it works for people. But the problem with it is in this business, the part nobody talks about is consistency. That's the thing nobody wants to talk about. Everybody wants to talk about, oh, I did this deal, I made all this money. That's great. But if you made $100,000 on a deal and you don't know when you're going to get your next deal, how great is that deal? Because you don't know how you can spend $100,000. It's actually subtracting. But if you know you can consistently bring in deals, you'll make great money. You'll make great money. Jack, I'm going to suggest, I'm going to go ahead because I'm going to let somebody else get on. But
okay, well, what is it? How does the person get in with you?
So I'm going to put check the chat. I'm going to put the link. This is the start process with us. Start in the sprint. The sprint is the beginning of our process. You'll see what it's like. You're going to do what's called an algorithm. It's a lot different from what you're probably used to. You can check out the sprint. It's $99 to start. If you do the steps and follow through, if you don't get the results, even if you do get the results, you have a choice of either getting a credit toward our actual programs or you can get your money back. So you can earn your money back. So it's a literally no risk obligation. You're starting it, you'll learn some of the stuff. If it works for you, then we'll talk about what next steps are. If it doesn't, then you can go back and try something else, but you didn't lose anything. So I put it in the chat and you can check it out. It's about as low risk, no risk that I can make something because you literally put your money up. But if you do it and follow the steps, you can get your money back. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right, man. Good talking to you. All right, let me put this. Veronica, you got a question. Go ahead and you raised your hand. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Hey, Veronica.
Hey. Okay, now what I want to say is I know you see my last name, but my background is Southern.
Okay.
I use that for real estate.
Okay.
I want to encourage everybody. I'm in the middle of my 14-day and I'm letting you know I love it.
Oh, good. I'm glad you like it.
Yeah,
I'm glad you like it. Good.
I love it. I've been fighting with my computer, a little bit. I ain't never had no issues before, but now that I'm trying to, go to the side and get my zip codes and everything, it's been trying to trip on me, but I'm staying with it and I love it. And I think what I'm going to do is move my date down to speak with you because I really want to have more of it done.
Okay.
Because I had to kind of revamp and make sure I got the desk version, which I did not mind. But I just want to encourage everybody. It is really, really good. I've got a little bit of background of flipping, wholesaling, landlord, all three.
Okay, good.
I'm seeing that everything that you're saying, Art, is absolutely correct, especially with that wholesale.
Yep.
You got to be like a National Guard when you have something under wholesale and try to hurry up and get it off and get it done through escrow and everything before somebody come in and try to, just keep your stuff sitting so they can come around you and get it for a better deal. So you're absolutely right with that. But I just want to encourage everybody that if you make that decision, like I said, I am enjoying the journey and I just wanted to speak up on that.
All right, I appreciate that, Veronica. So good. We'll talk more on your call when we do your call.
Yeah, I'm gonna move it down though because I need about a couple of more. I want to be further along so I can have more to work with.
Okay, no problem. That works. All right, we'll see you then. So thanks a lot. And for everybody that doesn't know, Veronica does not work for me. Veronica was on the call last week and she signed up. So good to see that she's moving forward. All right, Lorraine Hurd. Let me see. Let me see if I can see. Unmute yourself, Lorraine. Where you at?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, now I can hear you. How are you?
Great. Thanks for the invite.
No
The question I have, the program, I'm years of property management and some investments here and there, did a couple of JV deals and things.
Okay.
The question is, do you have a list that we go off, or it's pretty much like a drive for dollars type thing?
So first of all, no, you're not going to drive for dollars, and I hate that. And no, we are very targeted. We are very on purpose. There's a line that Jay-Z said in an award ceremony. He said, "Men lie, women lie, numbers don't."
You're right.
I'm a big believer in we go with the numbers. I don't want you guessing. I don't want you saying, I think this is the way to go. I think this is what to do. This is a process and it's localized to you. So the results that I get in my market will be completely different from the results in your market because it is the way these numbers work, they're customized by your market, but it's going to give you the best chance of finding consistent deals and a process that's going to let you make good money and do deals. And it's better than wholesaling. You're not cold calling. You're not even with the if you take the door process. So the door process with what we do is door knocking.
Mm-hmm.
It's not randomly knocking on doors. You're knocking on very specific people's doors. We explain all of that. Or you can do the desk version, which costs a little bit more because you're spending a little bit of money on marketing, but it will get you results and you don't have to do any of that. You can do it all from your desk and answer the phone. So
Yeah.
either way, I don't expect you to have to sit there for 8 hours and drive around or talk to people or anything like that. Even the door knocking is very specific and what you're doing and how you're doing it.
Okay. Yeah. I work, so it's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, people got lives, so I completely respect that. So you won't be doing any of it. But at the end of the day, it's going to allow you to take action, get started, and see some results in this, as opposed the people don't value finding the deal like they should. People are like, I just want to get a deal and kind of get started. But the
Mm-hmm.
sooner you learn to value the process of finding a deal, that's where the
Absolutely.
money is. That's where the money is.
Mm-hmm.
It's we got a four-step process. It's finding the deals, it's negotiating the deals, it's financing the deal, and then getting out of the deal. If you do those four things and get good at those four, you will make more money than you would ever believe because you're not dealing with contractors, you're not fixing up stuff. I'm not dealing with tenants. I don't have to listen to stories and sob stories. I'm just moving the property and making the profit.
Absolutely. I got it.
So that's what and the sprint is meant to start that process for you.
Okay. And you said like the deals like within the 50-mile radius or whatever in your neighborhood. So are you telling the students to just look for deals in their area, or they can?
I'm telling you, they're going to run the data. It's more to it than what you're saying, but
Okay.
you're going to run the data in your area, and then the system is going to the algorithm that you're going to create with your own numbers is going to tell you this is where you should be looking to buy, and then it's going to show you the people that you should be reaching out to in that area, and then you just pick the way you're going to reach out to them, either by door knocking or the way we do with the desk version.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Good. I'm glad you asked your question. Any other questions before I hop out of here? Anything else going on? Did I've gotten an endorsement from Veronica. I'm glad to see that she's moving forward. Any other questions for anybody else before I hop out of here? Again, for those of you that don't know, you will get the replay of this tomorrow. It'll come to you in an email. You can watch the whole video and then you can sign up for the sprint. Like I said, it's literally low risk to no risk. You just have to take action. Now, if you're not serious about taking action, I probably wouldn't sign up for it because you're going to lose money. And why lose money if you're not going to do it anyway? But if you're serious and this is something you actually want to do and you want to make money in real estate without dealing with contractors and going with tenants, then this is definitely the way to go. And you'll see results from it, and you'll going through the process is going to be changing for you. So Stella asks, is the desk an additional fee to the $100? Yes, this desk is more because you're paying for some marketing. So you'll see that when you click on the join the sprint. When you click on the link, you'll see join the sprint. When you sign up, it'll have a bonus where you can add on the desk, and that does cost a little bit more. You don't have to do, you'll see it on the checkout page. It'll show the $99 is just for the desk version. The door version, I'm sorry, you get me confused. The $99 is the door version. The desk version is an additional $149, but that's paying for your marketing and everything else that's starting your process. And this is a 14-day sprint. So it's not necessary to do the desk version. Some people like the desk version. It's not bad, and it's easier. I won't say it's easier, but it's less on you if that's the case. But both of these work really well. We've used them for a long time, and they make a lot of sense. Okay. All right, guys, you'll get the replay tomorrow to this. You can join the sprint. I'll put the link up one more time to join the sprint. Like I said, it's no risk because if you follow the steps and complete everything, you can get your money back or get a credit toward our training. And we'll see you on the sprint. See you guys going. I hope this has been helpful for you. I hope you learned something. As always, I will see you later and happy hunting. All right, guys. Bye-bye. Thanks. Welcome, 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 everyone. Hey, Nisia, nice to see you. Welcome aboard. Everyone, come on in. Turn your chat on so you can see the chat. Hope everybody is having a wonderful Monday. We're going to get started with this interesting topic that I'm sure is going to have a lot of you guys excited, a lot of you guys looking at what you can do. And I've got a couple of things I'm going to share with you that are some big deals. Clyde from Middle Tennessee. Oh, Gary live in Seattle. All right. So tonight we're going to be talking single family flip. All right, Clyde. Well, then what I'm going to share with you is going to blow your mind because flips are great. Nobody complains about flips. But the strategy that we use, we buy single family and we don't fix them up. We don't put a lot of money into them. We don't put tenants into them. And we turn them and sell them for a quick, fast profit. And it's not a small profit either. Our average profit is $35,000 or better. We've done properties as much as making $100,000 without doing any work on the property. And we can do a lot more deals because we can go faster. So last year we did 58 properties doing this strategy and it works pretty well. And we don't have to fix up. I don't have to deal with contractors. And I'm sure you know, if you did a flip, dealing with contractors can be a whole thing. So, all right, but let's get into it. We're going to be talking about buying multiple properties and how to generate massive wealth with bulk buying. This is a process that you can use right now, today, and it's an opportunity that most people are missing out on. So let's get into it. First thing, a huge opportunity has come available. Most people don't even know about it. This opportunity can build massive wealth, and from what I see, I think it's going to be going on for the next 10 years or so, at least. And I'll explain why in just a second. So what this process is most investors are on the wrong side of this opportunity. So there's very little competition with what I'm about to explain to you. It's a process that we've used. We've done it successfully several times, and you can take advantage of this opportunity as a new or experienced investor. So it doesn't matter if you're a new investor, doesn't matter if you're an experienced investor. Just by chiming in on the chat, how many of you all are new or experienced? Let me know in the chat. Are you a new investor? Do you have some experience doing a deal? Clyde, obviously you've done a flip, so you've got some experience. Anybody else, let me know if you're a new investor, never done a deal, or if you've done some deals before. I'm just trying to get a read for how many new investors we have on the live tonight. So let me know. Okay, iPhone 2, new, Curtis, some experience. All right, very good. Let me know, the rest of you, let me know in the chat, just, what experience you have. We have the tools to help you take advantage of this. You have the tools to help you take advantage of this. The process that I'm about to lay out for you, everyone can take advantage of this, and I'm going to show you how. I'm going to lay out the tools that you need, and I'm going to show you how we help with that. This opportunity is happening everywhere in the US. So some of you all are in a heavy market like California or maybe a Florida. You think there's so much going on in my market, I can't do this. This is happening in every market. And I've got students that are doing this across multiple markets all over the US. So this is something that you can definitely take advantage of. It doesn't matter your market. Okay. So let's get into this. What is this huge opportunity? What's the big thing? What am I talking about? So let's talk about it. All across America, there are mom and pop investors that have been purchasing rental property. In fact, let me know in the comments how many of you all that are experienced or even the ones that are new are looking at buying rental property. You think you want to buy some rental houses? How many people are looking to buy rental property? There's a lot of people all over the US that have done this for the last, Clyde. Okay, great. So I'm going to show you something. So there's a lot of people that have done this over the last couple of years, and they've been doing it, their entire lives. They've been building up portfolios. They've got a portfolio of a couple of houses they bought. And these landlords continue to build their portfolio. They want to keep buying houses and renting them out and just living off that rental income. So now let me flip it on you, because this is going to change a lot of your opinion. For several reasons, these investors are pulling out of the market. Now, I'm going to tell you this. A lot of people that have portfolios are starting to pull out of the market, and the range of reasons are vary. Some of them, the market has gotten tougher. One of the big things is insurance. Insurance is killing a lot of investors because it's making their properties where it's not affordable, where they can't keep the rents high as they need to, as much as the insurance is asking for on the property. Other investors are getting out because they're just getting older. They're getting older. They get at a point in their life when, okay, I've done enough. I don't want to keep managing these properties. And so they're starting to get out and move away from rentals or keeping a portfolio. This situation gives a unique opportunity to buy their entire portfolio or buy a group of properties. Okay. That's something that a lot of people aren't looking at. And I'm going to talk to you about why they're not looking at it and where the opportunity is in this. If you are aware of how to take advantage of this, you can make some huge returns. And I'm going to show you the kind of returns that you can make in just a second. But this is a great opportunity because so many mom and pop owners have built these portfolios, and some of them have very large portfolios. Some of them not so much, but you can still turn the deals. But using this process, you can build a business and you can build generational wealth. And in my opinion, you can build generational wealth that is easier to manage. I'll say that because if you've ever been a landlord, I don't know if any of you all have been a landlord, it is not a passive investment. It is not something you can sit back and sit in your, they call it armchair money, where you can sit in your chair and the rents are just deposited into your bank account. That is not the truth with rent managing a portfolio of single family houses. And so that's where a lot of people get thrown off. But what I'm going to explain to you is how to build a business with this scenario and build generational wealth. Okay. So let's follow along. So first question is, who am I? Why should you listen to me? You just turned in. If you've never heard me talk before, if you've never watched any of my videos, you might be thinking, what do you know? You're probably just guessing. Well, let me tell you, I have successfully closed multiple portfolio deals. My wife, Aisha, and I have closed multiple portfolio deals. That's buying a group of properties from a seller. So we've done several of those over our career. We made over 1 million from a single portfolio using our quick turn strategy. So we've made very good money off of properties. We made, and in fact, I'll tell you the story on this portfolio, but in fact, we made about $1.8 million on a single portfolio of properties using this exact strategy. Now, I know you all are thinking, I want to have rental property. I want to make $10,000 a month in rental property. How would you feel making a turn? And when I say a turn, making a profit of about $1.5 to $1.8 million on a single deal, not, and when I explain how this deal went and how you can do this, and we do it repeatedly, you could make that kind of money on a single deal, and it's not as tough as you think. And we're going to explain it. We have mentored other investors. I've got students. If you go to our Facebook group, right, who wouldn't want to make that? I know, Clyde, I knew it was gonna, when you said I did a flip, I knew I was gonna blow your mind. We've mentored other investors to do the exact same thing that we're about to talk to you about. I have a student right now who is buying a small portfolio of 3 properties. She's going to make about $150,000 or more. On the low end, she's going to make at least $150,000. She might be at $200,000 by the time the whole thing is done. And she used this exact strategy, and she's been very successful with it. So how do we figure out this strategy? The simple answer is we were them. And what I mean by that is we were the landlords that didn't want the portfolio. We were in the same position that these people that I'm talking to you about, we were in that same position. So we know what they're thinking, we know how they look at it, and we know what we were frustrated with in that whole process. So I'm going to show you how to take it. I don't want to say take advantage. I'm going to show you how to capitalize on this opportunity because it's something that's out there. Most people aren't looking at how to make money on these. They're looking at building their own portfolio, but there's a better way. So let's talk about, how do you find these portfolio deals? How do you come across a portfolio of properties, or an investor or a landlord that has, 5, 10, 20 properties that you want to purchase? Well, the first thing is, not all portfolio deals are created equal. The same rules apply to a portfolio as a single family house. If I'm buying one single family house, I'm going to look at the same rules if I'm buying 20 single family houses or 30 single family houses. It's just I'm doing it 30 times or whatever, if that makes sense. The ideal target are mom and pop owners. These are the ideal target. The reason being is because mom and pop owners have a lot of inefficiencies. They got a system that they've used to manage these properties for years. They probably held the property for a long time, and they're just buying these properties and putting them into their system. They are not efficient. They don't keep the rents at the top value. Now, I'm personally, the way we do this, the way the quick turn strategy works, we do not rent these properties out. Our process is to buy the property and then immediately sell the property for a profit, if that makes sense. We buy it and sell it. We do not keep the property. We don't hold on to it. And I'm going to explain why, and why to me this is more profitable. We don't fix it up. We don't put a lot of money into it. So when I told you about the portfolio we did, no, Clyde, it's not wholesale. It's not wholesale. It's actually a process called wholetailing. It's a little bit different. We're buying the property. I'll give you an example really quick why this is different from wholesale. So wholesale is when you get a property under contract and then you sell the contract, or you sell it really quick to an investor and you make a couple of bucks for putting the deal together. If you've ever looked at McDonald's, we kind of fashion our business after McDonald's. If you know anything about McDonald's, McDonald's brought efficiency to a market. They control everything at McDonald's. When you go to buy French fries from McDonald's, McDonald's owns the field that the potatoes were planted in. They own the trucks that drive the potatoes to the McDonald's. They own the machines that cut and clean the potatoes. They own the entire process. The reason they own that entire process is because they make a lot more money instead of giving out pieces of the profit to all these people. That's what we do with wholetailing or quick turning real estate. The way we do quick turn real estate, we buy property, we own the property, and then we turn around and sell it. Because we own and control that property, unlike wholesaling, you have to sell it to an investor, somebody who can buy cash, and they're looking for a great deal. With wholetailing or quick turn, with our process, you sell to any and everybody. I sell to new homeowners. I sell to VA owners, people that have VA loans. I sell to people that have FHA loans. It gives me a much broader market to sell to, and there's a lot more interest in my property. I often get multiple offers on our properties when we put properties out to sell them. So with these portfolios, we're doing mom and pop owners. That's what we're looking for. And the secret weapon to this is ask. So I told you earlier how we did a deal and we did about $1.8 million in profit, not what the houses were worth, what we actually took in profit. And we made that profit over a 5-month period. Okay, we made that profit on that particular deal over a 5-month period. So the way the whole thing came around, we do marketing. Guy called in and said, hey, I'm interested in selling a house. I got your marketing. We said, okay, we went through our normal speech that we go through and asked them questions. And one of the questions we have at the end of our speech is, before we get off the phone, we say, by the way, do you have any other properties that you're interested in selling? This one question made us probably $1 million plus, a million. I don't know what the one house was, but it made us over $1 million. The reason being is the guy's response was, yes, I have 20 properties that I want to sell, but I didn't think you all could buy all 20. So I just want to sell you this one. And so we went on and said, yeah, we could look at all 20. We can try to see if we can put together something for all 20. And we did. We put together a deal for all 20 properties. This happens every time. Every time we've done a portfolio, we did it simply by asking this question when we get off the phone with people. People will have a whole portfolio that they're not looking to sell, or they're not thinking you can buy, and they think they have to sell them one at a time. You can take the whole thing off their table for them, and they'll be appreciative of it. The other thing is the owners don't realize you can buy their entire portfolio. They think that, hey, you got to buy them one at a time and they got to sell them one at a time, which for a lot of owners, that's not their interest. They don't want to do it that way, but they feel that people probably can't get, the financing for 20 properties. And I'm going to explain that in just a second. We emphasize how selling to you or selling to us can make them more money. Selling to you as a portfolio can make them more money. Why? Because they don't have to pay realtors for the entire transaction. They can sell it quickly. They don't have to deal with tenants. See, what happens is if you got a portfolio, tenants kind of freak out when they see that you're selling off property, and they start getting scared and they stop paying rent, or they decide to leave. And now you've got vacant properties, and it freaks them out because they think that you're about to kick them out anyway, so they might as well leave. So the landlords are very scared about selling one property at a time because they don't want to upset everybody else. But by selling it all as a portfolio, it's one swoop, nobody will find out, and then you deal with the tenants when it's your turn. This will supercharge your profits, and portfolio deals are a great way to go. It's a great opportunity for you to get into. Now, portfolio deals are just like any other deal. And when I say that, I mean that if you ask the seller if they have any other properties and they're interested in selling, just run it just like you would run doing one deal. You're just doing multiple properties. Let the seller know you would be interested in purchasing the whole portfolio, possibly. You don't want to say that you're definitely doing it because you don't know what they have. and then get a full breakdown of the property, the addresses, the tenants, what their status is, if they're paying rent. So collect all the information you need to look at each deal individually. Run your analysis on the entire portfolio just like you would for one property. You can run all the numbers on each property and then put it together as a whole. After you run an analysis, make an offer quickly. Don't overanalyze. That's what a lot of people do. They get freaked out because they're doing these large deals and they start to think, okay, maybe I made a mistake, and they're nervous. Just make the offer. Portfolio sellers will often take a bigger discount because there is more money on the table. Does that make sense to you guys? Let me know in the chat if that makes sense. I'm going to explain how we did the 1.8 million with one of the portfolios that we did. So this guy called in. Hey, Gerald, good to see you. I'm glad you made it. So this guy called in. He wanted to sell these properties, and we asked him, we went through our whole thing. He said he had 20 properties. We put together an offer, but before we put together an offer, we asked him what he wanted. Right, exactly, Clyde. Discount for volume. And I'll give you an example. This portfolio was worth, when we did the numbers, it was worth about 2.1 million. Okay. And we did the numbers. We made him an offer of, I don't remember the exact number we started with. We ended up buying the entire portfolio, $2.1 million portfolio. We got it for $870,000. Now you might be thinking, wow, how did you get that kind of discount? Because when you're buying in volume and you take a lot of stuff off the plate, they are willing, he's still getting a check. Remember, he didn't pay 2.1 million for this portfolio. He paid a lot less. And to get $870,000 in one lump sum, not having to go through 15 or 20 closings, that's that's enticing to him. That's one time everything is done. We bought this $2.1 million portfolio. Now, here's the crazy part about it. When we sold the properties, we were able to sell the properties for about a little bit over $3 million. And I'm going to explain how we did that. Now, the first thing you're going to be asking yourself is how to finance a portfolio deal. How many of you all are looking in the chat and thinking to yourself, there's no way I could buy a portfolio of properties. I don't have that kind of money. And I thought the same thing. I had 11 unit 20 door portfolio. I couldn't offload. We offload stuff. Clyde, we probably do need to talk. How to finance a portfolio deal. You have several options. The first and one of the best options is a commercial lender. That's what we ended up using. We used a commercial lender. They look at a single family portfolio like a commercial property. It looks like one property. Okay, Curtis, you got one. I'm not sure what you got one. You got one portfolio or you got one? Let me know. Just tell me in the chat. So we have a couple of options. Commercial lenders are a great one. The lenders treat multiple deals as one, so that kind of helps you with the numbers. Okay, you got an opportunity. These type of deals can go hard money, but hard money isn't the preferred way to go. Now, for those of you that don't know, what about down payment and closing costs? Securing money, credit partners is the easiest way if you don't have cash. If you don't have the money, you can get a credit partner. Now, because of what we do, quick turning property, so we don't fix and flip. We don't wholesale. We don't fix and flip. We don't rent properties. Quick turning properties allow. Yes, hard money is expensive, Clyde. Quick turning properties allows us to build up a large lump sum of cash because we're constantly buying and constantly selling houses. With that, we have a lot of money in reserve or that we're holding on to at a given time. So we had the funds, but when we weren't sure if we were going to be able to close this thing, we looked at getting a credit partner, a money partner. That would have been our first option because there's a lot of money on the table. And the next best thing to making $1.8 million is making half of that with splitting it with a money partner and not having to come up with any money. And I guarantee you, if you put together a deal like this, you can find a money partner. You can work to find people that you can partner with. You can work out the terms of the deal with them and how you want to split the deal. The deal is key. So there's a lot of people on this call that are asking about how do I get a partner? How do I get someone? Fitzgerald, you're on this call. You asked about how do I get a partner? Find a deal and then you will find a partner. If you get the deal, you will be able to find a partner because people are always looking for money and profit and ways to make money. What they're not looking for is someone that just says, hey, I want to do real estate. Can you partner with me? And you don't have anything to show. They don't know if you're legitimate and they don't want to get into bed with you until you've got something that's worth talking about. So find the deal first and then you can find the money. Believe me, it's easier. Large deals like this can be scary, but you have to commit to follow through. You have to say, I'm going to get this done. And for those of you that don't know, if you're a student with us and you work with us, we have some 100% financing options. Yes, that is right. We have some options that allow us to finance 100% of a deal, and not from 16 different places to make it one deal. We have a lender that will do 100% financing for certain deals if the numbers make sense. So this is a great option. There are always ways to find deals. I promise you, and I'm find deals and finance deals. That should not be your fear. Now, managing a portfolio after purchase. So what do you do after you purchased it? One, set up an escrow agent instead of a property manager. More than likely, if you're buying a portfolio, there are going to be tenants in the properties, at least some of them. And so you don't want to deal with the tenants. Get an escrow agent instead. We do this with our students. We tell everybody how to get an escrow agent set up. Before closing, evaluate the properties for sale. Make sure that they're okay and everything is what you expect. Be clear and direct on your intentions with tenants. One more thing, going back, before you're closing, you want to evaluate properties for sale, because you want to look at, you want to look at what condition the property is in, and you want to talk to the tenants. That's very important. Be clear and direct in your intentions with tenants to avoid headaches later. Tenants are going to be scared because the new owner's coming in. Let them know what you're about. Let them know that, you're legitimate, that they can trust you, they can feel comfortable with you. Just be straightforward with them. You don't have to scam anybody. You can be very honest and conduct business in a good way and be successful. If you haven't already set up a team, you need to build a team before closing. Depending on your exit, we quick turn, and I suggest quick turn. If you don't have significant money in the bank, quick turning is the best way to build that money in the bank. And you need to build a team, and we can show you how to build a team so you can set up these kind of closings. We show you how to do all of this. Now, don't switch your strategy after closing. This is probably the biggest advice I can give you. Do not switch your strategy after closing. I have students right now, I have to convince them not to switch strategies. They get these deals, they're excited, there's a lot of money on the table, and they come back and say, Art, I think I'm going to rent it out. Or Art, I think I'm going to fix this one up. Don't do any of that. Stick with the strategy that you plan to do when you bought the properties, because there will always be something you weren't looking at, and it'll come back and affect you later. So you do not want to switch strategies. That's one of the biggest things that will lose you money. Doesn't seem like it, but it is. Quickly execute your plan. It's good. I'm going to send you some stuff, Clyde, when we talk. Quickly execute your plan, because this portfolio will distract your other deals. We did 58 deals, properties in the last, probably last year. We did 58 properties. We're probably going to do more than that. I try to move through properties as quickly as possible. I do not want to stay on a property. I want to move the property. Think about it like this. We're always buying, we're always selling. If you're always buying, always selling, then this is going to help you build up a large chunk of cash, because you're always moving properties. That's going to let you hire help. That's going to let you scale your business, and that's going to let you grow quickly. Now, another opportunity with this, sell to your tenants. This is how we were able to turn a $2.1 million portfolio of properties into over a $3 million portfolio of properties, because we sold to tenants. Tenants will be nervous when a new owner comes in. They're going to be nervous. You give them an opportunity to buy. You tell them you're going to work with them to help them buy. Tenants will play, nope, not rent to own or lease option, outright buy. Pay me my money. That's the best way I can say it. Now, tenants will pay top dollar, and there are less fees. Glad I'm blowing your mind. I told you I would blow your mind tonight. Tenants will pay top dollar, and there are less fees. Now, the first thing you're thinking is, well, what if they can't buy? They can't buy. Many tenants can buy, but they need some help. Remember, I said get a team. Part of your team will be a lender that will help tenants qualify for all kinds of grants and programs to help them buy. I did it with 20 properties. We sold a large chunk of those properties. Every time I buy a portfolio, my first option is to go to my tenants, because they will pay top dollar. I don't have to pay a realtor commission. And at the same time, I can help them and control the financing to make sure that they're getting everything. And again, this is nothing where I'm taking advantage of the tenant. I'm not trying to undercut them. They're not paying above market. I don't have to do any of that. They're paying market value, but they're paying it, and I don't have to pay realtor commissions. It just makes a lot of sense. Okay. You can make hundreds of thousands of dollars using this strategy, only completing a deal or two. You literally, we did 1.8 million on one of these deals. We did another portfolio where we bought 5 properties from a guy, and we probably cleared, I want to say we cleared about maybe 320,000 on that deal. And it took us maybe to sell those 5 properties. It took us maybe 90 days. So we were able to sell those 5 properties in 90 days. Part of that is selling to tenants. That is a big part of it. Use this strategy to build a war chest. And then once you have a war chest of cash, go into commercial real estate purchases. We buy into commercial real estate with the money we use. We use single family to buy property and make cash. And then we take that cash and put it into long-term buy and hold commercial property. Commercial property is not completely passive, but it is much more likely to be passive than single family real estate. Stop buying single family real estate and holding on to it and renting it out. That is an old play. It worked years ago. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's not going to give you the financial freedom you want. Buy and sell single family, take that cash, go on vacation with a little bit of it, take the rest of it, put it into commercial real estate, and then grow a portfolio of commercial real estate. And here's the best thing, it's tax deferred. You can defer the taxes on that capital gains by buying the commercial real estate, and you don't have to deal with it. And you can get cash flow from the commercial. So now I've got these single families bringing me cash, this commercial property deferring my taxes, and the commercial property bringing me cash flow. This is how to build wealth. This is the process that nobody talks about. And the thing is, you don't have to do everything. You don't, if it scares you, if this seems like too much, I get it. If it scares you, don't be afraid. This is real money. Yes, exactly. This is real money. This is real cash. This is how you grow from, I had $2,000 or $5,000 to start with, or $10,000 to start with, to I have 50,000, then 100,000, then a couple of million, and you can grow. We have secured not only our future, but our children's future because of what we put together. And it's tax deferred. I'm literally using the money that the government would charge me. You can't do that everywhere. This is what makes sense. Why portfolio deals give you multiple exits? No, Clyde, you're fine. I hate to keep asking questions, but is that what the 1031 exchange is? 1031 exchange is one avenue. There are other avenues that you can do to still get commercial property and still build it tax-free. Why portfolio deals? And for those of you that don't know, 1031 exchange is just a way to defer taxes on commercial. There are other ways too. There are things like opportunity funds and a bunch of other stuff that you can use, but we can talk about that stuff when we discuss what we do. So don't let it scare you. Why portfolio deals give you multiple exits and will put millions in your bank account, not in your portfolio. It's great to have a bunch of properties with a bunch of equity. You cannot eat equity. I literally had a bunch of equity on a bunch of properties and I was starving almost, not starving, but I just wasn't where I wanted to be financially, so Nisa, you can put it in. So that is, okay, so I'm not going to go into that. That's a possibility, but it's tricky and it's not as easy to just put it in insurance. People talk about that. It does not work as clean cut as they make it. And it depends. There's a lot of laws that go into effect with the insurance and then buy it from the policy. You're borrowing from the policy and then you got to pay it back. And there's some technical stuff that goes along with that. This is a much cleaner process. You don't have to put it in insurance. You can do insurance. It's always great to have insurance, but I don't want you to think you're paying yourself back. You are, but you're also paying the insurance company. It's more technical than that. So I'll say that, and I don't want to go into that, but I'll talk about it on another call. The portfolio is more valuable broken apart than together. So if you buy these properties in a portfolio and then sell them off individually, they're worth more individually because they're separate. Your first exit should be to all tenants and let them try to buy the property. That's the first thing I'm doing. And they're going to love you for it. They're going to literally tell other tenants, this is the greatest thing ever because now they're helping me buy a house. You're going to be a champion among the people. Your second exit is to put each individual property on the market and sell it outright. Remember, because we're not wholesaling, we're quick turning. We're going to buy the property and own it so we can put it on the open market and sell to anybody, meaning as long as their money is green, they can deal with us. Your third exit is to sell the entire portfolio. I've never had to sell an entire portfolio because I can always sell it in pieces. I don't know why. If you got a weird portfolio, maybe the houses, you know, I don't know, there's something weird about them. Maybe you have to sell the whole portfolio, but you can still profit that way, but you will make more selling them individually. Your fourth exit is to offer the portfolio at a higher price with some owner financing. If you get stuck with any of the properties, you might try this option and it'll let you make a cash flow and you can protect yourself with that pretty easily. To avoid tax issues, you should plan on investing a large part of the profits into commercial. I know it sounds great to get $1.8 million and you're thinking, with $1.8 million, what could I do? Here's what you can do. You can pay taxes. That's what you can do if you get $1.8 million. And if you don't think Uncle Sam, if you think Uncle Sam sits back to the end of the year and just says, oh, I'll just wait until they pay me. Uncle Sam is on your behind when you get that kind of money because they want their cut. They don't trust you with the money. Uncle Sam doesn't trust you with the money. They're going to want their cut. You got to have a plan or you're going to pay them a large piece of money. When you pull this deal off, if you have partners, your partners will be begging you to do this again. When you pull this off, they will be literally telling you, I don't trust Uncle Sam. I know, I feel the same way, but he will be there, hand out, just like one of your kids. So just be prepared. When you pull this deal off, your partners will be ready to invest again. So if you take on partners, they will be ready to work with you again. And not only this, here's the secret. They will tell their friends and their friends will come and beg you to take their money. It's great, but at the same time, you have to be disciplined. You have to be controlled. That is the process that we put together to be controlled and be disciplined with this. So if you want help with this, if this is something that interests you, if you think that Art, this is something I'd like to learn more about because it seems like it's right up my alley and it seems like something that I could do, then I am going to give you a link. Here's the link in the chat. Set up a call with me, set up a call with my team. We will talk to you about how to do this, how you can start, where you're at. It doesn't matter where you're at. We can show you how to get to the start of this. We can show you how to do the 100% financing. We can show you how to find the portfolio. We have an entire process. We have done this business for 20 something years. We've been doing real estate. We've been doing the quick turn process for 9 years, and it has literally changed our life. We have made more money than we could have imagined. We have been able to travel and vacation. I literally spent this summer, I spent 2 months of this summer out of my home, on traveling. If you follow these calls, you saw me all over the place. I was in Atlanta, I was in Florida, I was in California for a little bit. So we travel all over and we get to do this because we have a process. We scaled a business and we started off just like you. We started off with not having everything we need. We did have a little bit of money to start with, and we grew from there. You just need the strategy, the plan, the steps implemented out, and you can do this exact same thing. This is not too hard. If you're not sure you can qualify for financing, I can guarantee you these lenders don't require perfect credit. They work with you, and we can talk to you about what they can do as far as the lenders. We can talk to you about the process, how we show you how to find deals, how we show you how to negotiate deals, how to put these kind of deals together. Our students love us. In fact, I will show you guys, if you go to the Quick Turn group and go to the top of the page, you can see a video about how our students are doing and what they're doing. It's pinned at the top of the Quick Turn Facebook group page, and it'll show you some of our students and what they're doing. They're getting multiple property deals. They're buying houses. And these are people that had no knowledge of investing before they started with us. It literally took a phone call for them to start and learn our process. If this is you, if you want to learn this, if you want to get into this kind of strategy, if you want to see yourself do $1 million, I literally talked to somebody today and we were on Messenger, and I said, what kind of money would you like to see coming in for your business? And they said, if I can make $5,000 a month, I would be happy. I can only begin to tell them I can't laugh, but because I get it, but there is so much more on the table for you, but you have to take the chance. And you might be thinking, oh, this is just a money grab. They're just asking for money. You invest in education, you find something that makes sense. Everything I'm saying, it makes sense. I know it does because it's the truth about what we've done, what we've been able to accomplish, and what you can accomplish if you do the same thing. We're not special. We didn't have some kind of rich uncle or anything like that. We literally started this from $1,500 of marketing, and we grew it to a multi-million-dollar company. And we're continuing to grow our company, and we want to help others do the same. And we have an ulterior motive. We want to help you build this single family business that you can run. Well, so Nisi, so here's what I do. We have a couple of options. And before I tell you what the investment is, I need to see that you're a good fit. So set up a call with me and let's talk about it. Let's talk about if it's a good fit for you, because honestly, I don't want to work with you if we can't help you. If we can't help you, I will literally tell you, hey, this isn't the right option for you, but here is the right option. We have a lot of resources. I've been doing this for a long time. If I can't help you, I can at least give you some options that will work for you. And then at the same time, if I can, we have an ulterior motive to help you be successful. We want you to invest in commercial real estate with us as a group. We can do so much more as a group. Do you consider making any repairs to the home? So normally, no, we don't make repairs. The most we're going to do is cut the grass and maybe some minor repairs, like if the lock is broken or something like that. We are not put it this way, I can finish my repairs in a weekend in most cases. I like to tell people we buy it on Friday, we sell it on Monday. So yes, needs always make the offer. You always make the offer. That's important. Make the offer to them and see what happens, because you never know. If you got questions, ask me any questions. I'll talk to you about it. I'll help you guys, and set up a call with me. We can talk more detailed about what you need, about how this can possibly work for you, how you can start building a portfolio. I will tell you this. I literally have a student in my class that told me, I don't think I can buy a property. She is in the process of buying 3 properties right now. She's buying 3 properties right now because you don't realize the resources that you have until you sit down and you get help. Why not get professional help? At the end of the day, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But you can get the help. And what I mean by that is, if we're not a good fit for you, we'll tell you. We'll say, this isn't a good fit. Here's some options that might work for you. And that's okay, because you might come back later. But a lot of times we can help. We can help you grow and start off smaller and grow this business and scale. And the best thing about it is, when you scale this business, you can sell the business. If you get tired of it after a while, you can sell this business. So I hope this makes sense for you. I hope you all have gone a little bit over. I hope this makes sense. I don't see any questions in the chat, so I'm going to leave you. If you want to set up a call, here's the link one more time in the chat. Set up a call with me. We can talk, and I'll be happy to go over this and see how it makes sense for you. Okay? All right, Clyde, I'm glad you booked your call. I figured you'd be booking the call. Faith, thank you for being on the call, and we'll get you going and get you started. All right? Hope you all have a great night. Talk to you later, and as always, happy. All right. Let's get ready to get started. We're going to be talking about tonight building a passive income machine with commercial real estate and quick turn. This is a guide on how to build a business and grow generational wealth. Now, the reason I call it a machine is because you're going to learn a strategy tonight that wealthy people use to grow their income massively and avoid taxes. So that's one of the big benefits of this whole program. You're going to be able to avoid taxes, not illegally, but to do it in a way that the government actually wants you to do. And I'm going to explain that in a second. So I'll be asking you some questions. So if you can, just in the chat, say, when I'm asking questions, just, talk in the chat. If you have questions for me while I'm going through this, ask them in the chat. I'll stop and kind of go into your questions. So let's first talk about, what's your plan? How many of you all sit down and figure out where you want to go with real estate? You probably are thinking, hey, I'm just starting in real estate. I don't know what I want to do. I kind of want to do something. I think I want to buy houses and rent them out, or I think I want to fix up houses. But how much time do you figure out I want you to start thinking about, what would be the end goal? What kind of income would you like to see yourself with? Would you be dealing with this stuff every day? Would you be dealing with tenants? Ashley, you said every day. That's great. And I want to make sure you're focused on how you're going to do it, as far as where you want to get to. So I tell people all the time, what kind of money do you want to see yourself making as an end goal in real estate? Is it $1 million a year? Is it $500,000 a year? What do you feel would make you comfortable if you were going to do this for the rest of your life and this was going to be your primary income? Yes, the how factor. So we'll talk about that. What is your end goal with real estate? If you were to say, hey, I want to do this part of real estate until I stop doing business or I stop running myself, what do you want to do? What do you want in terms of from investing? And what I mean by that is to come up with an actual dollar amount. Now, that dollar amount can change, but you need to have a good idea of where you're trying to get to, because if you don't, you'll end up going someplace and you'll look at it when you've gotten to where you were going, you never really wanted to be there. And I say that because that happened to me and Aisha, my wife. We started buying real estate and we just knew we wanted to buy a bunch of real estate. We really didn't have a plan past buying a bunch of real estate. And then we looked up and we had a bunch of real estate and we realized this wasn't where we want to be at all. And so you want to kind of avoid that and you want to focus on the end dollar amount, or what amount of money would you say, hey, when I get to this point, I think I'm okay, and kind of focus on that. Let me lay out a path to wealth and what is possible with quick turn and commercial real estate. Now, for those of you that are new, it's okay if you're new. I'm going to talk about a process called quick turning. You'll understand what it is as I go through this, and I'll kind of go through it slowly. If you have additional questions, then just ask in the chat and we'll talk about it. So let's talk about a path from no experience to a commercial real estate portfolio. So let's say you have no experience. By the end of this training, you will have a path for you to build a portfolio. This is a real plan, a laid out plan of how you can go from I have no real estate experience, I've just thought about it and wanted to get into it, to I now own multiple commercial large scale properties. It may seem a little bit scary and intimidating, but it's not. You will see how starting from a small savings, you can eventually purchase large scale commercial. So I'm going to walk you through, not saying you can start real estate with no money. You need to have some money. And if you don't have a lot, that's okay, but you need to have some to get started and kind of get to where you need to be. We're going to talk about a step-by-step plan to build wealth. This is the same plan that wealthy people use all the time. When you talk to somebody and they say they own a bunch of property or they have investments, this is the exact same plan that a lot of wealthy people have used, and it's celebrated in America because of the tax benefits. This wealth can provide for you and your children. When we get into this program process, you're going to see how it can actually provide something not just for your lifetime, but for your kids, so that your kids can live off of the income that this brings long term. And this plan can be done without paying significant taxes. So if you're somebody that never thought about taxes, let me tell you, when you start making some serious money in real estate or any kind of investment, Uncle Sam becomes your partner. And unless you know how to handle your partner, you will end up in trouble because you will owe taxes. And a lot of this stuff is capital gains taxes, which can be higher, significantly higher than the taxes you pay working for your job. So we're going to talk about that. Now, how do I know this will work for you? How do I know any of this works? Let me tell you our story to commercial wealth, how we got into commercial real estate and commercial wealth. My wife, Aisha, and I started as real estate investors right out of college. We were hell-bent on taking over the world with buying single-family houses. We bought a bunch of properties in a short time. We bought 30-something houses in 3 years. And we did this with the plans of building a whole portfolio of single family houses and renting them out and just making a lot of money. What changed for us was that as we built more and more properties, as we picked up more and more properties, we did not feel wealthier. And in fact, we felt more held down from just dealing with tenants and dealing with, how many of you all are landlords and have ever dealt with a tenant or have ever dealt with or even seen what goes on with tenants? Now, not all tenants are bad, but it only takes one or two bad tenants to really make you not want to deal with any tenants at all, because they can be very stressful and it can be a whole headache. Gerald, you know what it's like. It can be horrible dealing with the wrong tenants. And that's what kind of changed for us. We got to a point where we did not want to deal with tenants anymore. It was just too much. I have horror stories that I can tell you that I don't want to scare anybody that's a landlord, but I'll give you an example. I had a tenant that called the police on us because she smelled carbon monoxide in her apartment. Now, if any of you know, you cannot smell carbon monoxide, but she did it because she wanted to get out of paying rent, and she used that as an excuse of why she couldn't pay her rent that month because she couldn't keep her kids in the apartment. Just horror stories that I have. I have a ton of horror stories with tenants. what happened for us was we sold off those properties. We started to look at what we could do now, what we could do differently. We got into other aspects of real estate. We tried fix and flip, buying properties and fixing them up and selling them. That worked, but at the same time, it was very stressful dealing with contractors, them not showing up, contractors trying to run off with your money. We did wholesaling. That was frustrating because we would get a property under contract. The seller would decide not to sell to us. We would go through a whole thing and we would fall apart. Deals would fall apart. And it's really stressful when you're counting on the money to come in. Nothing really worked for us the way we wanted it to until we got into doing some stuff that was called wholesaling. Wholesaling is a larger kind of scenario where you're buying property and then turning around and immediately selling it. Instead of fixing it up, you're not doing any fix up, you're not doing any tenants or dealing with any tenants. It's just a better scenario. Now, we help people do this same kind of business model because we've made really good money with it. We call it quick turning. And like I said, it's buying properties and then turning around and selling them. And that will be a key part of how you build your commercial wealth, how you're going to build up your commercial portfolio. And here's the thing. Once you learn this process, with your help, we can both be even bigger. We actually have an ulterior motive of helping people build this kind of business. We want them to, once they start making the kind of money that comes from quick turn, we want them to invest with us in larger scale commercial property. And I'll talk about that in just a second to give you an idea of what that looks like. So it's just a better way of doing things. So let's talk about the plan to a commercial portfolio. You don't have any background experience. You're not sure what to do, but you want to get eventually into commercial real estate. That is your goal. Let's talk about a step-by-step plan. The first step is to choose a strategy. Choose a strategy of how you will get funds because you're going to need funds for commercial real estate. The next step is to execute only one strategy repeatedly, to do it the same way consistently, keep going with it, and develop a strategy of constantly doing the same thing because that's the only way you're going to make significant money. If you jump around, if you've ever heard somebody talk on a master class or one of these programs and they say something like, you know, we do this with some properties, we do this with some properties, that is very stressful. There's all kinds of stuff that happens every time you switch strategies, and you don't want to get into that. So we try to avoid that. Take profits from that venture and put the profits into commercial property. There's a benefit to doing it this way, and I'm going to show you how you can do it and still live your life comfortably, because the first thing you're thinking is, if I take my profits and put it into commercial, what am I going to have for myself? I did this so that I can make money. But I'm going to show you how you want to put the money into commercial because that's what's going to get you out of taxes. So we'll talk about that. Exit your commercial properties into larger commercial properties until you reach your desired income. You're going to keep rolling your funds over until you get to your desired income. So let's discuss each of these in a little bit of detail. Are you following along with me so far? Because everybody got quiet. I want to make sure. Are you guys with me? Do you understand what I'm talking about as far as picking a strategy and everything else? You're with me so far? Let me know in the chat. Just tell me, hey, I'm with you. Give me a thumbs up, whatever you can, so I know that you all are on the same page. Okay. Now, let's talk about choosing a strategy, choosing your investment strategy. You need a proven system to build a war chest. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you all. Right. You need a proven system to build a war chest. The war chest is the cash that you are going to use for investment. We use quick turn real estate. Now, there's a couple of reasons why we use quick turn real estate. And if I didn't explain it, let me explain it. It is buying a property. Your main income from that property is the negotiation of the equity in that property. So it is not just getting the property and fixing it up. We're not dealing with contractors. We're not dealing with, going and doing a bunch of major renovation. It's not dealing with tenants. You are making your money on the negotiation of that property. So that's why we chose quick turn. It creates consistent income. By constantly buying and selling properties, you're going to build a lot of income, and it's going to become consistent, even though what you're doing is not a passive income kind of thing. People talk about passive income with real estate. Passive income with real estate is a myth. People use that to try to convince you that it would be better than your job. The truth of the matter is, if you're a landlord, you are not passive investing. You are active investing. You are dealing with tenants on the regular. The more tenants you have, the more you will be dealing with them every day. And if you don't have a lot of tenants, you're probably not making enough money to leave your job anyway. So it's kind of a catch-22. This generates large lump sums of cash. As I explain how quick turn works, you're going to generate large lump sums of cash, which are going to exceed what you need to live. Now, when I started with quick turn, we got to a point where we figured what we needed to live was roughly about $150,000 a year. We ended up doubling that number to about 300,000. We had a good year, and we doubled that number to 300,000. So once we get past $300,000, everything else we do, we kind of invest into commercial real estate. And it only requires that you learn a few skills. Quick turn does not take too much time. If you're somebody how many of you all are limited in time that you can put to a new venture because of your job, because of your family, because of your life, and things just get in the way, and you don't have a bunch of time to go around and drive for dollars or cold call, people seeing if they want to sell their house. If you don't have time for all of that stuff, then this is a perfect strategy for you because of the fact that you don't have to do that. You only need to learn a couple of skills. It can build large amounts of cash quickly, and that is what we need for commercial real estate. Now, once you learn the process, the next step is to master it. Now, the reason I say that is because once you get to a certain point, you will know how to do quick turn. It becomes scalable. And scalable is when you can hire people to do some of the stuff that you don't necessarily want or need to do every day. You have to do some stuff to learn it and know the first steps. But once you get to a certain point, you can hire help. You can hire people to answer the calls. You can hire people to even do the negotiation. You can hire people to get the financing for you. And you'll have enough money to do that. That's one of the benefits of this. You can build it as an actual business, not a job that you have to do after your regular job. By doing one process over and over again, you will make more money with less mistakes. You get better at it. You don't make as many mistakes. It's not as stressful. You understand the benefits of it, and it just makes more sense. You will make more than you need as income. That's what I said about how we got to a point where once we had the income that we needed, the business still was throwing off money to us. It still continued to throw money off to us, and we stopped. We didn't need the money. Here's the thing. If you don't use the money, you're going to pay taxes on it. And capital gains taxes, if you don't know, they are massive. So capital gains taxes can be as much as 40 to 45% of what you bring in. Imagine bringing in $100,000 and then you've got to pay the government $45,000 of that $100,000. And if you make the mistake of spending the money, then here comes the government and they say, no, you don't owe us $45,000. Now you owe us $75,000 because of the penalties. It is a very serious thing. You don't want to get into that trap, but this is a way to avoid that. At this point, you will have a large lump sum of cash and a high tax bill. That's what you don't want. You don't want a high tax bill, and you don't want this large lump sum of cash just sitting in your bank account. Put your profits into commercial. At this point, you can learn to do large-scale commercial deals. Large-scale commercial deals are the deals you're going to do that allow you to build cash flow. You analyze these properties and you negotiate with commercial sellers. You're already going to be good at negotiating because you've been doing that in your quick term business. You can then analyze deals and negotiate with commercial sellers and put together deals with them. You will have funds to purchase the property and do due diligence. Did you know when you do a commercial property, you might have to spend $50,000 just on an inspection, depending on the size of the property, just on an inspection of making sure everything is supposed to be is correctly done on the property. That's not buying the property. That's not getting anything done. That is just the inspection to make sure the property is what it says it is. You could end up spending $30,000 on permits or stuff with the city. The bills are monstrous. But if you're someone that's built a war chest and you got the funds ready, you can put it to work. And because those are investments, you're going to be able to avoid some of the taxes that go along with those, with having that money. If that makes sense. Does this make sense to you guys? Does that make sense about avoiding taxes? People don't look at taxes. They always look at, I just want to make the money. Trust me, you should be looking at the taxes just as hard, if not harder, than making the money. You can also invest in groups and lower your risk and increase your profit. So that's one of the things we do. We invest as a group. That's one of the benefits that we have with our students and everybody that we work with, is that once they start making some money in quick term, we have a vested interest in them being successful with quick term, because then they can invest with us in larger scale commercial, and we can invest as a group. It lowers each individual's risk of what they're getting into, but also increases our profits because we can buy bigger projects because we've got more funds to put together. Set up properly, these profits will be tax deferred while in the commercial investment. Now, tax deferred, for those of you that are not sure, does not mean you get to avoid the taxes. You still owe the taxes, but the government is saying because you invested in commercial real estate, we will defer the taxes, meaning you don't have to pay them right now. You can pay them once you sell your commercial real estate. That's a key thing right there. Once you sell your commercial real estate. Does that make sense? What you do with this is that you roll your profits into your next deal until you get what the income that you want. So let's take a real life example of this. Commercial property, let's before I get to this part, let's take a real life example of this. You invest and start building money with quick turn. You make, let's say, $100,000 above what you need to live. And I know these numbers might sound scary and intimidating, but it's not. These are real life numbers. You get to $100,000. You then say, instead of just putting that money in the bank and saving it and owing taxes on it, you decide to go ahead and put it to a commercial piece of real estate. You put it to a commercial piece of real estate, and that piece of real estate multiplies in value because commercial property is valued different from residential, if you didn't know. With the right strategy, you can 3x, 5x, or even 10x your money in commercial real estate. So it's very common to get into a deal and then 5x your money if you put together the right deal. So you put in $100,000, and in 3 or 5 years, now you got $500,000. You got $500,000 that you're working with, and you sell that property. Now, when you sell that property, you can choose to take the money and pay taxes on it, because now you owe taxes on $500,000, not $100,000. You owe the $100,000 part and $400,000 more. But now you've got that money, and then you can either continue to take it and spend it, or you can do what I would do and what I tell people to do is roll it over into another investment, put it into another commercial property. You get to defer the taxes again, and you don't owe the taxes again, and you put it into another property. Now, let's be clear. Are you just putting your money up and never getting anything from it? No, you're getting cash flow from that commercial piece of real estate. That commercial piece of real estate is paying you every month, and it's a large enough piece of investment that you can hire a professional property manager. They're affordable. You can even start your own property management company if you want to get to that level, and you can manage the property yourself and keep some of the money as profit for you managing the property. Or you can hire a professional. Either way, you get to defer your taxes, and you get to get the cash flow that's taxed at a much lower rate, which you can avoid a lot of those taxes too with the property. Does that make sense to you guys? You continue to live off of your commercial income. You don't need to pull your cash out of the property right away. You can leave it in there until you're ready to go find another property, another project. Continue your quick term business. Remember, you've got 2 businesses now. You've got your commercial real estate, and you've got your quick term business of buying properties. You got both businesses running. So you've got a commercial business that's deferring your taxes and giving you a really strong cash flow. You've got your quick term, which is steadily building cash that you either have to put into another commercial project or you got to put it into something else. Let's say you say, you know what, I'm tired of the single family stuff. The numbers are too small for me. I make that much money on my commercial property every month. You can sell the quick term business, sell the business, not the houses. You can sell the business, because if you have a business that has a process that generates a steady income and you can show that to someone else, other people will buy it. Gerald, that's exactly right. Other people will buy your business and you get a cash out of that business, or you can keep it and give it to your kids to pass it down. If they want to do that business, it's up to you. Or you can sell it, take that cash, put it into commercial, and just live off of your commercial income. Best thing ever. It's the American tax system working in our behalf for once. So the question becomes, how much do you want? What kind of income do you want? Stop building when your income is at the level you want. Let's say you say, well, I can comfortably live on $300,000 a year. I can comfortably live on $500,000 a year. You can stop investing once you get to that point. Once your commercial properties are throwing off enough for you to get $500,000 a year, you can stop investing. You don't have to do another thing, and you're good to go. Or commercial property can be professionally managed, leaving you with completely passive income, real passive income. That's what we're all aiming for. You can do that with property management. Your only job will be checking on property managers to make sure they're doing everything. And you should check on them. You shouldn't be completely blind to what's going on with your business. but you should know that it's much easier to check on a commercial investment manager than it is to manage commercial property. Your interest can be passed to family. You don't have to sell this thing until you pass, until you die. Nobody likes to think about dying, but at the end of the day, you can keep your commercial property paying you a cash flow until you die. And then you can pass it on to family and let it work as a minimum income for future generations. How would you like to set your kids up and say, hey, I got 3 kids. I make $300,000 a year for my business. Kids, each one of you is going to get $100,000 a year from this investment once I pass, and you can live off of that money, and you can still go do whatever you want, but you've got a minimum $100,000 income. Or they can sell it and liquidate it and take the cash and start their own dreams. Because if let's say they sell that $600,000 investment, now it's worth $1.5 million. Now it's worth $1.5 million, 1.5 million. You can say liquidate it. They got to pay taxes on that money. But then at the same time, now they've got a lump sum of cash to go start their own dream. And at that point, really, you're dead. Do you really care? That's just the honest truth of it. Because this is how you generate generational wealth. Generational wealth does not mean they have to keep the investment for their entire life and all that kind of stuff. They can take the money and run if they think that's a better option for them. If you think it's a better option for them, you can tell them to take the money and run, or liquidate it when you are ready to be done with it. The goal overall is that you have options. You have options, and you started off with a very low income, not low income, but low amount of savings or low amount of money that you put to work to do this. So you did it in a way that did not harm you or cause you a lot of stress. So if you want help building your business like this, if you want help building a portfolio like this can literally change from someone who has enough savings or a small amount of savings to someone that has millions of dollars in equity over a little bit of time. Set up a quick 15-minute phone call with me. I will put in the chat. If you're looking at the chat, I'm putting in a link to set up a call with me or my team to talk to us about how we can help you, how we can talk about you getting into this type of business. It is not too hard. It is not something you can't do. We can help you choose a strategy based on your resources. And if you've got some savings, we can talk about where you should start at. And we can go based on what we know. We'll talk about where you can start at. Even if you don't have the resources that are necessary for this, we can talk about where you're at now and where you can start. We have some options for you to start, even if you don't have significant savings. But that's the way to get on this path the quickest. The other way is to do one deal, get that deal turning and making you some money, and then put that money into building this kind of business. If we can help you, we have resources we can share to help you make an informed decision. Like I said, we will share that. If you're on the fence about this, my suggestion is to set up a call. It cannot hurt. Everybody that's been on a call with us, we do not, make you feel bad. We talk to you about your options. There's no hard sell of you got to buy this thing or something like that. It's literally just to see what's best for you, because our goal is to ultimately help you get to a point where you invest with us in commercials. So we have a vested interest in seeing you be successful. We can show you how to build your own real estate business and start building right away. So this is something that you can do and you can build right away. You can get started right away. And like I said, even if you don't have significant savings, we can show you how to start with a relatively low amount. If your credit is not where it needs to be, we can show you how to start there. Now, would it be easier if you have great credit? Obviously, it's just going to be easier to build your business. My point is, don't let any of this stuff stop you. Don't let any of this stuff keep you from building and going after your dreams. Let me know. What did you guys think of this? Let me know in the chat. What did you think of this training? Did this cover enough stuff? Did you want to go more in depth? When I do these trainings, I try not to go too deep, because some people that are new will feel lost. And I don't want you to feel lost. I want you to get a general overview of what we're doing and get you to a point where you can say, oh, this makes sense. I can see how this would work for me, and I can get help. But I don't want to go so deep into it that you all are thinking that, oh my goodness, this is too much. It's making my head hurt, that kind of thing. Let me know in the chat. What are your thoughts? Does this training seem to help you? Is it something that benefited you, or do you feel that it's worthwhile? Do you feel that I'm glad you found it interesting. Is this something that you feel where you'd like me to go more in depth, but I don't want to lose too many people? Or do you think this is good? So like I said, set up a call if you haven't already. Jared, I'm glad you found it. Share, I'm glad. Good. I'm glad, man, everybody. Okay, great. So good. So if you have questions, I want you to set up a meeting and we can talk about where you're at. We can talk about what you're doing. Even if this isn't what you want to do and you want to say, Art, I want to tell you about what I want to do. We can talk about it and see if what you're doing makes sense. And I can give you my input. I can say, hey, be careful of this because I've done a lot of stuff. But I want you to set up a call. Let's see if it makes sense. I'll be happy to talk to you, happy to help you. I hope you've all have enjoyed this. I hope you've gotten something from it. I will post, if you got in late, I will post the replay to this. Tomorrow you will get an email because we should have everybody's email. If you're in the quick turn group, if you're on this call, then we have your email because you wouldn't have known about it anyway. So yes, Todd, I will give some case studies. I'll give you an example. Really quick, I'll give you an example of a property we did. We did a 23 unit condo. It was a building that had 23, it was 23 apartments. They were condos. And we bought, some of them didn't sell. So they had about 12 that did not sell. We went in and bought the 12. And then we went back and bought the other ones from, it was 11 properties. We bought those other 11 properties back from the owners. We then went in and did some renovation and cleaned them up. And it took us 2 years to do it. Over that 2 years, we were able to 5x our money. And we were able to walk out of that deal with 5 times what we put into the deal. It became a multi-unit building again from a condo. So we actually reversed it back. And there was some legal stuff that went with it, but we reversed it back to a commercial multi-unit and we were able to get a 5x return. We've also done some stuff. Now, right now, we don't do a lot of apartments. We now focus more on mobile home parks because they've got some great benefits with mobile home parks. And we focus on self-storage units. And if you really want to get creative, but you can do a mobile home park and combine it with self-storage units. A lot of people that have mobile homes or that move in, they call it manufactured housing now. A lot of people that do manufactured housing, they don't mind living next to a self-storage unit and you can get another cash flow from people doing self-storage, and it's going to be less break-ins and things like that because of the fact that those same people are going to kind of look out for the self-storage units. They don't, if they see something fishy, somebody, maybe not all of them, but somebody will call. So there's a lot of benefits to commercial that can give really strong cash flows, that can give you really strong returns, and it's not as hard as people think. Yeah, it's a great strategy. You can even, if you really want to go big, Ty, you can do mobile home, a manufactured housing park. You can do a self-storage unit off of it, and you can do RV parking. So storage for RVs. A lot of people have RVs in certain areas and they need parking. You can put just a flat plat of land and do RV parking with it. Now, here's the beautiful thing, Todd, and I'm going to go a little bit in depth for you. Once your mobile home park or your manufactured housing park, once you're able to expand it over 150 units, once you've got over 150 pads on that, so you've got 150 places for people to have their home, then you can actually sell that whole thing to a RIT, a real estate investment trust. Real estate investment trusts are always looking for good cash flowing investments. Mobile manufactured housing, no, is that state specific? No, it is not state specific. There are some states that really, really love mobile home parks, but there are some states that don't, and they still have mobile home parks. In fact, the government, President Biden, if you're watching this, President Biden is president right now. President Biden put out a memo of them trying to convince local municipalities to open up more land to mobile home parks. Now, the reason this matters is because one of the things that makes mobile home parks valuable is that they actually are limited. Most people have this thing called NIMBY, not in my backyard. Most people don't want mobile home parks in their backyard. So a lot of municipalities try to stop mobile home parks. But that's a great thing to buy a mobile home park, which there are a ton of mom and pops that own mobile home parks, expand that park and then sell it to a RIT. It will be like printing money. I don't know how else to tell you. It's like printing money. And the rich will pay a premium. And here's the thing. There's so much I could get into this. I don't want to go into it, and we're over the time. But yes, there are plenty of strategies. You just have to have something that makes sense. You have to have a strategy. We have done a lot of strategies, and we do very well with commercial. We do quick turn to build up our cash. We do commercial to build up our long-term wealth and to put our money in to not, I would rather my money go to this stuff and it not go to taxes. So Todd, yes, we can definitely talk. Just set up a call. We can talk. We can set up a call. You can go on the link and set up a call. We can talk. Like I said, we do all of this stuff. This is what we do on a regular basis. If you're in here, like I said, I will be putting a replay up tomorrow. You'll get an email and I'll put a post in the group. You'll be able to get a replay of this if you came in late. We cover some great information, and it's really a way to really level up your investing and get to some stuff. You do have to have some money because of the fact that commercial real estate is not for the I'm trying to do it no cash out, or I don't want to spend any cash. You got to have some cash flow to work with. Quick Turn is a great way to get to that point and build a business that consistently brings in cash. So I hope this has been helpful. If you haven't already, set up a call with us, talk to us. We'll talk about how we can help you get there, how we can help you take advantage of some of this stuff, and how we can possibly work together. Okay? I hope you all have enjoyed it. We went a little bit over, so I apologize, but we got a lot of stuff in, and I will see you guys on the next call, and you'll get a copy of this tomorrow. Until next time, I wish you guys the best, and as always, happy. If you're new here or if you've never been on a call with us before, that's no problem. Let me know in the chat just where you're from, where you're at. Teresa, welcome. New from Philadelphia. There you go. All right. Welcome, Teresa. Charmaine from Atlanta. Welcome, welcome. All right. Great job. Luanda, so you've never done a deal. All right. Great. Well, this will be of interest to you. Okay. We're going to be talking about 100% financing. And I don't know if you've ever watched the training before. When people usually talk about 100% financing, they always talk about some kind of creative financing. This is not creative financing. This is actually 100% no down payment needed financing. And there's a couple of benefits that we're going to go over on this call. So this should be a very interesting call. All right. So tonight we will be building a real estate business with 100% financing. How to use Quick Turn with a 100%, meaning no down payment financing source. Okay, so this is a source that most people don't know about. Most people have never done 100% financing. We're going to talk about that and we're going to get into all the pieces. So let's go ahead and get started. So what's holding you back? Let me make this big. What's holding you back from your real estate? Is it fear? How many of you all are scared of getting started in real estate? I noticed a few of you said you've never done a deal before. Is it fear that's holding you back? Is it lack of knowledge? You feel you don't know enough that you'd be dangerous to yourself, and that's very common. Is that something that's holding you back? What about, is it a plan of what to do? Are you just nervous about what to do, don't know what to do, not sure of how this whole thing works, and you don't want to make a mistake? Is it financing to buy a property? Lack of knowledge and money, Teresa. So that's interesting. We're going to talk about that. Today, we will solve all of these for you. Now, I know that's a big promise, so stick with me with this. This is, like I said, this is a very important training. So we're going to touch on a lot of this stuff. Okay. Down payment, Carmen, down payment. All right. Very good. What if you could have access to all the resources you need? What if you could have access to all that? You had a clear, proven strategy of this is what you should do. So you have everything you need with that. You had step-by-step help to answer questions, to go over everything. So don't know what to do in lack of money. Okay, Luanda, very good. You're going to get something from this. You had step-by-step help to answer your questions. You had a financing source that could finance all your deals. So you didn't have to worry about how you were going to finance deals. And what if you could do all of this today by the end of this call? Now, again, I know this is a lot to take in, but what if you could put all of this together? How big would you grow? So let me ask you this in the chat. Let me know, guys, what kind of goal would you set for yourself in the next 12 months? If you had access to all the financing you needed, you had a step-by-step plan on how to execute, what kind of money would you like to see yourself complete by this time next year? What kind of money would you have liked to have brought in? What will be your goal? Just put it in the chat and let me know, what would your goal be? Would you want to make $10,000, $50,000, $100,000 in the year? What would be your goal? $10,000 a month, Teresa. Okay, very modest, but I understand it. I just like to see where people are coming from. $10,000 a month. That is for what we do, $5,000 a month, Carmen. $5,000, $10,000 a month is less than one deal a month. That is probably one deal every 3 months to get to about $30,000, $10,000 a month. So let's talk about that. How can I or we deliver on these promises? So let's talk about that. I was just like you. If you are starting off, don't know where to start, don't have a ton of money to start, 100,000 a year. The one that I like your thinking, that is very easy. That's probably about 4 deals in a year, give or take roughly. So we'll talk about that. We were just like you. We were trying to build something. We were trying to get to a point where we could put in, where we could make some consistent money for ourselves. And we had limited funds and credit and did not know what to do. We had been real estate investors buying rental property. We weren't sure how to make big money. If you've ever tried to make money but without having tenants, real estate gets very confusing at that point because you're not sure exactly how. We found a way to buy properties and quickly sell them without fix up and without dealing with tenants. So we didn't have to deal with tenants. We don't deal with tenants on the regular. We deal with So Shamika asked, will this work for multifamily? So here's the good and the bad news. The bad news is no, this will not work for multifamily, at least not large multifamily. You can work for a 2-flat or a 3-flat. But what I'm going to explain to you in this is that you can do this and you can buy much larger commercial real estate. So I'm going to break this down for you. So just follow along, because when you see what I'm going to plan out, you won't want to just do this financing for multifamily. So we found a way to buy properties and quickly sell them without fixing them up and without dealing with tenants. So how many of you would like to do deals where you don't have to deal with tenants, you don't have to deal with contractors and all the stuff that they require, and you could just do your deals and make your money and move on? Now, I know that sounds interesting to me, and that's why we got into it. We painstakingly developed a repeatable system and taught others. So we focused on what mattered most. Now, what I'll say to this and why I say we taught people what matters most is because once you figure out a system to make money, it gets really boring. I don't know how to say it any other way. It gets really boring because you learn how to make some money. You learn how to do whatever it is you're doing. And then it's just repeat. You want to repeat the same process. Where people mess up is they start trying to do other things. You don't want to do other things. If you find a way to make the money, just keep making the money. Don't jump to a bunch of other stuff. And that's why you need to hire help so that you can go and do the things that matter most. And you have freedom to go live your life, go travel, go find other stuff to do other than messing up your money source, if that makes sense. Now, we routinely buy and sell multiple houses each month, making on average $35,000 to $80,000 each. Our average is about $35,000 a house. And when I say profit, when we make that money, I don't mean what the house was worth or what it sold for. I mean money that actually hits our account when we sell a house. So we make a profit when we sell the house, and that's the kind of money that hits our account based on each house. So it's a little bit, this is actual profit, actual money that we made in the deal. We help new investors get started and hope to invest with them in large-scale commercial deals. So Shamika, you mentioned commercial. So here's the way it works a little bit quick, just explaining it quickly with commercial. We buy and sell single-family houses. We make money by buying and selling those houses. And then what happens is after you make the money, if you don't do anything, you're going to owe a bunch of money in taxes. And nobody wants to owe a bunch of money in taxes. So what we do is we actually take some of that money and put it into commercial, and we buy as a group in larger scale commercial. So we'll buy self-storage units, mobile home parks. Okay, you just purchased 120. So you got 120 unit. You got to deal with the management company. That's a little bit different because you're doing large multifamily. We do mobile home parks. We do self-storage. We do, trying to think what else. We do mobile home parks, self-storage, and we do strip malls. So we typically do strip malls. I don't do a lot of, multifamily with commercial, but it works pretty well with what we do. And it allows us to make cash flow off of our large scale commercial. And we don't have to manage it. And we don't have to manage the self-storage is like manages itself. You don't have to put a lot of management in place. But that's great, Shamika, that you are doing 120 unit. Congratulations. Before we get to financing, let's discuss strategy, because one of the things that I want to make clear about this financing is that your strategy matters more than the house. more than the property that you're buying. If you don't have a good strategy, you will struggle to get a lender to want to work with you because they understand strategies and they know what works and what doesn't. They're going to look at it, what you're doing, as they're going to look closely at what you're doing. It has to make sense to them, and obviously it has to make sense to you. So lenders want a safe, proven strategy. They want something that they know works and it makes sense from day one. They don't want you doing something that they can't even understand how you're going to make your money. Lenders we are discussing prefer short-term deals. They don't like holding property. Now, having said that, does not mean you can't hold property, but I'm a strong believer that you should not hold single-family real estate, even 2 flats and 3 flats. I think those are people that want to live in the property and rent out the other units and have it pay their mortgage, which is fine if you don't mind dealing with your tenants. But if you're someone that wants to actually run it as a business, you should plan on getting. I don't look at single family houses as a long-term investment. I think single family houses should be a short-term investment, and then you should buy into commercial for your long-term deals. So that's how we look at it. That's how most of these lenders like to look at it. They don't like holding property. Not to say that they can't turn your loan into something where they hold you can hold the property. It's just they don't prefer it. The goal of short-term real estate is cash. That is the only goal. It is not long-term appreciation. It is not keeping a tenant for years and years and letting them pay off the house. We make our money now, today, and then we take that money and do something else with it. Are you following along with this so far in the chat? Is this making sense to you? Give me a thumbs up and let me know that you understand where I'm going with this as far as single family. Nothing wrong with single family, but you should use it in the capacity of buying it, selling it, getting the cash, and then putting the cash to make sense on something else long term. Okay. Quick term builds cash. That's our strategy. Quick term builds cash, and that cash can be put into long-term investments, sometimes tax deferred. That's the other benefit with putting it into commercial. We get to if you put it in the right way, and please don't confuse what I'm saying with just taking the money and putting it in. You have to structure it the right way. Then you can put it into long-term commercial deals and you can defer the taxes. What do I mean by defer the taxes? That means that you still owe the taxes. They're just not owed right now. You just don't have to pay them right now. That's what tax deferred means. So it's putting the taxes off. What will typically happen with commercial is you'll buy a commercial, you'll get cash flow from it for years, you'll sell that commercial, and you're going to have an even bigger tax bill unless you roll it over into another commercial. So what we typically do is we put our money into commercial and we never take it out. We just keep rolling it into larger commercials whenever we get the opportunity because we like the cash flow and we never want to pay taxes. I'll literally won't pay the taxes until I die and my kids can deal with it. Understand, every strategy will not work, and you must know your strategy going in. So I get on calls with people and talk about their strategy. If you have a strategy, some people have these strategies where they want to do veteran housing, or they want to do Section 8 rentals, or they want to do any of those kind of long-term hold strategies. Don't plan on doing a long-term hold strategy with short-term financing. It will not work well. It's not going to be a benefit to you. I don't use those strategies. I have had rentals for years, even with government assistance, where tenants were being paid through Section 8 and everything else. There's a lot that goes on with that. And so I choose not to do single family at all. I don't believe single family is an investment grade asset. I think you should take that money, make it quickly, and then go into commercial. So, okay, let's get to the important stuff. 100% financing. Let's talk about that. These are not investment strategies. Let me make that clear. So somebody will say owner financing. So IRS terms you as a dealer. No, Tony. So let me stop everybody for a second. Tony asked, so does IRS term you as a dealer? IRS will not term us as a dealer. The way we actually do our properties, we do it in a corporation. The corporation pays taxes on the profit. The corporation just never makes a profit, if that makes sense to you guys. So they can term us as a dealer or not on our corporation because we don't buy anything in our own names. And that company can be termed as a dealer, but it doesn't matter because that's only on the profit that you make. And if you know how to set up your corporation and use the money in the right way, your corporation shouldn't make much of a profit and it won't make a difference. Okay. So these are not investment strategies. These are actual lenders and actual deals. These are actual lenders who will loan at 100% financing. They also have other programs. So they have something like commercial lines of credit. Now, the way commercial lines of credit work, you apply once and they fund your deals through the year. So imagine if you only paid one time, you only got approved one time, January 1st, let's say, for example, and then you turn around and they will finance every deal that you want to do for the rest of that year. That's how the commercial lines of credit go. They also allow you to roll payments into the loan. So that means if you get the loan, no payments during your holding time. So if you're buying the property, turning around and selling it, you won't have to make payments during your hold time. So that's a great option to keep your cash flow and not worry about how I'm going to pay the mortgage and everything on this investment property. So that's some other things. They also have no credit score requirements. Depends heavily on the deal quality. So some of these lenders don't care where your credit is at. The most they're going to ask you for, depending on the lender, is a letter explaining why your credit is the way it is. So they just want a letter explaining that, and they will still finance the deal. Some of the lenders, I don't want to say all of them, but some of the lenders will still finance your deal, even with not so great credit. Okay. So wait, there's more. Some of these lenders have the lines of credit, and these lines of credit, I wanted to touch on this one more time. The lines of credit can be in the millions of dollars. They can loan millions. They can offer you a $3 million line of credit, and you can buy as many properties as you want with that $3 million, and you just don't have to keep applying. Really, you fill out one page, and that one page asks about the property, and they do the loan based off of that property. The rolling payments into the loans, you can not only roll payments, but you can also roll points. So if you know anything about loans, they often require points on your loan. So they might charge 1 point or 2 points. That's just a percentage that they want up front. They will allow you to roll that into the loan. This is another reason why these loans are not good for long term, because they're set up literally to be a short term solution. So you can buy the property and get it back on the market. They have rehab and purchase money all rolled into a loan. So you can do the rehab money and the purchase money, and they will allow you to draw the rehab money. That's not too new or too different, but that means you don't have to come up with any cash or very little cash to purchase the property and get it ready. And more. They have all kinds of other interesting terms and programs and stuff. Some of them have some really nice programs. So what's the catch? Because I know you knew there was a catch. So let's talk about the catch that everybody's nervous about, and they're saying, oh, I'm waiting for him to tell me why I can't do it. Let's talk about the catch. So when using lenders, there are 3 pillars to success. These are the 3 things that if you have these 3 things, you almost can guarantee and write your own check. Number 1 is credit. The stronger your credit, the easier you will have more financing options. So credit obviously is something big. Now, if your credit is not very strong, that still doesn't stop you from doing anything. I'm going to touch on that in just a second. 2 is cash. If you have cash. Now, here's the crazy thing. If you have cash, let's say you have cash that you don't want to access, like maybe in a 401k or something like that, still counts as cash with these lenders. If you do one of the 100% financing lenders, they will still loan you, and you just have to show that you have the cash. You don't have to pull it out of your 401k. You don't have to pull it out of anything. Just show that you have, that it is yours, and then they can still do the loan. So that's another thing. Or if you have cash, obviously you can do down payments, but that's not what we're looking for. 3 is experience. Lenders like to see someone with experience. They like to see that you've done a deal or 2 in the past, so you're not completely new to them. If you don't have experience, I'm going to talk about that in the next slide, but if you don't have experience, that's okay. But if you have any of these or 2 of these, or if you have all 3, then you should have no problem getting these lenders and getting access to these great loans. Now, you might ask, how much experience do I need, Art? They typically want to see anywhere from 1 to the max is about 5 deals. Once you've done 5 deals in, let's say, 5 years, they will give you access to everything. They consider you a professional. If you don't have that, then there's a way to get around that, and I'll talk about that in a second. The more of these you have, the more options open up for you, okay? So you're going to have to excuse the rest of the slides. I wasn't able to get a picture because we were rushing and I was behind. But wait, for those of you that say, I don't have any of these, so there's somebody on here that says, I don't have any of these, I'm going to give you a bonus training on how you can use these lenders, even if you don't have any of the 3 pillars. So you don't have credit, you don't have cash, you don't have final experience. You can still do deals. You just have to go through an extra step. I'm going to share some techniques that can get you in with these lenders to start doing deals. There is nothing stopping you from getting started. So experience, credit, cash, none of that will stop you. You're going to have access to the lenders. and it's up to you to do a deal. Now, let me ask this question before I go further. How many of you all are actively looking for real estate deals right now? How many of you all are trying to find a real estate deal? And how many of you are just saying, I don't know what to do to even find a deal? And so I haven't started that way. Because I know you all have probably been on a call and talked to somebody else and talked to a coaching program or something like that. And they told you about, you can do this really easy. It's fine. Now, AJ, Teresa, so you all are looking, Tony, you're looking, that's understandable. How many of you all have had success? Are you finding it easier or harder to find deals right now? Gail, you're doing that. Have you found it easier or harder to do deals right now? Are you having any success finding your deals? Because your deal is very important to how your financing is set up and what you can and can't do. And until you know how to find a good deal, or you have a criteria for a good deal, it's going to slow you down with lenders just because you have to have a good deal. That's what makes part of this appealing. Shamika, you found a couple. So, okay, good. So let's talk about that. What if I have no experience? You can still do deals without experience, but it takes a few more steps. For example, you can partner with someone. That's my issue, making sure it's a good deal. There's I'm going to share with you all when we get to the end of this, I'm going to share with you a training that talks about how we recognize a good deal and how we find a good deal. For example, you can partner with someone. They only need the experience or the ability to show money. So even if you don't have those, you can partner with someone that can help you get the deal. Point is, you can use these resources to fund your deals, whether you have the 3 pillars or not. It's just a matter of how many steps you have to go through. Okay, so now let's talk about the good stuff. Where are the lenders? So to be completely transparent, I am not going to disclose the lenders to you on this call, but there's a good reason why. One, I have given some of these lenders away before, and it went horribly wrong. It went horribly wrong. In fact, one of the lenders won't even talk to me now. People called the lenders without having a strategy, and that's a big part of it because they just were calling to see if they could get financing. And the lender's like, yes, he told you this is what it is. You can get financing, but they didn't have a deal. People sent emails and texts wanting to apply and never doing a deal, and they never did a deal. Basically, people wasted the lender's time and they were pissed. The lenders were pissed. So to protect my relationships with the lenders, I cannot just give you the lenders. Many of you all, as nice as you are, you're not going to use them anyway. You're going to make excuses about why you couldn't do this, why it doesn't work. And I have students that are doing this exact process using these lenders every day. And you're going to tell me why it doesn't work for you. But here's what I am going to do, and it's going to make sense for you. So just follow along and we'll see. So how can we get the lenders? At the end of this call, I'm going to share a link with you that would allow you to connect with these lenders. Plus, when you get the lenders, the training that I'm going to put with the appointment, the contacts of the lenders, the training will explain in greater detail how to approach these lenders. I put it in a way that you can't just reach out to the lenders, because I don't want 600 people reaching out to lenders and then just not having a deal. I'm going to add in a few bonus trainings that will dive deeper into how we operate, how we use these lenders, and how to make best use of these funding sources. Okay. So this is going to be accessed. Now, the final bonus, along with these lender contacts, the way I've set this up and structured this, I will personally make an introduction on your behalf with the lenders. So you can say, this is where I'm at, this is what I'm doing, and you can make the connection, and I will use my contact and say, hey, this person is good, reach out to them and everything else. If you do not have to have a deal to meet with these lenders. So let me make that clear, but you should be planning to find one. So everybody that said they were looking for one, that's a great start. Even if you haven't started looking, I'm going to give you some tools and some resources that you can get access that'll allow you to start looking and learning what to do. If you can't find deals, we've got some training available for that without using a lot of cash to find your first deal. So here's the trade-off. I can show you how to find deals. The problem with it, if you're not going to spend any money, is that it won't be consistent. And what I mean by that is the way we find our deals, we have a way that's consistent. We're always bringing in deals. People are always calling us saying, hey, I want to sell my house. Can you make me an offer? All that kind of stuff. The ways to do it without spending any money, you can do it. It takes time. You're either going to spend time or you're going to spend money. And even if you don't spend time, you're going to have to spend a little bit of money if you don't spend time. But I'll show you how to do it, but they're just not going to be consistent. So they're not going to bring you 12 and 15 and 20 deals or 6 and 7 deals every time. They're going to bring you a deal, maybe 3 or 4 phone calls that lead to a deal, but it'll allow you to get started. The goal is to get started, get the first deal done, and make some money with the right strategy, and then you can grow. You don't have to do it all at once. You just have to get started, and you need to get that first deal off your chest so you can feel like, hey, I can do this. This works. This is not something that's impossible. Okay. So here is the link, and I'm going to put this in the chat. This is the link to get to the lender guide and get access to the lenders. So you can use this. Now, there is a charge for this to get this lender, but it's only $10 to get the lenders. Now, you can say, hey, I don't think it's worth it. If you don't think getting 100% financing is worth it for $10 to connect with the lender, then I don't know. It's just not right for you. It's just not right. But I can tell you this, it is legitimate. These are real lenders. These are real terms that make sense. And there's some bonuses that come along with this. So there's some great lenders in here. There's some great connections. And I'm going to share our strategy with you, and you're going to be able to see that. So that's the link you can join. Now, if you want help building your own real estate business, if you say, Art, this is great. This is the piece that I've been missing, and I just need a step-by-step strategy. If you want to talk to me about that, let's talk about what it takes to build a business and where you want to go. Set up a call with me. I'm going to send you a link here so that you can set up a call with me or my team, and you can talk with us directly. Now, a couple of you that are on this call have talked to me on a call, and if anybody in here asks, I'm sure that you can say the call was not a waste of time. We share a lot of information. We share a lot of information. We share a lot of, just steps you can use, what you can do to be successful. Because at the end of the day, I want you all to be successful. The more successful you are, the more successful it allows us to be with possibly working with you in commercial real estate. So it's a win for everybody involved. So I'm going to put, for the lender guy, I'm going to put both contacts I'm going to put both links in the chat. One is to set up a call with me or my team. The other, set up a call. Okay, so I'm going to put both of these in the chat, and one is for the lender guide if you want to access that. The other is to set up a call with me and talk about where you want to go. And I honestly tell you that the most you're going to spend with talking with me, it's free to talk with me. If you want to do the lenders, like I said, that's $10, and there's also access to training on that link and everything else. Shamika asked, Art, can you help me with finding a lender with my project? I already have a property. Are you talking about the 120 unit, or are you talking about a different property, Shamika? Just let me know in the chat. So this is to help you guys. This call, it doesn't matter if you have fear or lack of knowledge, you don't want to fail, those things will not pay for on the 120 unit. Send me an email, Shamika. I'll direct message you an email to send it to, and then you can send me an email and I can see what you're looking at and what you need and go from there. And I'll be happy to talk to you about it. So if you guys want help, if you guys want to learn and see if this is a good fit for you, if you're serious about getting into real estate and serious about saying, hey, I want to do something, but you're not making moves. I'm a big believer in making a step forward a day. If you make a step forward a day, then that's definitely something that will get you moving forward. But these are the links and everything that you need. Shamika, stay on for just a second, and then I will get you here's the links again. I will get you a email address. Just give me a second. All right, guys, I hope this has been beneficial. I hope you've learned something. I hope you take this up and actually get access to these lenders and get access to some training if you need it. Set up a call with us if you want to talk to us about building your real estate business and you want to know how you can do this on a larger scale. If you're serious about growing, if you want to do something that replaces your income, if you want to do something that builds a business that you can possibly sell, or you want to get eventually into commercial property, then hey, this is a great option for you to talk with me. I'll be happy to talk with you. Now, before I get off this call, does anyone have any questions while I'm getting this email together? Anyone got any questions for me on any of this stuff or about the link or anything like that? Because I am like a book, so I will try to answer your questions. If not, Let me see where I can find you. All right. Okay, if not, then I will talk to you guys later. Hopefully, I will see you with the guide and connect you with some of these lenders, or I'll see you on a call, and I'll be happy to help you and talk to you about your goals on a call. One more time, in case you didn't get it, which I think everybody did. Yes, what type of corp is best for this? So that's a great question. The answer is it depends drastically on your strategy. And what I say by that, the strategy, we use a strategy called quick term. If quick term makes sense for you, then you can do a corporation or you can do an LLC. It really depends on your area, how many deals you plan to do. Last year, we did 58 properties. And this year, we're hoping to do, Carmen, I'll send you an email. And then that way, Carmen, do you want to set up a call, or have you set up a call with me before? Or did you have a question, something personal that you want to ask? I'm the lender. How can we work together? I'm the lender. So you can, I don't know, Zoom user, I don't know your name. Let me see if I can, let me see. Zoom user, send me a message. Here, let me try to, give me 1 second. Send me a email and let me know what you got and we can talk a little bit. That I sent you a direct message with my email. So again, this is the way to set up a call to talk with us. If you want to get started, if you want to get the guide and get access to the lenders, that is also on here. I'm going to put this to everybody else, and I hope to talk with you guys soon. All right. Do I have another question? Okay, Carmen. So click on the link to set up a call. It's the Calendly link. I just sent it. Says to set up a call in the chat. Let me send that to you again. That is the link for the call. And that's the link for the lender guide for the 100% financing. All right, guys, I hope you have gotten something from this. I want to make sure I address everybody. Any other questions for me before I get off? Otherwise, I will talk to you guys later. And hopefully, after you all are securing your 100% financing and your lines of credit and everything else that you need, or how to build your business, and we'll get you going. All right. Thank you. I will call. All right, Tony, great. I look forward to talking with you. That's great, everyone. So I hope you all have gotten something from this call. I will talk to you later and see you. Hope you have a great week. If you came in late and you want to make sure you see the whole call, I will be sending out a replay of this call tomorrow. Let me know in the chat. Was this beneficial to you? Is this something that you all think you can use? The 100% financing and the lending and understanding strategy? Because I think it's something that you can use, but some people don't look at it that way. Is that something? Okay, good. I'm glad, Nikki, I'm glad you said you can get something from it. AJ, great. I will try to put more stuff out like this, but I do content that everybody pretty much likes pretty regularly. So hopefully this will be some stuff that you all will gain from. I will talk to you later. You'll get a replay tomorrow. Check your email and check the Facebook group, the Quick Turn Facebook group. Otherwise, I wish you all the best. Have a great night and talk to you later. Happy hunting. Welcome. So we're going to go ahead and get started. 5 questions to ask sellers to make sure you can get super profitable real estate deals. Now, this is the exact framework we use to generate almost $1 million in profits within 12 months. And for those of you that don't know, when we started doing our process, the quick turn process, our first year, we were able to do $870,000 in profit. That is not what the houses were worth. That is what money that is money that actually hit our bank account. And I don't say that to brag. I just say that to show you the possibility of what's possible with this strategy of buying and selling homes without fixing them up, without putting time into rehab, without dealing with tenants, without dealing with contractors. All of that is possible. So I'm going to show you and explain how to do that. So let's go ahead and get started with these 5 questions. So let's start with talking about, do you want to buy houses, but you don't want to talk to sellers? Are you someone who does not want to talk directly to sellers? Have you talked with the seller and stumbled over what to say? Maybe you didn't know what to say to a seller. You felt kind of nervous. The call just felt awkward, or you didn't know, really what to do. Have you been afraid to talk to sellers for fear of saying the wrong thing? You're excited to get a deal. You just don't want to mess up. And so you kind of try to avoid talking to sellers. Some people are not talking to sellers because they don't even realize that's the thing to do. They think that they should go through their realtor, but I guarantee you, if you don't go through a realtor and go directly through a seller, there's a lot more money on the table. Do you struggle to make offers because they're too low? And what I mean by that is a lot of people are, when they figure out their numbers and they want to make an offer, they get nervous and they think that, oh, this offer is too low and they're not going to accept it. So they inflate the offer even before they've made it to the seller, just because they're scared that the seller will say no. If that's ever been you, I'm going to show you how to get around that. Most investors never learn good negotiation tactics, and there's a clear reason for that. And the biggest reason is because we don't, as investors, typically have to do a lot of negotiation. We let the realtors do it. We get the house. Once we get the house, we spend our time focused on, fixing the house up, putting a tenant in it, all that kind of stuff. And there's a better way than that. So I hope this makes sense to some of you guys. Maybe you have found sellers, but they weren't motivated. So this happens a lot when you spend so much time looking for a deal. Maybe you've been on PropStream, you've tried to reach out to all of these people, and you've done all this stuff to try to find sellers, and you spend so much time, and you finally get somebody that's willing to talk to you, and you're nervous because what if they say no? What if they don't like my offer? And you're scared to really talk to them and what to say. A lot of times when you're scared to make the offer you want because you fear they will say no, you just don't know what they're going to do. And so you kind of second guess your offer or what you're going to put together with them. Or you offer more than you want in hopes that you won't insult the seller. So I got a whole thing about insulting sellers, but you don't want to insult the seller, so you don't want to ask too little or offer too little for them. Even worse, you take a deal that isn't great, and this happens a lot. People take a deal that's not great just so you can get started. You've been looking for a deal for several months. You haven't been able to find one. Somebody finally says they'll talk to you. You take a deal and the numbers aren't great, but it's something you think, I can kind of work with it. And so you take the deal anyway, even though the numbers don't work for you. Well, by the end of this session today, you're going to know how to talk to sellers, to build trust, and easily make offers and get those offers accepted so that they take the offer, so that they work with the offer. This is a big thing for a lot of people because it's one of the most basic things in the business, but a lot of people are scared of it. So tonight we will show you our quick turn seller negotiation process. This is how we negotiate with sellers, how we talk to sellers, and how we get them to say yes to a deal. First thing is how to identify the right sellers to make an offer to. You don't really want to make an offer to every seller. It's going to waste a lot of time and energy and frustrate you because not every seller is right for you to make an offer to at that moment. We'll talk about that in just a second. How to let the sellers feel in control, but give you all their secrets. Did you know there's a way you can talk to sellers and get them to tell you everything that they don't want you to know? And it's easier than you think. So you're going to let them feel that they're in control, but they're going to give up all their secrets about what they're really trying to do with the house, what's going on with the house, what number they really want, and all that kind of stuff. How to feel confident when making offers. A lot of how you talk to people is your confidence. If I talk to you guys and I say, well, I'd like to do this and I'd like to do that. If I sound like afraid, that comes off in the conversation as opposed to, so we're going to do this. This is how this is going to go. We're going to pay this much. And then they just agree to it. So that confidence makes a big difference. And you need a way that you can consistently feel confident when talking to sellers. You want to make sure that they understand where you're at. So how we get many offers accepted at 50 to 60 cents on the dollar. So our students and the people that work with us, we get a lot of offers accepted at 50 cents on the dollar. So if the house is worth $100,000, we get sellers to sell it to us at $50,000, $55,000, $60,000. And there's a lot of space in there for us to make a profit. How many of you all would like to do deals at 50 to 60 cents on the dollar? It is completely possible. I have students doing it every day, and I'm going to show you how we get that done. Okay. So the next is finally how to get the sellers asking you to take their offer to buy their house. So did you know you can actually get the seller to make an offer to you and say, this is what I want. And so you can buy their house, but it's them making an offer to you. And then you just decide if you want to accept it. So we're going to talk about that. So let's talk about who this is for. If you are a new investor and are just learning about the real estate business, then keep watching, because this is very important information that's going to help you grow. And it's more than you typically get when you go onto the free webinars and all that kind of stuff, and they just kind of hype you up about real estate. We talk about some actual things that go on in the business to help you succeed in the business and help you win. If you have started learning, maybe you've taken a class or two, but you haven't bagged your first deal yet. You haven't gotten your first deal. You've been looking for a while, but you have not gotten that first deal done. Then pay attention, because this is going to help you when you talk to a seller, and it's going to give you some great information. The next thing is, if you're an experienced investor, you've done a deal, but you have never dealt directly with sellers, which there are a lot of investors that only buy stuff through realtors. And so they just never get to a point of actually talking with sellers and negotiating directly with sellers. Then watch this, because this is going to give you a framework that you can use, and it's going to be a lot easier. So let me talk about really quickly who we are, why you should listen to us. Does it make any sense to listen to me, and whatever? Let's talk about that. So my name is Art, and along with my wife, Aisha, we have successfully personally negotiated hundreds of deals directly with sellers. We only buy properties directly from sellers. We do not buy property through the MLS. We do not buy properties through realtors. We just do directly through sellers. We get much better deals. We did some numbers the other day. We have earned over $6 million plus negotiating sellers below their asking prices. So we have gotten sellers to come off of more than $6 million of what they were asking for with real estate. Now, I know that's not saying that we did $6 million in profit on those properties, but it is kind of saying we did a lot of profit on these properties based on getting the seller to take less than they wanted on the property. And so when we added it up, we're over $6 million that we've negotiated. We've trained others in our methods, and most that train in our method get deals below what they thought was possible. I have students right now that did not think that they would be able to get a deal the way they have. I have a student right now that literally called me almost in tears, saying she did not want to make the offer that we were talking to her about because she felt that it was too low. We told her how to say it, what to say, and the seller accepted her offer, and she's closing on the property now. So we can teach you how to negotiate as well and make more money. Negotiation is the money. Make no mistake about it. Don't get confused. Don't think that the money is in fixing up houses. Don't think the money is in renting out houses. The money is in negotiation. So let me touch on that just for a second, if I can. Now, some people are thinking, I'm sure as you're listening to this, you're probably thinking, well, no, Art, I know the money isn't in negotiation. I would rather get the monthly cash flow from tenants. Well, let me explain how that works. When you buy a property and rent it out, you make a small portion of profit every month. Let's say you rent it out, and after you pay the mortgage, after you pay the taxes, after you pay the insurance, after you pay any maintenance, let's say you're making $500 a month on that property, that one single family house. And so over a year, you're going to make about $6,000. 500 times 12 is $6,000. You've made $6,000. Here's why I don't consider that profit. Because literally, let's say you had a tenant in there for 2 years. They paid every month like clockwork, never had a problem, and they paid you. So you made a total of profit of $12,000. Let's say they move out, no problems. You move somebody else in and you get the wrong tenant. That tenant can easily cost you $12,000 in repairs or damages or lost rent or more in a very short period of time. That business is very slow to make a profit because you have to get out of it with the profit, not just make the profit. Compare that to what we do with Quick Turn, where we're buying and selling houses. We get our money the day we sell the property. We buy the property. We don't fix it up. We don't put a lot of money into the property. We turn around and sell it based on the negotiated equity that we have in the property. And then we turn a profit. I hope that makes sense to you. Let me know in the comments if that makes sense. It's a better way, and it's a larger amount. Our profits typically average 30,000 or better, 30 to 35,000 or better. So it just makes sense when you're doing properties. Once you've made some more money, once you've gotten some cash, once you've put a war chest together of some cash, then you can go and buy rental. And here's the thing. I don't even suggest you buy a single family rental then. Instead, I suggest going into commercial real estate and buying larger scale commercial. That's our goal with our students. We actually want all of our students to make money in single family and then take that money and invest with us as a group into larger scale commercial, and we can build generational wealth from that. So I know that's a little bit off subject, but it's just to explain why I'm not a big fan of rental property and single family rental property. And I have been a landlord for single family rental property for years. And I was so happy when I got out of it, and it made a difference. And luckily I got out before insurance fees went up like crazy, because insurance is crazy right now for rental. Why there is nothing more profitable than talking with sellers. Let's talk about that. No money can be made faster than talking with sellers. Remember how I said it took you 2 years on that rental to make $12,000? I can make $12,000 on negotiation with a few words of saying, hey, I can't pay you this, I can pay you this, or whatever, and I can negotiate $12,000 in a matter of seconds. And that's the truth. Most sellers are not skilled in negotiation. And as a real estate business owner, once you get this into a process of scale it, you'll be doing this every day. You'll be negotiating with sellers every day. Do you think it's hard to win or create a win-win scenario with sellers when you're dealing with someone who doesn't do this every day versus somebody who's done it 10, 15, 20 times this month? You're going to get better. You're going to win at these negotiations, and you're going to make more money. Motivated sellers with equity just need a logical reason why they can take less. Now, I'm going to explain this statement for a second. Stay with me. If you have a seller that has a lot of equity in their property, you are not trying to get all the money from them. You just need some of the money of that equity. So let's say they've got 100,000 in equity. You don't need the 100,000 in equity. You might only need 40,000 or 50,000 or 35,000 of the equity to do a deal. So to them, they're still going to walk away with $50,000 or $60,000 of that equity, and they may be willing to do that. Compare that to somebody that has very little equity, and they're only getting $10,000, and you want to take $5,000 from them. You're going to have a hell of a fight on your hands because of the fact you're trying to get them to take even less of the small money that they are getting. So we always aim for people with plenty of equity that are motivated, and that way it's not as hard of a sale, if that makes sense. By getting good at negotiation, you don't need to pick up a hammer. You don't need to visit a house or work a job. You can replace all of these. Yes, I mean you can replace your job. How many deals will it take for you to replace your job? We did a training a couple of weeks ago on how much effort does it take to make $300,000 from building a real estate business versus what it takes to build that much in your job. This will make you $300,000 in less than a year if you follow the process and you're consistent with what you do. The 5 questions to ask sellers. So let's get down to the nitty gritty. These are the 5 questions that you want to ask sellers that will bring you more profit. Number 1, do you have a house that you are hoping to sell? I know that's going to sound obvious, but we'll explain that in just a second. Number 2, how much is your house worth? How much is your house worth? Number 3, what do you want for the house after all the expenses are paid? Okay, what do you want for the house after all the expenses are paid? Number 4, how much does the house need in repairs? How much does it need in repairs? And number 5, do you have any other properties you want to sell? Now, I know what you're thinking. All right, those are some really basic questions. We don't ask any of these questions for the reason you think we ask these questions. I'm going to break this down to you so you can understand. So if you're sticking around, you'll really get this, and it'll make sense. This is a psychological play that we're going to use. Let's discuss what we will learn with each one of these questions. Number 1, do you have a house that you are hoping to sell? Why do we ask this? This establishes their need for you. They are not doing you a favor. They want something, and this acknowledges that. It establishes that they have a need for you, not you needing them. How many times if you've ever been on the phone with the seller and you start talking to them, and then they say, yeah, I might sell it. It depends on if your price is right. They're taking a position of power. Or I might sell it, but I got another guy that's interested in it too. I might sell it to them. They're taking a position of power. When we ask them, do you have a house that you're hoping to sell? We're forcing them to say, yes, I do. Yes, I need something from you, so that it establishes that you need something from me, and it puts the position of who's in charge. Now, I know this doesn't seem like it, but you're going to get that if you get them to psychologically understand that they need something from you. This is a psychological shift to make them understand that they are in an asking position and they need something from you. So that's the first question, and that's why it's important. Second question, how much is your house worth? Why do we ask this? Let them establish the value so that you can negotiate. If they establish value, there is no argument about the value because they said it. So if you were to talk to someone and say, well, what do you want for your house or whatever, and start talking to them, and they say, I don't know, it's worth, what do you think it's worth? And you give a number, then they can always argue it's worth more than that. Once they give a number and say, this is what my house is worth, then that is the standard. That's what we're going off of. Until I can prove it wrong, that's what we're going to go with. But for this conversation, we're going to base everything off of them giving us that number. So we have control because they've established a number. What if you talk to a seller and they say to you, oh, I don't know what my house is worth? How can you sell something if you don't know what it's worth? If I had a bike and I wanted to sell a bike and somebody came to me and said, wow, that's the bike you want to sell? I'll give you $8,000 for it. And I had no idea of value. What am I going to think? The first thing I'm going to think is, wow, he gave me $8,000 as the first offer. This bike might be worth more. I'm not going to take that offer. Let me go see if someone else is willing to pay more. Let me go find out the value. We don't want them to do that. They have to understand or have an idea of value. Even if it's wrong, they have to have an idea of value. This is a way of making them feel they are in control, and using this information, they give you an established fact so it can be argued in the future by them. So later on, we're going to say, we took your word for this is what it's worth. And if it changes, now we're using what they told us to help us in our argument, if that makes sense. Number 3, what do you want for the house after all the expenses are paid? So after everything's paid, the mortgage is paid off, everything is done, what do you want for the house? Why do we ask this? This helps us determine motivation. It has nothing to do with what our offer is going to be. It helps us determine motivation. If they say they are willing to take less than their established value, so if they say it's worth 200, but they're willing to take 180, they are motivated to sell and can give you some of the equity. This allows us to make profit without fixing a property up. We're telling them before we set a number, what do you want to make for the house after everything is paid, to see if they're motivated. This is an indirect way of verifying if they are motivated. How many of you all don't do this? And when you're talking to a seller, you say something like, well, why are you selling? And they don't give you a reason that really shows their motivation. This question will get to their motivation right away. I don't want to spend my time talking to unmotivated sellers. So this is going to establish motivation. It gets them to tell us without directly asking them, and it bypasses their defenses. And what are they going to say? I don't know what I want for the house. Everybody knows what they would like to get for the house. And so it helps us. They can't walk away from this question. It's a way to box them in and get them to give us an answer. Number 4, how much do these make sense to you guys so far? Are you following along with this? Is this making sense, these questions? I'm trying to get, the questions are not really the important part. It's the psychology of how we're getting them to think and framing their mind so they can go in and they give us what we want. We haven't given them a number yet. Do you realize that? We haven't told them this is what we're paying. We're getting them to talk. So I'm glad it makes sense. Clyde, Gerald, I'm glad you're seeing it. How much does the house need in repairs? So let's talk about that. Why do we ask this? By asking the seller for repair costs, not what it needs to be repaired, how much they think, right? Exactly. He who mentions price first loses. By asking the seller for repair costs, their information can be used to help in your offer presentation to justify a lower price, and they set the number. So there's no argument. Remember, listen to what I'm saying. I did not ask them what needs to be repaired. I didn't say, does the bedroom need to be repaired? The bathroom, the kitchen, does it need a new roof? I said, what do you think they're going to, now here's what's going to happen. You're going to ask them this question and they're going to say, oh, well, the kitchen needs to be updated. The bathroom needs to be updated. The roof needs to be replaced. And then you're going to say, okay, how much do you estimate that stuff to be? Now, they can't dance around this and say, oh, about $1,000. They know for a fact that they're not going to be able to get it done. Even if they give you a low number, that number can be used to justify me lowering my offer to them. So it's just a way to use, we're using their words again as facts. So we're going to take their words as facts And later on, we can use that as a negotiation point. So when we say, oh, we're only paying you this much, and they say, well, why? Well, you told me yourself it needs $20,000 in repairs. And so that's part of, we have to figure that in. And so we have to make a profit. What do you think is a fair number for us to make as a profit? These are the things that they can't escape, but they have to answer them. And they don't realize it's helping them in their mind to lower their expectation of what they're going to get as an offer, if that makes sense. And then number 5, do you have any other properties you wish to sell? This question is almost a bonus. Why do we ask this? Many sellers have additional property that they may want to sell, but didn't consider telling you about it. They just don't tell you. I don't know why. They won't know until you won't know until you ask. This one question has gotten me a lot of multiple property deals. Okay. This is just a fact. Many investors have multiple properties. Think about it. A lot of times you're going to be talking to a landlord that bought 5 or 10 or 20 or 50 houses. They've been buying them for the last 10 years. And they've been buying a house a year. So now they're ready to sell. They're getting older, or they're tired of being a landlord, or they're moving out of state and they can't manage the property. There's a whole bunch of reasons why they would sell. But now you're going to be talking to them and getting them to tell you if they have more properties. You would be amazed at how this works. I've told the story before. I did this. We did a call with the seller. He told us about a property. He said, I've got this property. I want this much. We did the whole spiel of asking him about the property. The last question we asked is, do you have any other properties to sell? He said, yes, I have 19 other houses that I want to sell. Can you buy them all? Or he said something along the lines of, but I'm going to sell them each individually. And I said, well, why don't you let us take a look at buying all of them? And we bought 20 properties from one guy. I've bought 5 property portfolios. I've bought probably 7 property portfolios, 3 property portfolios. You don't know unless you ask. This is a bonus question that will make you money. How would you like, instead of going and finding a new seller, just buy all the properties from this seller who's selling them? The worst case scenario, he'll say, well, I've got multiple properties, but I don't want to sell them all right now. And then you can say, keep me in mind because we'll buy the next one. And he will. They'll call you back. And this makes sense. So what do these questions do for you? You can tell by my picture, they do well for you. They establish trust. All of these questions are open-ended questions that get the seller to talking. That is our goal. We want the seller to talk, because when they talk, they drop their defenses. Sellers feel more comfortable. They share more information than they should be when talking. So you don't want to you should not be the main one talking in your negotiation. So if you're scared of negotiations, then learn the questions to ask so that you don't have to talk a lot. That way you can't mess up. Does that make sense to you guys? If you ask questions and get them to talking, they will share the entire world with you. I can't tell you how many sellers have been very combative when we start the conversation. And then after we ask them a couple of questions, they're telling me about their daughter moved out of state and they just want to go with their daughter and move out of state. They really need to sell. They want to sell the house that they're in also, but they just want to wait until they're ready to sell. And then we'll set up a deal with that. All of this stuff is made to get them talking and giving more information so you can make the best decision. This also eliminates talking. Is it said listen and your bank account will glisten? Yes, Clyde, that is excellent. Listen and your bank account will glisten. That's excellent. They eliminate competition. Talking eliminates competition. When sellers get on the phone call with us and talk to us for 20 or 30 minutes and they've been talking, they feel eager to hear our offer. They stop calling other investors. They want to hear what we're offering them. They want to talk to us, because what do most investors do? Even the few, and there are just a few that talk to sellers, what do? They ask them how much, they ask them where the house is at. They set up an appointment to go see the house. They then wait and pull comps, and then they go over there and they criticize the house and say what's wrong with it. Then they say, well, the only thing I can offer you is this. They didn't even talk to the seller. Yes, they end up basically talking their way out of a deal. They did not talk to the seller. They did not ask the seller what they wanted. What if they say a number that the seller was not even considering? What if the seller, but I'll give you an example. We bought a house a while ago. The seller had the house and it was worth $200,000. This house was a beautiful two-unit building. It was a 2-flat. The seller bought it like 20 something years ago, and they paid $30,000 for this house. They bought it for $30,000. And when we went in and asked them what did they want, they said, well, you know, I know it's worth more. If I could get $80,000 for the house, I would be happy. We would have easily paid them 120 for the house. Why would I then go in and say, but if I hadn't known, if I hadn't asked them what they wanted, they would have said 120. Oh, sure. And they would have jumped at it. But now I've just made a $40,000 difference between what they're saying they wanted and what we would have considered offering. I've even offered some sellers more than they've asked because I try to be fair. And what I don't want is later on their family member or somebody to say, oh, that's way too low. So I've had sellers say, if I can get $20,000, and I said, no, we're not going to pay you 20, we can give you 50,000 on this house. And they've taken it and they've been ecstatic because of the fact that they feel we did something good for them. And at the end of the day, we weren't unfair. Do have some constraints of how low we will go on a property, but we also try to be fair to our sellers. So that's one of the big benefits with this. So it eliminates competition, builds trust, drops their defenses, just about everything that, can you say referrals? So yes, that's a great question. That's one of the questions we didn't even get to, but we do ask for referrals because when they feel that they've been taken care of, that they feel like somebody's listening to them, then they are more likely to say, hey, deal with this person. They made the conversation they made the transaction very smooth and easy. These are referrals. This is business. This is what you want. You want people to want to deal with you. Helping someone that way will lead them to referring. So yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They will refer someone to you. You can ask them for referrals. You can ask them for people, but then at the same time, even if they don't have anybody right now, what do you think happens to the woman that has a house? She agrees to sell us the house, and it was a smooth transaction. She felt that we listened to her, and then her cousin or sister or coworker or somebody like that says, I'm thinking about selling my house. And it's a month later, she sold her house, got her money, it was no problem. And that person says, I'm thinking about selling my house. I'm thinking about calling one of those We Buy Houses places or something like that. They're going to say, you should call this place because they did me right and this, that, and the other. It will bring you more business. And we didn't do anything unfair. We asked them what they wanted. You know, the biggest way to make people think that you care about them is to actually care about them, is to actually care about what happens, is to actually it's not always just about getting the most money from the deal. You will make great money from deals without fixing them up, without doing a lot of work, without dealing with tenants, but just talking to people as if they were people will help you make a lot of money. So this is great information. I'm glad you like it because this is the truth. Treat people like people and they'll be happy to work with you. It's just part of the business. Now, if this all makes sense for you and you want help building this type of business, I don't consider this to be a real estate investor. We consider it building a real estate business because at the end of the day, you need to look at it as a business. I'm going to put the link in the chat. This is to set up a 15-minute call with us. When you set up these 15-minute calls, we're going to talk to you. We are not going to sell you. We are going to talk to you about where you are at and what help that you need. We can help you choose a strategy based on your resources. Some people, Fitzgerald, you know already, and you can attest to this. When you get on a call with us, we talk to you about where you're at, where you want to go, and what you need to get to where you want to go. And if we can't help you directly right now, we will tell you what to do. Fitzgerald, I have had many conversations with you, and you've talked to me, and I've told you this is what you need to be focused on. This is where you need to be looking. Everything that you needed. So that's what we do on these calls. If we can help you, we have resources that we can share to help you make an informed decision so that you make the best decision about you. The same way we talk to sellers when we want to help them, we actually care about what happens, is the same way we talk to you on these calls. We actually care about you being successful. We want to see you reach your goals and get to where you want to be. We can show you how to build your own real estate business and start building right away. Thank you, Victor. That's the truth. Thanks. So we show you how to build your own business and start building right away. And then here's the link. I'm going to put it again in the chat. You can use this link or this one if you want to write it down. I just put it in the chat. And this is how you can get in touch with us. Set up a call. Like I said, it's not going to be a hard sell of, hey, you got to do this, that, and the other. We're just going to talk to you about where you want to go and what you want to do. I hope this makes sense to you guys. I hope you have learned something from this. And I hope this gets you in the mind frame of, thank you. I'm glad, Clyde. Yeah, we had a great informative session. Thank you. So I hope this is getting you in the mind frame of dealing with sellers and how to deal with them. It is not as hard as you think. There is a ton of money in this business. There is a ton of money in this business. And it goes beyond just single family houses. We make money with single family houses. We make money with commercial real estate. It is a huge opportunity. So take advantage, set up a call, and I will see you soon. I hope you all have a wonderful week. I will put the replay to this. You'll get an email tomorrow with the replay if you missed any of it, or you came in late, or somebody you know wasn't able to make it. I hope this has been beneficial to you guys. I hope this is some of the stuff you want to see. If you got a subject you'd like us to talk about, shoot me a message, text me, DM me, whatever you want to do, and we'll try to cover a topic that if you're interested in it. Until next time, guys, I wish you the best, and as always, happy hunting. Talk to you guys. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the case study for Quick Turn Real Estate. I am your host, as always, Art, aka known as the Real Estate Vet. And today I'm just going to give you a quick overview of what it means to do quick turn real estate, why we created this group, and what kind of information we can share. So the first thing I want to talk about is just the why of why quick turn real estate. I was a real estate investor. I've been a real estate investor for 26 years. I was a landlord for probably about 20 years, and I bought and sold a lot of property, just doing wholesaling. I've done fix and flip. I've done some BRRRR method where you buy it, all of that stuff. All of that stuff is been out, and I've done all of that stuff and had limited success with it. And one of the things that frustrated me was there were some things that they don't tell you about real estate investing when you get into it. Everybody wants to tell you how great it is. They don't share the ups and the downs of it and everything else. Like being a landlord, it is not all that it's cracked up to be. I had a whole experience with that, and this is all I've done. I did not have a job. I did not work for someone else. I worked for a bank literally for 1 year and went into real estate and decided to take it on full time. I would just figure it out, go for what I could do. And so I had some frustrations. I was blessed to later on in my career come across the process of quick turning real estate. After doing so many different things, I came across a strategy that I had done parts of the strategy, but I hadn't done the full strategy, and I decided to give it a try, and it made a world of difference. So in this video, I just want to discuss some of the things that are key points that go on with quick turn real estate, why I chose it, what is it about, what does it take, and everything. I'm just going to touch on those things and then hopefully give you kind of a idea of what kind of information we go over in the group and the group calls and everything else. The group calls are something we do every week. We do a live and we do some kind of training and teach you different things, hopefully to help you make a better decision and build hopefully a real estate business. And I'll get into that in a minute. So first thing, that the reason I got into quick turn real estate and stopped doing landlording and things like that is because of this. I needed to make enough money. I had watched videos, paid for training, done all these things, talking about getting into real estate. And me and my wife got into it full head on, ready to go make the world, change the world. And we were struggling, and we had tons of rental property. The problem is when you have rental property, if you get out there and you're thinking I'm going to be a landlord, the problem is when you get to a certain scale, when you're doing 1 or 2 properties and the side money, it's not enough money to do great things. It's enough money to have some extra cash when they pay. But think about it. If someone doesn't pay this month, you not only lose the rental income from this month, you also lose the income from other stuff because you have to cover the rent or the mortgage on that property from that same month. So you lose twice. So when you scale up, it makes sense because you're making more money. But at the same time, when you scale up, 1 or 2 people that stop rent payments and things like that make that much more of a problem. And it makes it so your income is very sporadic. And so that's one of the things me and my wife struggled with. You'll meet her in some of the lives. Aisha, she's great. She's been in this with me. She's done a lot of different things, and she's going to talk about her experiences as well. But we got to a point where we were frustrated and we wanted something else. And that's when we turned to quick turn real estate. It allowed us to live just a better life, have more money in our pocket, always have the ability to grow and expand, and it just made a world of difference. So this is us literally probably 6 months after we started doing QuickTime real estate, and it just made a big difference in our lives. So that was the first thing, make enough money. And especially if we're someone who took this head on and we do not have a job outside of this, we now live completely off of our real estate investments, have done it for years, and we're very happy with the results, but it's a process. Another thing with us is that you want to have the freedom to spend the money. This is my family. That's Hazel. For all of you that don't know, Hazel is my dog, my wife, my kids, my mother-in-law. This is us just having the freedom to spend money, to go out and actually enjoy the money that we make. So many times you get into real estate and you'll be so busy managing your property, dealing with tenants, dealing with contractors, with fixing up places and all that kind of stuff. You won't get the chance to actually enjoy the money. And if you don't enjoy the money, it will be gone. You will spend it on things that need to get done, or when the time get lean, you'll say, well, I just put this off. And I wanted to have freedom to be able to actually spend the money that we make and enjoy it. And so QuickTime Real Estate, because of the structure and how it works, allows us to do that. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, you know, I enjoy myself and everything else, but we can live our lifestyle every single day. We can choose to get up and go to work. We probably spend in our real estate business about 6 hours a week actually working the business. We have employees and things like that that help us, but this was an important factor to me. One, the making the money, then the freedom to spend the money. The next thing was the fact that we wanted to have scaling for help. We wanted to be able to scale. This is our team. When we first started, this is some of the people on our team. This was actually, we started toward the end of the year, and in the first couple of months when we closed some deals that as our team scaling, we took everybody out for toward the end of year kind of dinner for everybody to enjoy themselves and kind of just spend time together. And, but you are able to do things like this when you build a scalable business that actually can make money. So that's one of the things that's important for us. We want to be able to scale with our business. And so we needed help, and we wanted people to help us. This is our team. Now, another thing that is important to me is we wanted to build a business like this. We had to build a repeatable process that is roughly recession proof. If you've ever been in real estate, so for you experienced investors that deal with real estate every day, you know that real estate, if you're buying and selling real estate, it can be a rocky road, because right now, I don't know when you're watching this video, but right now, the market is kind of, interest rates are rising. Everyone's kind of scared about what they're going to do. Is the market going to crash, or how is housing going to crash? But you want a process that is repeatable, that you can consistently repeat, and it's recession proof. Something that you can make money when the market is up, when the market is down. And as I explain and go into some of our training, you'll see why our process is recession proof, why quick turning real estate makes sense when the market is up, when it makes sense when the market is down. And I'll compare it to some of the other strategies like fix, flip, and buy and hold, which is managing property, and why it makes sense regardless of how the market is doing. So we'll get into that. Now, I want to just explain really quickly why this works. Why does this whole process of quick turn real estate work? Everybody talks about they've got a strategy and their strategy is the best. I'm telling you, for us, it makes sense. And let me explain why. Quick turn real estate is simply the process of finding deals, buying those deals, and negotiating those deals, buying the deal, and actually purchasing the property. So we're not wholesaling. We're not getting it under contract and selling it to another investor. We do not fix the property up. And 99% of the times, we're not doing any major rehabs unless we absolutely have to, but it's very rare that we ever do a full rehab on a property. Most of the time, we're doing sweeping and cleaning up, cutting the grass, things like that, if anything. And then we turn around and sell that property on the open market. There's some very simple strategies behind why this works. One of the biggest things is that when you're selling properties this way, most wholesalers in the wholesale strategy, they rely on other investors to buy their property. We rely on the market. We don't care if it's an investor, if it's a new homeowner, if it's a seasoned homeowner that's had a property, they're upgrading or downgrading their home, even if it's someone with a FHA or a VA loan. We don't care. We just want to sell the property. Because we sell to anyone, because we own the property, we have a much larger base of people that can buy our properties. So even when the market is shrinking, there's always somebody looking for a house. If there's no one looking for a house in the market, you've got bigger problems than your business because the economy is failing. But more than likely what's happening is people are looking for a house, and if the interest rates are up, they might be looking for a more affordable house. And because our properties aren't at the top of market, we didn't rehab them, we make sense for them. They can fix up the house themselves. People are not stupid. They can fix up the house themselves. They'll buy from us. And we've got a couple of key things that make sure even if the market turns really soft, we can still make money and still turn profits on our property. As of today's date, my lowest deal or worst deal in quick turning real estate probably has still netted me about $8,000. And that's profit. And that was the lowest deal where we still made $8,000 on the entire process. So quick turn real estate works. It's a simple matter of buying property, getting those deals in, negotiating those deals, buying the deals, and then turning around and selling those properties on the open market. It's very straightforward. And I'll get into more of this about in the training, but this is the overall process. Now you may be asking yourself, how long does it take for me to get into something like this? If you're interested, how long did it take us to get to this point? Well, I'll tell you like this. Typically, it takes 90 days, in my opinion, or in my experience. It's taken about 90 days from when you start this process, once you know how to do it, to when you're actually buying a property and then, when you're actually getting a check. Now, it depends on the season. It depends on the time. But as you learn to scale, you'll see why this won't matter, because you're actually going to learn how to do multiple deals at the same time and control all of it very easily. And that will allow you to always have cash flow coming in. So we always have a check. We're always closing something. Think about it. When you scale this, if you've got 5 or 6 or 7 properties that you're selling at any given time, let's say you only sell 2. This month, you only sell 2 properties. But in those 2 properties, you made $70,000, 35 and 35, which is our average sale price. Then you still made $70,000 that month. And that was a poor month. If you're in a good month and things are strong, you sell 4 or 5 of the properties. Now you've made $35,000 times 5. You're looking at $120,000 of that month, and that's profit. So you can deal with it. Getting started takes the longest. Once you're going and you got this machine going, you're going to consistently be able to bring in money that's much stronger than any rental income that you could bring in, much less headache than any rental property and a rental income, and less contractors to deal with, less stresses of you bought the house, you were fixing it up, you didn't realize it had a cracked foundation. Now you got to spend $10,000 you don't have. We don't deal with any of that. And we bought properties that were needing major repair, properties that needed absolutely nothing. I bought properties and sold them to the tenants that lived in the property. So you got a lot of options, and it just makes sense. So that's about how long it takes. Now, you may be asking yourself, in these kind of scenarios, what do you need to start with quick turning? And again, I'm not advocating that you definitely take this on. I'm just talking about our strategy. As we do the training, a lot of the pieces of our strategy can be applied to any real estate investment strategy. It's just that this strategy makes sense, and it's building a real estate business and not just real estate investing. That's where a lot of people make the mistake. They become a real estate investor and not a real estate business owner. And we are real estate business owners. So what you need to start is pretty straightforward. You need some credit, because you are going to need credit. You don't have to have the best credit, but you do have to have some credit. You do have to have a little bit of cash, or you can get funding. We can show you how to get funding, things like that. We'll talk about that on some of the videos and some of the training, how to get funding, how to fund all your deals and everything else. So we'll talk about all of that stuff, credit and a little bit of funding, whether it's from you or whether it's borrowed. Those are the 2 biggest things that you need. And you need a strategy. You need a process, know how to do it. And once you have a process and a strategy, you are well on your way. So it's not much involved with this, but come along, join the group as we do the training, as we do the videos, and these are all free, nothing costs anything. Then you'll learn the process, you'll learn what we do, and then you can ask questions. I'm happy to share. And then if you need help along the way, by all means, reach out to me, reach out to somebody on the team. Let us know. We'll, talk about what that means for us to help. But this is something you can do on your own. You can get some of the steps and all the pieces that you need, and you can make this happen. So it is very real, and it's not, let me be clear, it's not perfect, but at the end of the day, it's a really good strategy to make a lot of money. When I mess up, like the property where we only made $8,000, I messed up. But at the same time, we had properties that same month that were over $50,000. So it hurt to only make 8, but it did not hurt nearly as bad as I was counting on that 8 to feed my family. And it's not the case. We had other money come in that month. So hope this is giving you some overview on our quick turn strategy and how we use it. And hopefully you'll get into the coaching. You'll ask questions. If you're new and you check out this video, if you got a question, if you want to know some of the stuff we do, if you got questions about any specific part, ask a question. We'll be happy to share. We've got tons of videos on training. I do videos every week, and I'm very active on social media. So I'll, help you with some of the stuff that we talk about. But hey, I want to share this with you. I want you to be the best version of you that you can be. And this is something to help you. So hopefully this is worthwhile, and this has been something that's giving you some insight and some ways to look at things. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I look forward to seeing you in the group. Welcome aboard, and as always, happy hunting. Talk to you guys later. All right.